Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Ultimate Arsenal by Jeffery H. Haskell, narrated by Emily Beresford. Chapter 1. Category 5 hurricanes are rare, at least the ones that hit land. In over 100 years of hurricane tracking, only 5 of the mega-powerful storms have ever hit the land. I'm no meteorologist, but I understand thermodynamics and physics. The energy source of a hurricane is the warm water underneath it, combined with the dry air above it. Once the storm hits land, that energy source is gone, which is why there aren't hurricanes in Iowa. This particular monster of a storm is currently pummeling New Orleans, and it's only the outer edges. 160-mile-an-hour winds decimate anything that isn't nailed down, including yours truly. I'm flying over Kenner, which is east of the city proper. Epic located a distress signal from an apartment building right off the main street. I'm having trouble getting to it because of the wind. I hit the ground feet first and immediately crouch, digging my hands into the pavement and using them like pitons. Amelia, the winds have pushed past 180. Short controllable flights will not be possible. You could push through it, but you would have to use full power, and there would be no way to be precise. Roger that, buddy, I say. The suit dampens the noise from the gale, but it still sounds like a runaway freight train. The street I'm on is 1 block away from the Austin Jones retirement villa. Even crouched, I feel the resistance. I'm gonna need some assistance here. Sword! 3 feet of black-bladed doom slides out from a panel above my wrist. The sword isn't actually stored there. It's just made to look that way, so no one knows I'm really using the alien metal known as animetal to form my suit. If they did, the government would try to take it away, and I can't have that. I swing the blade up, then down, slamming a foot of the diamond-coated edge into the ground with the flat part facing me. Here goes nothing, I say as I pull myself forward. I repeat it, but it's agonizingly slow. 200 miles per hour, Amelia. This may be the most powerful storm in recorded history. Great. My lucky day. My kinetic shields are under constant battering from the tiny pieces of debris that move at deadly force. The sword works as an anchor. However, it's taking too long. Time for Plan B. I let the blade retract and then lie down face first on the pavement. Once I'm on the ground, I kick in the M drive. Amelia, this is a bad idea. Sparks fly as the suit slides across the ground. For a moment, the roar of the wind is drowned out by the punishment my suit takes, as a layer of topcoat is scoured right off. Brakes! I yell. I hit the curb, pop up, and slam right through the boarded-up front door of the retirement home. Wood and water rain down around me as I hit the lobby wall and fall to the floor. What the hell is wrong with you? An old woman in a shawl says as she waves a cane at me. You could have killed someone. Sorry, I say as I climb to my feet. Epic, tell Kate we're here. 2 seconds later, my best friend appears with a pop of displaced air. Air Kate, fastest delivery service in the world, at your service, she says with a smile. She's dressed in her protector costume, all black, with a bazillion gadgets and weapons, and her eye mask. Is there anyone else here? I ask the woman. You call this a rescue? 2 children breaking down a perfectly good door? We'd have better luck waiting out the storm. Damn fool, Peter. I told him not to call anyone. Kate shoots me a grin and rolls her eyes. I can't help but giggle. Ma'am, Kate says in her I'm not using my powers tone. Is there anyone else here? What? Oh, yeah, we're all here. It was my idea, she says proudly. Wait out the storm like every other time. But no, that damn fool Peter is a coward. She yells the last part up the stairs to our right. Amelia, several stations are reporting multiple levees are on the verge of failure. We do not have much time. I'll go upstairs, you take her, I tell Kate as I run for the stairs with M-drive-assisted leaps. Take me where, young lady? I'll have you know that. Whatever she was about to say is cut off by a pop as Kate teleports her out of harm's way. I'm halfway up the stairs when Kate reappears behind me. We hit the 2nd floor, and I hear my best friend mutter a curse. We'd already worked for the last 8 hours on evacuation, and we're running close to the ragged edge of exhaustion. Looking at 30 people gathered together in a huddle in the middle of the common room wasn't encouraging. "You have no idea how tired I am," she muttered as she brushed past me. "A little," I replied. "Who's Peter?" she asks. An elderly man with a walker raises his hand. "Good job calling for help," I say to him. He smiles at that. "You'd probably be fine normally, but this is a really bad storm." "You want to say bad one more time?" Kate says over her shoulder. "Quiet, you! Start getting these people out of here." She goes to work, touching 2 people and then vanishing with them, only to reappear a moment later. Rapid teleportation exhausts her. Rapid teleportation with multiple people on each trip is downright grueling. The building runs north to south, and the storm is bearing down on us from the east. I put myself, and therefore my armor, between them and the closest window, and run full power on shields. It's dark outside, but with all the different vision mods, it really doesn't have much effect on me. Time ticks by. Every 5 seconds, she moves another group out. After the 7th group, she reappears, falling to her knees and gasping for breath. She grabs my hand and holds for a second. "This isn't as easy as it looks," she says. "Hang in there. Take a second," I tell her. The storm is only getting worse, and every time there is a gust of wind, the building shakes and rattles. Every 30 seconds, a really strong gust hits it, and the people we're rescuing let out a scream. The power shuts off with a click, and they shout in surprise. "Epic, external LEDs, please," I ask. Lights around the suit flare to life, illuminating the room better than the overhead ones did. "That's a handy suit," Peter says. "Thanks, I built it myself." Kate pulls herself up, gives me a pat, and walks over to do the next group. A pop later, and they're gone. I glance out the window, really out of boredom. I don't expect to see anything, except I do. Across the street, a van shakes as the rear doors open and a masked man jumps out. He shoots a line into the pillar between a pair of doors of the building they're parked by. Next, he uses the rope to guide and pulls himself hand over hand until he's against the door. 5 more fools follow suit. 3 more pops behind me, and we're down to 10 people. Epic, are they seriously robbing that bank in the middle of a hurricane? It would appear so. Morons, I mutter. What are the chances of them killing anyone in the process? Slim, there shouldn't be anyone there. However, it is not only a bank. It is a private deposit firm with multiple vaults and safety deposit sections. If they are robbing it, they are likely after private property, not the insured money. Dang it, I say. I glance behind me. 2 more trips for Kate. Then I'm going to have to go out there and do something. If it were just a bank robbery, I'd let it go. But it's more than money. There could be family treasures, works of art. Who knows what's stashed in there? Thank you, Arsenal, Peter says with a held-out hand. I turn, mildly surprised, and reach out to take his. You're welcome. Kate appears one last time. The lines on her face are noticeable, and she's covered in a sheen of sweat. She falls against Peter and another man who both reach out to hold her up. Take care, I tell them. They vanish, cradling Kate between them. Epic, inform Carlos of Kate's position and her need to rest. Also let him know I'm checking out this robbery. Will do. I love having Epic in the suit with me. Too many times in the past we were cut off from one another. No more. With the lights out over the whole city, I cranked up the low lights and zoom in. Where I had seen them a minute before, there was now a hole in the metal gate the bank used to shield itself from looters during the storm. I take a couple of steps back for a running start and dive toward the window. It explodes outward as I accelerate through it. Stupid strong winds batter me aside as soon as I'm in the open. I roll over several times before slamming into the ground and sliding along the pavement. Brilliant flying. Everyone's a critic, I mutter as I drag myself up. The building is only a few feet away, and I flatten myself against the outer wall. With the building behind me, the wind isn't so bad, and I make my way to the front door. Epic scans the van and doesn't find any heat signatures present. The van itself has stabilizers planted on the ground to keep it from rocking in the wind. This wasn't random. They were planning this for a hurricane. Awesome. I reach the doorway and peek my head around the corner. The lobby is clear, and I can see the residual heat of a plasma torch hole cut through the door leading to the vaults. Amelia, the U.S. Army engineers are broadcasting a mayday. The levees will not last much longer. I glance out the street, where there's probably 4 inches of water built up already. If the levees give, they'll add a good 10 feet, and this will all be underwater. Great. Just great. I turned the corner, ducked through the hole they burned, and walked through the lobby to the next hole. The lobby is a work of art, with marble pillars, vaulted ceilings, and stone facade on the walls. It's considerably quieter inside, and it's a relief from the wind and the pounding rain. If it wasn't for the certain knowledge of imminent flooding and property damage, this wouldn't be that bad of a storm. Voices from the next room float through the hole. I press against the doorframe, kneel down, and look through. 6 men in vaguely tactical gear huddled around a vault as they try to burn it open, but not with a torch like I thought. One of them is emitting a plasma from his fingers. He's slowly running his hand down the vault door along the seam. The metal on either side glows from the massive amounts of heat required to turn hardened steel into slag. I run down a list of my available weapons, which is all of them. This suit is my most powerful ever built, designed it to face off against Ark and the safety force. I took them all down. 6 idiots robbing a bank shouldn't be a problem. Swinging around the door, I hold my hands out and arm IP cannons, kinetic lance, and the shotgun, just to be on the safe side. Then I jack up my PA to 100 decibels. We're about to be underwater, boys, so why don't you surrender now and call it a day? They turn as one, and I realize my mistake. I should have shot them from behind. From behind. From behind. From behind. Chapter 2. 5 Ark androids raise their arms to fire, while the 6th continues to burn through the vault door. I light off the kinetic lance and dodge to the side as superheated plasma vaporizes the air where I was a second before. The stone facade shatters, and the wood underneath bursts into flames. They keep firing as I move back into the lobby and break line of sight. You know, you're not doing yourself any favors, Legion. Why would you run an op in a city you know I'm in? I ask. The multi-barrel launcher on my shoulder reconfigures into a 4-barrel Gatling gun. 2 of them step out of the doorway, their hands flip up at the wrist, revealing the barrels of built-in plasma guns. You are inconsequential, they all say as one. I fire off the M-drive, lifting up in the air. The Gatling spits tungsten balls, blasting a hole through the first one before switching targets and destroying the second one a millisecond later. A high-pitched whine draws my attention, and I see the side door of the van wide open and a mounted plasma gun like a tank barrel sticking out the side. It lights up and fires. The building explodes in fire and debris. Alarms wail louder than the storm as the temperature spikes to 1,000 degrees in a second. Amelia, they have hit us with a coat of plasma, which sticks to the armor. It is burning hotter with every passing second. The ceiling collapses, raining down wooden beams the size of trees, along with plaster, stone, and lots of rain. I pushed up, straining against one such beam as the alarms ring in my ear. Shut them off! I growl as I manage to exert enough leverage to stand. The beam falls and the building shakes. I stand in ground zero of a collapse, as if the weapon imploded the room, sucking everything at me. 1,500 degrees. Secondary fires are lighting, but the rain pouring in is enough to control them. I shake my head, push another beam off me, and shove through the debris until I'm out of the rubble and standing in the rain on top of the remains of the lobby. It's like someone used giant hands to crush it into a snowball around me. The rain is really coming down, and it's having no effect on the glowing, burning plasma sticking to the armor. This could be a problem. Can we launch Lockheed to track them? I ask. The section of armor he is stored in is covered in the same burning plasma. Dang, I mutter. With a great degree of effort, I manage to stumble down from the pile of collapsed building and make my way back to the street. The van is gone, along with any trace of Ark. I don't think they achieved their goal, unless their goal was to try and kill me. 2,000 degrees. Right. The wind is crazy, clocking in at almost 200 miles an hour. The water runs through the streets like a river, and I don't see a living soul as far as my sensors can detect. We need a place with a halon fire suppression system. What have you got? I ask Epic. 2 blocks west, there is a book warehouse. It will likely have a halon system. Hit it! I shout. I take 2 steps and punch the M drive. The wind batters me around like a pinball, knocking me sideways and through street signs as we hurtle toward the warehouse. Without power, there is no way to know for sure. Well, let's not crash through the roof and set the place on fire then. I set the armor down outside the front door. Rain hisses as it evaporates around me. The same with the water running at my feet. At this temperature, the concrete sags. If it wasn't for the deluge of rain, everything within 20 feet of me would be on fire. One of the levees has given way. A wall of water 4 feet high will hit this section of town in 30 seconds. The alarm warbles as the burning plasma gel approaches 2,500 degrees. If we go in, the heat will destroy the books, or the water will follow us in and destroy the books. Right, but... I run to the right, away from where the water is coming, and around the side of the building. Every step hisses as more water turns to steam. Once around the side of the building, I see what I'm after. A chain-link wall with the fire suppression system mounted externally in large red cylinders. 15 seconds. If you do not extinguish the flames before the water hits, you will not be able to. I know! I charge forward. The fence softens with the heat, and I'm able to push right through it. 5 seconds. Almost every external weapon system is offline because of the heat. I shoot my arm forward, and the Sword of Doom extends right into the first cylinder. It explodes in a cloud of colorless gas, and the burning plasma instantly extinguishes. 2 seconds later, I'm hit with a hammer as a wall of water washes through the alley and throws me sideways, bouncing off the pavement and walls. The world is a mess of darkness and upside-down cars. I scramble along the road until I'm able to grip the pavement with the sword. A few seconds later, the flow subsides until I can stand up. I retract the sword and fire up the M drive. Once I'm in the air, I turn toward the vault they were trying to rob. Because of the crazy wind and torrential downpour, I can't see anything and have to rely on sensors. Anything? No, there are too many moving objects, too much interference. It is impossible to track where they went. I land us back at the vault, splashing down in 3 feet of water. The entrance is completely collapsed, but Epic finds a tunnel through the debris. Maybe I can figure out what they were after, even if they got away. The vault doors were sliced in half, and inside were 2 walls of safety deposit boxes. They were all from 2 feet wide to 6 inches. Only one box was open. Open and empty. What could they possibly have wanted from such a small box? Chapter 3. Madison Dumas's head was tilted down, her eyes pointed straight at the ground to avoid making eye contact with any of the men who were escorting her and the dozen other girls from the brothel to the warehouse where they would await transportation ahead of the storm. Sirens had warbled in the air for the last 3 hours as the city tried to desperately evacuate the residents before the biggest storm ever recorded slammed squarely into New Orleans. It was the perfect cover to move girls along the circuit to the next city. In all the confusion over the storm, and with every pimp in the city using the service to change things up, it was easy for the woman known as the Wraith to slip into the line of young women. With her powers hyped far beyond what they had ever been, the entity that possessed her easily molded her features to that of a much younger, less physically threatening girl. Even a month after France and the final destruction of ISO-1, Maddie had more than enough strength from the Thune and space dogs she'd killed there. The men moving them grunted in the direction of a beat-up school bus. The girls, having been conditioned since their kidnapping, didn't argue. They simply kept their heads down in order to avoid accidentally pissing off their current pimp. The bastards had a system where they told the girls how much money they were worth. If the girls just worked hard enough, they could be free. Of course, it was a lie. The slightest disobedience would incur a penalty. Looking at the wrong man could result in a girl owing thousands more dollars. Maddie resisted the urge to kill them all here. She could, easily. They had the girls dressed in very inappropriate clothing for the weather, cutoffs and yoga pants, t-shirts and tank tops, no jackets, coats, or outerwear of any kind. The girls were soaked to the bone and shivering as they boarded the bus. What girl would run away in the middle of a massive hurricane dressed like they were? Maddie had seen this often as she went after the gangs, cartels, and organizations that trafficked in human beings. The psychological, physical, and environmental control they exerted left their poor victims helpless. Normally, she struck at the gangs when they were recruiting, since it was easier to find a Romeo than a brothel. However, that was before a certain handsome Phoenix PD detective was willing to slip her inside information. This ring was suspected, but the local police either didn't have enough evidence to get a warrant, or they were paid off to ignore it. Either way, she wasn't the police. She took a seat in the back of the bus, next to a young girl with long, straight blonde hair and bright blue eyes. She looked about 20 pounds too light and had several fresh red stripes on her shoulder and back. Someone had whipped her. She struggled to stay calm as 6 men with guns climbed on the bus after them. The diesel engine fired up, and the bus lurched to a start. Rain blocked all visibility as they drove through the city to their destination. If Maddie understood it right, they would mix the girls up and then send them out to different cities from there. The storm would keep the police from stopping them, and no one would look a second time at a bus full of people fleeing a hurricane. She looked out the window, distracting herself by going over her plan and how she would escape if needed.
"You could just kill all but one and then force him to take you to the right place,"
Spice said from the seat in front of her. It was occupied by 2 girls who huddled next to each other, leaving just enough room for the apparition to sit on her knees facing backward and resting on her elbows on the back of the seat. Spice was dressed in a very proper Catholic schoolgirl outfit. Maddie narrowed her eyes at the bloodthirsty demon and replied in a whisper, "Too many what-ifs. My plan will work. Don't worry, Spice. Fine dining is coming your way," she said with a grin. Spice mirrored her grin, but with a dark maliciousness that the real Sarah would never have worn. Spice was Maddie's nickname for her younger sister, which was how the being inside her chose to appear. After over a year with her companion, it was second nature to call her that. All the death and destruction Maddie had wrought with her hands, the eagerness in her little sister's face to kill, unnerved her. There were days she wished her companion didn't use her sister's visage, but she had as much control over the wraith as the girls in the bus had over their life. None. A tree branch hit the side of the bus, eliciting terrified shrieks from the women. One of the guards snarled at them to shut up, and they quickly became quiet. The bus turned onto a side road and drove through a gate on a chain-link fence. A shadowy figure closed the gate behind them. The warehouse they pulled up beside blocked some of the wind and rain, letting Maddie see her surroundings. There were 5 squat buildings, all of them run down and abandoned, perfect for the illicit trade. The bus she was in stopped next to a pair of large bay doors on the first warehouse they came to. A tall, muscular man in a white shirt and North Face rain jacket came out, waving a pistol like it was a pointer. Inside the bus, the guards reacted. All but one got off the bus, and the last one walked to the back to make sure there were no girls hiding while they got unloaded. No one had to be told what to do. They stood up, row by row, exiting the bus with their heads down and mouths shut. Maddie was in the last row. She stood up when it was her turn, making sure she was the very last person. The girls shuffled off the bus ahead of her. She went slightly slower, building a gap. The man behind her was either bored or didn't care, because when the girl in front of her stepped down off the bus, Maddie was 10 feet behind. Then he noticed. "Get a move on," he growled. Maddie cracked her neck, relieving the tension that had built up there. She lifted her foot up to walk, but instead spun and lashed out, landing her heel in his gut with the strength of a charging bull elephant. His pelvis shattered on impact and his spine snapped. He didn't fly directly back, instead ricocheting off the green bench seats and spinning 3 times before landing on the hard floor. She stepped on his back, then reached down and twisted his head around backward to make sure he was dead. A quick search revealed no guns, but he had a 3-inch knife. A predatory smile grew on her face. Time to get to work. Hustling, she moved off the bus to catch up to the last girl before her absence was noticed. If not for the storm, it would have been an obvious gap. As it was, she just looked like she'd fallen behind in the driving rain. "Where's Paul?" the man in the white shirt asked her. Without looking up, she pointed back to the bus and then continued past him. Inside the warehouse, there were maybe 50 silent girls. No one had a phone. No one spoke. They sat against the far wall on discarded boxes and did their best to remain unnoticed by the dozen guards in the room. A handful of lights shone down from above, but there were more than enough shadows for what she needed to do. She found a spot between a redhead and a dark-skinned Asian girl and leaned against the wall. Inwardly, she grinned as she counted the men, memorized their features, and examined them for hidden weapons. Know thine enemy. The man came stumbling back into the warehouse, his face as white as his shirt. He leaned over, grasping his knees, and vomited.
"What the hell, Terry?"
another asked.
It's Paul. He's dead,"
Terry finally spat out. That turned every head in the warehouse. A lightning strike nearby caused the lights to dim for a moment. Maddie struck. Her strength was greatly enhanced, so simply pushing off the wall sent her surging at high speed to the closest man. She hit him like a train, using her momentum to swing him around and let him fly at the next man in line. Before the two collided, she was already running for the third. She leaped in the air, landing on him with her feet driving into his neck and slamming his head against the concrete floor. As he died, they noticed. Her hand shot out, throwing the miniature knife with the force of a bullet. The blade struck the next one in the forehead, driving him backward. His gun went off with a crack, and the bullet bounced off the floor. 2 more went down before the remaining men opened fire, but it was far too late for them. Maddie vanished in a spark of dark blue light, emerging behind the farthest one who was still shooting into the shadow where she had vanished. She grabbed his neck from behind, crushing his windpipe before taking the Tech-9 out of his hand and shooting the last 3 in rapid succession, each one catching a bullet in the forehead. She dropped the man she'd held up as a shield, putting the remaining dozen rounds into him until the gun clicked empty, and she tossed it on his body. That left Terry. He stepped back as her eyes found him, the pistol in his hand wavering as if he wasn't sure what he could do to stop her.
"Who are you?"
he whispered as he backed up to the door, his head swiveling back and forth as if he expected a monster to jump him from the side. Maddie turned to face him, letting her facade vanish to be replaced with her real self. In a moment, she wasn't the scared little girl they were transporting, but the Wraith. Her eyes flashed an inhumanly blue color as she pulled her trademark red scarf up around her mouth and nose.
"Oh, God,"
Terry muttered. He fired the gun until the slide locked back. Maddie strode toward him as the 9mm bullets impacted her flesh. It hurt like hell, but she was making a point. She slapped the gun out of his hand, then reversed the blow and sent him sliding across the floor to land in a heap against the wall. Another crack of thunder punctuated the rainfall outside. The storm grew worse by the moment, and she was running out of time to get the girls to safety. Normally, she would kill everyone, let her actions speak for her. However, with the storm, she was worried no one would find the bodies for months.
"It's your lucky day, Terry,"
she said as she sauntered up to him before kneeling down next to him with her elbows resting on her thighs. Her wraith voice echoed around the room, seeming to come from every corner. He panicked, hyperventilating as he lost control of his bodily functions. She sneered in distaste.
"Tell everyone what happened here. Tell them death is coming for those who prey on the innocent. You're the Wraith, but you don't let people live?"
he whined. She reached out and patted him on the cheek.
"You even so much as jaywalk, and I won't."
His eyes went wide as she slid her hand up and slammed his head against the wall, knocking him out. It took her a few minutes to organize the girls, who were too stunned at the change of events to react. Pushing them, she hurried them back onto the bus. Adding the girls she arrived with and the ones who were already in the warehouse, the decrepit school bus was filled to the brim. Before they left, she dragged the dead man off the bus and tossed him unceremoniously into a puddle. This was the worst place in New Orleans to be when a storm hit, and this one felt bad. She climbed in after the last girl, started up the engine, and pushed the gas all the way to the floor. The diesel roared to life and sluggishly moved them farther and farther away from the danger zone. She needed to get the girls out of town, preferably out of Louisiana, before she could be sure they would be safe. "Happy?" she asked Spice. She didn't see the little demon, but she knew from experience she was there, watching.
I'd be happier if you could find us some more space dogs to kill, she said with a grin.
Another bolt of lightning struck nearby, and the passengers screamed as a tree fell, and Maddie had to swerve to miss hitting it. "This is a bad storm," she said instinctively.
Nah, I was in Galveston in 1900 and...
Spice's eyes went wide, and she took a step back. If Maddie didn't know better, she would swear her little demon was afraid. "Spice?" The little girl took another step back, then turned around before rushing to kneel next to Maddie.
Go!
She screamed. Maddie hit the gas, flooring it. "What's wrong?"
They're coming, Maddie. I don't know how, but they're coming.
Madison wasn't used to being unnerved, not since she had trained with her mentor and turned into the killing machine she worked so hard to become. The creature inside of her, the Wraith, gave her powers far beyond human, and she had used them to kill hundreds of evildoers. In all the time they had fought together, Maddie had never known the Wraith to be afraid. Until now. "Who's coming?" When she didn't respond, Maddie took her eyes off the road for a second to make sure Spice was still there. "Who's coming?" she repeated louder. But Spice was gone. All that was left was the fear. Was the fear. Was the fear. Was the fear. Chapter 4. Kate was asleep in the M-Jet the team had used to get here. Everyone but her and Carlos were on search and rescue, along with the Saints, New Orleans' own super team. I'd never met any of them, but everyone seemed to know who I was. Red Force, the Florida team, was a few hours from arriving to help as well. Carlos hands me a hot cup of cocoa from the dispenser. We are hanging out at an army tent, taking shelter from the rain, since the two of us were the ready reserve. The worst of the storm was over. Now it was just rain, wind, and flooding. A lot of S&R for people who wouldn't or couldn't evacuate. "Retract faceplate," I said. The silver front of the helmet, inspired by the Protector's Spartan-style armor, slides up, allowing me to drink from the piping hot cup. "You okay?" Carlos asks. He cradles his own hot drink between his hands, though I know he didn't need it to stay warm. Despite the look of his armor, sandals, leather skirt, bronze chest piece, and helmet, he no more felt the cold than I did. The hot cocoa was more for comfort. Now, if I wasn't in my armor, I'd be freezing my Arizona-born butt off. "Yeah, I'm annoyed that ARC got whatever it is they were after, not to mention they managed to escape without a trace." "At least you know, he says, pointing up into the sky. Of course, he's referring to the tap ARC has on my satellite. We're running a disinformation campaign with them 24/7, giving them just enough of the truth that they think I don't know about the tap. I smile at our little subterfuge. "Yeah, I've got Epic looking into them, and we'll get to the bottom of it. Anything new from the EU?" A frown crosses his dark features. Carlos is no Luke or Sidney. Both of the former protectors were well over 6 feet, with broad shoulders and square jaws. While Carlos had filled out from his time in the past, something I wasn't outright denying anymore, he was still Carlos, and not that big. However, he was certainly thicker, more stout, and no one could deny his ripcord taut muscles. "No, they have pulled back for the moment, but they haven't rescinded their warrant. They won't meet with me, they won't talk to me. It's do what we say or else. I just don't get it," he says, shaking his head. "Pythia agrees with Kate's assessment. Someone is pulling their strings." She straight up felt a mental presence in two of them, if not outright controlling, then influencing. One crisis at a time, though.
Boss lady!
TK breaks in over our comms. I roll my eyes at her honorific.
Tessa, I'm not your boss. If Domino is out, then you're it.
Carlos stifles a laugh. "Fine. What?" I ask her.
"You're gonna want to see this," she says. "Kate, too."
5 minutes and a grumpy Kate wake up later, we stand outside a warehouse in the south part of New Orleans. Kate staggers as soon as we appear. The bags under her eyes are testimony to her exhaustion. In order for Kate to look anything less than perfect requires major fatigue. Epic immediately covers the area in a wireframe to make it easier to see out-of-place things. Like the trashed chain-link fence bent outward, away from the buildings. And the body. The second I focus on the heap that used to be a human being, Epic displays all the information he has. He was killed by a wrecking ball. Whatever did this exerted over a metric ton of force. Or someone with superhuman strength and anger issues, I say. Tessa, is this what you wanted me to see? Tessa Harper, a.k.a. TK, is dressed in her usual mockery of a superhero costume. She took everything Kate gave her and cut it up. Today she is wearing a faded pair of jeans over biker boots, a sweatshirt with I Heart Arsenal on it, and a leather jacket. As she turns to point, I see Protector on the back of the jacket, the way the police often have.
Nope. Well, not all of it. Come on.
She hovers off the ground and over the muddy surface until she's floating in front of an open door on the southern building. I glance at Kate, who shrugs. I don't know any more than you do, she says. As we walk over, an NOPD car drives through the broken gate and stops next to the body. The officers exit the vehicle. The passenger has a camera and goes to work documenting the body and area. Tessa hovers patiently, motioning for me to go through first, so I do. Once inside, my visor adjusts to the low light level, and I freeze. Kate slides past me and gasps. It takes a lot for her to be surprised. Epic counts a dozen bodies spread throughout the warehouse. This is horrible, Kate says dryly, and familiar. You don't think Wraith did this, do you? I ask. She shrugs in response. It fits her MO, and we were unable to confirm her demise in France. Someone behind me swears, followed by dry heaving. I turn. The cop with the camera is folded over, holding his mouth. I look back in the warehouse and grimace. How far I've come. I should be heaving too, but it's only bodies. I sigh and walk farther in. I count 12, I say to the police officer. Tessa floats above it all as she circles the room. Telekinesis is a handy power for not contaminating a crime scene. As I examine more of the bodies, a cold chill creeps down my back. Gunshots, stab wounds, obviously broken bones. No two of these guys were killed the same way, and they're spread out enough it would take someone who teleported to do it. Kate? I point at a guy who's face down on the floor in a pool of dried blood. Stand there? She complies, walking instead of teleporting. I know how tired she is. I follow the line of the dead man's body to another guy who's on his back with his skull bashed in. His gun is half empty. Thanks, but I think I figured it out. He shot that dude over there, but not on purpose. How do you figure? Kate asks. Well, if Maddie was holding that guy and he was shot, then it makes sense she would teleport forward. Her abilities work like yours, line of sight. This guy, I gesture to the poor slob with the bashed-in head, was hit from the front and fell back. It's a good hypothesis, Kate says, but there's too much light in here. Doesn't she need it to be dim to use her powers? Epic, what's the estimated time of death on these guys? There is no precise way to know, but based on body temperature, sometime yesterday, possibly just before or just as the storm was hitting its hardest. Then it could be her, Kate says. I nod. Maybe. If it was, then I don't know how she survived France, I say.
Hey, you two. There's another room with bodies over here.
Tessa's voice wavers as she speaks. Her levitation falters, and she gently floats to the ground.
I wish I could unsee that,
she mutters. I push open a barn-style door on rails. I'm thankful for the canned air and faceplate, because I'm sure the smell is worse than the sight. And the sight is horrific. Kate puts a hand on me, not for my sake, but to steady herself. I am counting 123 distinct bodies. There are parts I cannot identify. Oh, God, I whisper. The room was once a meat locker, but without power, everything in it thawed. Bodies were piled on bodies, stuffed in the room until there was no more space. The perfect hiding place, never to be found unless by accident. Or if someone knew we would be looking here.
There's a lot of people in there. Yeah, I'm going outside.
Tessa takes 2 steps and reactivates her powers to float out. I wish I could, but I have to see. Epic? Gender and age? All over the place. I am afraid some of them are children. I close my eyes and say a silent prayer for the dead. Kate turns around, putting her back to the room and holding up her hand to stop the cop from coming over. She says, "Amelia, if this is her, she's gone off the rails and has to be stopped." I shake my head. "This can't be her. Maddie doesn't kill anyone but bad guys. We've gone over this." She lowers her voice so only I can hear her. "She didn't. But you said yourself you don't know how she survived France. And we certainly don't know how everything with the entity works." I shake my head. "This is too big a coincidence. Maddie was certainly here, but this wasn't her. I'm sure of it." "Please don't be her. Don't be her. Don't be her." Chapter 5. Flying over New Orleans in random patterns isn't the easiest way to find Madison. It probably isn't going to work at all, actually. However, it gives me time to think. 3 days have passed since we found the freezer full of bodies. After France, I figured she was dead, since the arrow strike destroyed the castle and everything within 500 feet. Not that I went back to look personally. After the explosion happened, every news agency in the world had people on scene within an hour. Artemis gave me a pretty good view, though. Utter destruction. It's what I designed the arrows for. Pinpoint obliteration of a hardened target, with no remains. There were 2 mysteries on my plate. What was Ark after in the safety deposit vault, and how did Madison survive? Of the 2, Ark was the easiest to figure out. Epic, pull up everything on the safety deposit vault. Show me anything you might find suspicious. I find a great deal about what humans do suspicious. One of the vaults was bought and paid for 134 years ago. It expired next month. Is that suspicious? Yes, it is. Who owned it? A holding company formed in 1935. BC Imports. 1935? Geez, that's a long time ago. How would Ark even know what was in it? I ask. Unknown at this time. Whatever it was, they got away with the contents. Search for any other similar robberies. Time frame? 1 year from today. Compiling. In the meantime, there is a boat full of people stuck below us. Perhaps you could do your superhero thing? Funny. He was right. I spiral down until I'm hovering just above the 18-foot skiff. The dude driving it could have walked off the set of Duck Hunter, with his red flannel shirt, mountain man-style beard, and scruffy shirt. You folks need a hand? I say. Sure thing, Arsenal, he says. His accent is hard to place, but there are lots of places in the U.S. with different accents. His boat full of locals tells me he's trying to help. The waist-deep water isn't too bad for me, but the current is running at a couple of miles per hour, and I wouldn't want to try walking in it without my suit. Not to mention how filthy it likely is. Throw me a rope, I say as I land in front of the boat. You really in a wheelchair? A little boy with a dirty face asks from where he clings to his mom where they sit at the bow. Trent, be nice, his mom admonishes him. Not at the moment, I say with a grin. The mountain man tosses me a rope and expertly ties his end off on the O-ring on the bow. I wrap the loose end around my wrist a couple of times, then pull it close to my chest and start walking. The boat's stuck in the mud for a few seconds, but I pull it right out and it moves right along. We're clear, he says. He pulls the outboard up and clears the props of mud, grass, and plastic. You folks from around here? I ask. No, ma'am. I'm from Kentucky. I heard about the storm and thought I could help, Mountain Man says. The rest of the people in the boat affirm their city residence. When the storm came, we didn't have a way to really evacuate, the mom says. They're always telling us to evacuate, but we've got no money to do it. She looks away for a moment, holding her son protectively. I know it's not much, but I've set up a fund to help people affected by the storm. Make sure you register, okay? I say as I let the rope go. You really are an angel, the little boy says. Hardly. You good? In answer, the mountain man fires up the boat. He gives me a thumbs up and a big grin. I do the same, blasting away via M-Drive into the sky. I wish I could do more. Besides the fund to help people recover from the storm, and actually being here saving lives, I'm not sure what else I can do. Launch Lockheed and have him look for people who need help. The suit shakes a second later as the little drone takes off in a spiral search pattern. The satellite is nice, but there's nothing like having eyes close to the ground. I have found 2 incidents in the last year that match, robberies of old vaults or safes via plasma torch. I think ARC is looking for something. Not looking, they've found it. Now they're collecting whatever they found. We need to figure out what that is and stop them. Where were the other thefts? In order of oldest vaults to newest, London and Denver. Make of that what you will. Dang, that's a lot of history to cross-reference. London is forever old, and Denver was founded in 1858. It could be anything. Not to mention the dates could be meaningless. It is possible the ages of the vaults have nothing to do with anything. We could chase that rabbit for a century. I banked around the city one more time, kicking up the speed until the suit vibrated with the impending sonic boom. I hold it right there. Something about the threshold of Mach 1 makes me smile and helps me think. The freedom that I could go anywhere and do anything. Guess what? I tell Epic. We are going on a trip. Got it in one. Pack your bags, chap. We're going to London. Tell Kate to hold down the fort and have Carlos meet us there. It's time we figured out what ARC is up to and put them to bed. What about Madison Dumas? Keep an eye out, but you know her. She's a ghost, a shadow. We won't find her unless she wants us to. Heck, even her friend Croissant doesn't know she's alive. I can ask her if you like. I didn't know you two were still talking. She is an inquisitive young woman with a compelling superpower. I have stayed in touch. Okay, then. Make it happen, Mr. Data. Mr. Data. Chapter 6. The M-Jet touches down smoothly in Gatwick a few hours after we took off from Arizona. I slept the whole time, since I hardly rested while we were in New Orleans. Oh, I needed it. I rub my eyes clear and see Carlos's smiling face as he hands me an open Coke. I silently thank him and down the whole thing as fast as I can. I'm still exhausted from our search and rescue work, but something tells me I don't have time to spare with ARC. They're after something, and if they're after it, then danger is guaranteed. Which is why I brought the muscle.
You know they don't much like me here in Europe,
he says as we watch the M-Jet taxi around to the private gate. Are you kidding me? The people love you. You saved that train full of kids like 3 days ago, I say to him. He looks glumly out the window.
I mean the EU government. They're still mad at me for making the safety force look bad. And the fact that they couldn't get us for destroying Kate's building.
She owned it. Plus, she had the proper paperwork done for demolition. Retroactively, Epic adds. Regardless, if they want to arrest you, they're going to have to work for it. Has Pythia come out of her shell yet?
He shakes his head. No, that's the other thing that is worrying me. She's never had that kind of reaction before. I know you have your problems with her, but Amelia, we need to be careful. Whatever she saw scared the crap out of her. She's 2,500 years old. Think about that.
I blow an errant bang out of the way with a pfft. I laugh in the face of danger. Ha! He grins.
You really aren't concerned about your future?
I shake my head. I can't help but get a little serious. Carlos, all the things we've seen and done, the people we've lost, I won't worry about something that hasn't happened yet. If Pythia wants to break from tradition and tell me what the holy hell is going on, great. Until then, I make a knife with my hand and point it straight ahead. Full speed ahead and damn the torpedoes. He reaches over and wraps his big arms around me and gives me the full hug. I can't help but smile. Carlos and I have enjoyed each other's friendship for almost a decade now. Other than Kate, he's my best friend, and there is no one I'd rather have at my side. Epic deals with the tower and slides the M-Jet into the private hangar he rented beforehand. He's already dealt with customs and immigration. There's something nice about having a lot of money. It means no waiting in lines for the most part. The plane settles on its belly, and the door slides up with a whoosh. Carlos lifts me easily into my chair and pushes me out. I could do it myself, but why? We exit the plane and head toward the black Mercedes SUV waiting for us. 2 men step out from behind the vehicle. Carlos freezes, and I can feel his hands tense. The first man, a tall blonde with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, holds his hands up as if he knows the danger of what they just did.
Sorry, he says in a London accent. Didn't mean to startle you.
Amelia, they have powers. There was no one there before they stepped out from behind the SUV. My eyes narrow as they split up, the blonde walking toward us, while his partner, a dark-haired man with a day's worth of scrub on his chin, flanks us. And you are? I ask boldly. I can suit up in the blink of an eye, and Carlos can be the protector almost as fast.
Smith, MI5, Division 6. This is Jones,
he says with a gesture to his partner. Smith, huh? I glance at Carlos with a smile. He shrugs back at me. The name is far too generic to mean anything. Smith reaches into his pocket, slowly, and pulls out his ID. I know nothing about it, but Epic pulls a scan down from what I see and goes over it with a fine-tooth comb. It is legitimate. Height, weight, age, eye color, all match public records. Forgive me, Agent Smith, but we haven't had the warmest reception from your government of late, I say. The two men exchange genuinely confused glances.
Oh, he says with a smile. You mean the nonsense with the EU. This may surprise you, Miss Lockhart, but we're with the English government, the Crown, not the EU. Right, Carlos says. What can we do for you?
I'm a little confused. My knowledge of EU politics is sketchy at best, other than they want to imprison or use Carlos as their own agent.
We're a separate branch of MI5 with a more specialized focus. Right now, we're investigating a theft that happened in the city 6 months ago.
There is no way this is a coincidence. A theft? How interesting. This is my first time in London. Smith looks at his partner again, but then comes back to me with a grin.
Oh, we don't think you did it, Miss Lockhart. We're hoping you can help us figure out who did.
Carlos relaxes a bit, and so do I. I'm used to people accusing me of stuff, and this is the first time in a while someone has come asking for help. Why do you think I can be of service?
This is why you're here, isn't it?
Jones says, speaking for the first time. How do they know why you are here? Epic asks. I'm thrilled he's silent, and only we can see his question across our field of vision. For me, it's because he's entangled with my nervous system. For Carlos, it's the stylish glasses adorning his chiseled features. I'm not a fan of sharing my private business with any government agencies, but, I say, holding up my hand to forestall any complaints, if I was, what could I help you with? Smith steps forward and pulls a photo out of his pocket, and I stifle a gasp.
We already know who we're after. What we want from you is the location of Madison Dumas.
The photo was of the two of us on the rooftop in Arizona. It isn't time-stamped, but Epic provides that. Whoever took this picture managed to get very close to me without triggering the suit's sensors, and without alerting Madison. Anyone who could do that is either extremely powerful or has better tech than I do. I glance over at the second man. They both have poker faces I can't read. Their vitals don't jump around either. They could be about to laugh or attack, and I'm feeling a little underdressed for the latter. She's dead, I say with more conviction than I feel. Carlos's hands tighten on the chair, causing the plastic to squeak. Smith looks me in the eyes for a solid 10 seconds.
I don't want to accuse a woman in your position of lying, but you are, he says. All we want is a location. We'll do the rest.
Amelia, these men might be with the government, but I do not think you are entirely safe. He isn't wrong. My own senses are picking up on that. These men feel violent, as if they are reactors of violence contained by the thinnest material that could burst at any second. I have to clear my throat to speak. It's much easier to have bravado when I'm wrapped in an inch of animetal. I can show you the footage of the last place I saw her, right before a near-nuclear blast killed her and everything within 500 feet of her. Objectively speaking, she's dead. I gain confidence as I speak, but it's an uphill battle. These guys have my spine on edge. Even Epic is feeling it. He runs a pre-check, and I see it scroll down my vision as each of my armor's systems spring to life and report on their readiness. Smith frowns and glances at Jones, who gives an almost imperceptible shake of his head in response. We face each other off for what feels like forever, but is only 30 seconds, before Smith slides the picture into his pocket.
If she contacts you, Make sure you let us know.
He pulls a black card and holds it out. I take the card and flip it over. No insignia, no department name, just a phone number.
Why do you think she's alive?
Carlos asks as they retreat behind the SUV. Jones places his hand on Smith's shoulder, and a nimbus of green energy wraps around them both.
They're hard to kill,
Smith says, right as the two agents vanish. I look up at Carlos, and he looks back.
They?
I say.
There's more than one?
He asks. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Chapter 7. Madison danced through her 3-bedroom apartment, shedding the clothes she stole for her impromptu undercover mission. It was another Airbnb she rented, using a stolen name and card from a man who no longer needed it. Nothing with her name on it. She was pretty sure she'd had her last second chance. First, with the mimic sitting in prison pretending to be her, then with the final destruction of ISO 1 in France. She needed to be careful and quiet. A luxuriously long shower later, and she was dressed in stylish jeans, a red button-up blouse, and her short-armed leather jacket. She put on her makeup while waiting for her date to arrive. After she was done applying the correct lipstick and just a tiny amount of blush, she opened the drawer and pulled out the snub-nosed .357 and seated it in her boot. 2 throwing knives went into the belt, and her 9mm pistol slid easily into the 6 o'clock position near them. She tossed a second 9mm into her purse. After she had all her accessories, she flopped on the couch and waited for Roy to arrive. She didn't have to wait long. The former Phoenix PD detective knocked on her door promptly at 8 p.m. After a brief hello, followed by a less brief kiss, they piled into his 20-year-old sedan and headed for her favorite Creole restaurant.
Aren't you worried about people recognizing you?
He asked as they drove through the streets of western New Orleans. The eastern and southern sides of the city were still in recovery. The storm had only passed a few days before, and people were just making their way back to abandoned homes and businesses. The west side was mostly spared the worst of the damage. She shook her head. I left when I was 17, and the only time I ever came back was for Thanksgiving. The odds of anyone recognizing me are pretty slim, she said. Maddie glanced out the window, hardly recognizing the woman in the reflection. Oh, sure, she looked similar to herself. Closer to 20 than 30, thanks to Spice, but her eyes held the deep blue of the sea instead of her natural brown. Spice hadn't shown herself in 3 days. Nothing. No word, no presence, no hint of the little creature inside her. Maddie tried not to think about the implications of her demon being afraid of something. They'd literally fought aliens and creatures out of nightmare, had bombs go off in their faces, and more than one building dropped on their head. And not once had Spice shown fear. She shook her head. Now wasn't the time to think about it. She reached over and squeezed Roy's leg. Tonight was for fun. And she really needed to have some fun. He parked across the street in an alley next to a closed electronics store. One of the many larger businesses that wouldn't reopen for days to come. Locals, though, were back to work as fast as possible. Since money wasn't really a problem for her, she wanted to support the places she loved as much as she could. Spice, just in case, can you change my appearance? She asked after Roy exited the vehicle. No response. She shrugged. It was worth a shot. On the best of days, Spice was combative, but she usually complied with little requests without too much fuss. Roy opened the door for her and took her hand as she stepped out. They walked across the street arm in arm, smiling like any happy couple. The last rays of fading light cast long shadows as they dodged traffic to the glass door of the eatery. Roy paused to adjust his leather jacket around his waist, but the way he did it alarmed Maddie. What? Just then a beat-up brown van drove past them and turned down the street to the north, a block away.
Nothing, he said with a shrug. I thought I saw that van on the way to your place.
Once inside and sitting down, they ordered food and drinks. Unease crawled across her skin like a snake looking for warmth. She pushed it down, trying to focus on Roy. He couldn't continue his law enforcement career in good conscience, knowing she was out there doing what she did. Any luck on the job front? She asked.
It's fine. I did like being a cop, but let's be honest. You do way more good than I ever could. There are other things I'm interested in than law enforcement," he said while sipping from his bottle of beer. "Like what?" she said with a forced smile. Her thoughts were certainly divided. Half of her mind was on edge from Spice's dramatic disappearance, and the other half was on the dread that grew exponentially as they waited for their food. "I love training people. I stopped by a couple of gun ranges and asked about self-defense classes for women, that sort of thing," he said. He tossed a potato-like appetizer Maddie didn't catch the name of in his mouth before washing it down with his beer. Good stuff," he said. A brief gust of wind pushed the door open, and the lights flickered for a moment. Her hand shot to where the 9mm rested against the small of her back. "Nothing. Chill out, girl. Every movement isn't a sudden attack," she thought. "You okay?" Roy asked. She nodded. Just a little edgy." He leaned forward, taking her free hand while she turned slightly to make her purse more accessible. "You know it's okay, right? I'm fine with what you do. Really. You've more than proved yourself," he said. She flicked her eyes past his, into the far corner of the restaurant. The room was oblong, almost 50 feet long, but only 15 wide. It ran perpendicular to the street, presenting the smallest angle as the entrance, with the kitchen in the back by the restrooms. Maddie found herself mapping the place out for points of cover, places to teleport to if need be, and weak points she couldn't defend if overwhelming force came from either entrance. She shook her head, realizing Roy had continued to speak even though she'd switched to her tactical mindset and tuned him out. "Sorry, what?" she asked. He narrowed his eyes, his hand letting go to slide back to his side of the table. "What's wrong?" he asked in a whisper. Glancing back and forth between the door and the back of the restaurant, she didn't have an answer for him. Something was wrong. Something was badly wrong, but she didn't know what, and Spice wasn't there to interpret for her. "I'm going to go use the restroom. Wait here, but keep your eyes open," she said. She scooted the chair out and grabbed her purse before walking slowly to the bathroom. Her eyes hit every reflective surface as she walked to the bathroom, looking for any sign that she was being followed. The bathrooms were as old as the building. 2 stalls, 1 sink, and a shoddy wooden door with a fence-style latch. Nothing a good kick wouldn't open. She latched it regardless. Cold water from the faucet ran across her hands, and she splashed it on her face, trying to shake the feeling of wrongness. Her stomach gurgled, and Maddie shouldered the first stall, dropped to her knees, and vomited what little she had into the porcelain bowl. The feeling cleared, the wrongness vanished, and she felt almost normal. What was that? She flushed, cleaned her face, and rinsed out her mouth, before finding a stick of gum and chewing on it to rid her of the taste of bile. Once she felt better, she checked herself in the mirror, fixed her hair, and then pulled the latch and stepped out into the restroom. The lights were off, and the closed sign was flipped on the door. The only thing she heard was frantic breathing from behind her, and a gasp of pain from in front. "Roy?" she said, stepping into the darkness. Her hands instantly found both pistols, and she drew them with a speed that would make a gunfighter envious. Her pupils widened as her powers kicked in, the darkness vanished, and the room lit up. Roy was on the floor, unconscious but breathing. The 3 other patrons weren't as lucky. The first 2 were in a pool of their own blood. The third was held down by a man as he slowly cut the person's throat with a clawed hand. "Stop!" she shouted. He turned. His eyes flashed red like laser pointers as he looked at her. The darkness thickened, hitting her like a wave and sending nausea through her again. The creature's presence forced her back a step before she growled and fired. She didn't care who or what he was. Light flared from the pistols as she pulled both triggers as fast as she could. With each bullet, she took a step forward, gaining strength in her rapid bombardment. He jerked sideways as every single bullet impacted. Each round tore chunks of flesh and sprayed blood on the far wall as he stumbled backward from the force. One gun clicked empty, then the next. She dropped the one in her offhand before ejecting the mag on the remaining one and slamming home a fresh mag a second later. "My turn," the thing hissed as he leaped forward. She went to shoot him again when he vanished in a burst of red light. "What?" She didn't get to finish the sentence as a hand like a vice wrapped around her throat and flung her backward, slamming her into the ground. Bones cracked and her ribs screamed in protest from the force of his knee in her stomach.
Blows rained down on her with lightning speed, bashing her head senseless. Superpowers? Ran through her mind, and she triggered her shadow step, but nothing happened. Damn it, Spice! Now isn't the time to be flaky! She punched out hard, hitting him awkwardly in the side, the angle robbing her of strength. He grunted from the blow, twisted on his knee, driving it harder into her chest. His hand reshaped like clay in a potter's wheel, going from 4 fingers and a thumb to a small scythe 8 inches long.
"Oh, sister, you're going to be delicious,"
he said in a low, rasping voice. He grabbed her by the hair, then slammed her head into the floor before raising his scythe hand high into the air. "I'm not your sister," Maddie said. She raised up her leg and hooked it over his raised shoulder. With all the strength she could muster, she brought her leg down. He screamed in surprise as she flung him backward. He bounced off the floor with a meaty thunk. Free of him, Maddie brought her knees up and rolled backward until she was standing. A million warnings from her mentor Joseph echoed in her head about never fighting on the ground. She'd lost her gun, but had 2 throwing knives out and flying before she was 3 steps back. He was already up, shuffling toward her with a growl. The first blade missed, but the second hit home in his throat, buying her time to pull the .357 from her boot. He hit her like a train, knocking her up and into the far wall with a crack of wood and raining plaster. She slid down the wall just as he hit her again, bringing the scythe hand toward her neck with unbelievable speed. She ducked at the last second, losing a few inches of hair, but saving her life. She punched him in the balls, then brought the top of her head up into his chin, knocking his head back before she jammed the snub-nosed .357 into his neck and pulled the trigger. The hollow points did their gruesome job. Expanding lead and flame tore through the soft tissue of his throat, spraying the air beside her with blood and tissue. He gurgled, holding his ruined throat as he stumbled backward. She emptied the remaining 4 rounds into his chest. Red light flared from his eyes as he turned to run. She ran after him, intent on finishing the job before he could regenerate, but he stepped into the shadows and vanished. She spun around, making sure he didn't pull the same trick of appearing behind her. He hadn't. He was truly gone. She shook her head and ran to Roy, sliding to a stop beside him and checking his pulse. He was alive. The lights in the room flickered to life, and the sounds of the streets outside resumed. Whatever strange dampening the man had used disappeared with him. The other guests were dead, but Roy was alive. She'd take it. The sound of sirens in the distance added urgency as she hefted him up and slung him over her shoulder. "Damn it, Spice," she muttered as she made her way out of the killing field. "Where the hell are you? Are you? Are you? Are you?" Chapter 8. Roy rested comfortably on the couch while Maddie paced back and forth. It didn't seem possible, but the more she thought about it, the more sense she made of the situation. It had to be another wraith, but how? She really needed Spice to come out from hiding, but the little demon seemed intent on staying silent. In her whole world, she had one other person she could call on for help. Maybe 2. Arsenal and Crisson. They both thought she was dead, and she was more than happy to keep it that way. Crisson had a shot at a life, but not if she stayed with Maddie. As for Arsenal, if the armored superhero ever decided to turn on Maddie, she didn't think there was anything she could really do to stop her short of killing her, and that wasn't a line she would cross. "I will not kill good people. I just won't, no matter how much it costs me." She shook her hair out before rebinding it in an effort to relax her tense muscles. It didn't help. Leaving Roy on the couch, she went to her closet, opened the false back, and stood back to admire what she had. Without hesitation, she stripped out of her clothes and put on her de facto costume. Armored tactical pants, sweat-wicking undershirt, followed by a Kevlar-reinforced top over it. She slipped the trauma plate in over her heart and back. One of the biggest limiting factors for armor was weight and mobility. She had the strength and enhanced agility to carry her through extra weight. She clipped the shirt to her pants to keep the armor from riding up, then strapped on her tactical harness. It kept her spare mags to her side and back while providing stability for her main pistol, holstered on the left side for a cross-draw. Once done, she snapped on her favorite CZ Scorpion Micro, a compact version of the Scorpion she'd used in Detroit, to the single-point harness over her torso. Her boots went on last. She loaded them with 2 throwing knives, then added a K-bar Tonto knife to her back. She dropped to her knees and expertly pressed the 7-digit code on the ammo box and flipped it open. There were rows and rows of preloaded mags. In her experience, hollow points hurt like hell and did far more damage to people who regenerated than regular copper-jacketed ball round. She selected enough mags for both of her weapons that she could fight off a small army. There was no way running into the other wraith was a coincidence, and she'd be damned if she were unprepared again. Where did he come from? Why hadn't Spice warned her? He clearly was like her, though his powers glowed with a blood-red tinge. Was her blue color normal? She had too many questions, and no answers. The last thing she weighed taking was the bandolier of grenades. It was already impossible to hide the arsenal she carried, so what difference would 4 grenades make? She closed it all up and, as she walked out of the room, pulled her Timberwolf straight-bladed sword from the umbrella rack that hid it. She slid it into the sheath that ran down the straight of her back.
Going to war?
Roy asked from the couch. He had the ice pack on his head and was sipping the tea she'd left him. Probably, she said as she grabbed her long black coat from next to the door. It was the armored one she didn't wear unless she expected gunfire.
What happened at the restaurant? The lights flickered, and then I woke up here.
She sighed, worried that telling him would involve him. But she liked Roy. She might even love him one day. There were some things she couldn't tell anyone. This wasn't one of them. She dropped onto the couch next to him and leaned against him so her head rested on his broad shoulder. Then she told him.
I want to help,
he said after listening. Roy, honey, you can't. I wish you could, she said, taking his face in her hand. I really do. But you don't regenerate. You don't have superpowers or any way to survive this thing. If there's something I can think of you can help with, I'll call. But...
You're leaving?
He asked. He didn't sound angry or surprised, just curious. She loved that about him. He wouldn't bat an eye at her doing what she felt was right. For a while. I'll contact you when it's safe. As long as that thing is out there, though, I can't be around anyone. The apartment is paid for, but you shouldn't stay here. If he found us at the restaurant, this place isn't safe.
I'll drive by every evening around 6. If you're here, put a yellow LED bulb in the porch light and turn it on. If not, well, I'll keep driving by, he said with a smile. She kissed him, suddenly and with a passion she normally hid. It was a long kiss full of promise and regret. She would have liked more time to say goodbye. She would have liked a lot of things. Maddie broke contact and marched away without looking back. Her heart hardened with each step as the familiar resolve took hold. Vacations were nice, but each time she stopped hunting, stopped killing evil people, it became harder and harder to reassert her resolve. Her head was on a swivel as she walked around to the side garden and pulled the tarp back on the red and black Ducati monster. It was her escape vehicle, and she was escaping. Taped under the front fender was her emergency phone. She took a second to activate it and plugged in the accompanying Bluetooth throat mic and earpiece to go with it. The bike roared to life. She goosed the throttle a few times while looking back at her place. I don't every time get what I want. It happens so rarely. How would I even know what that is? She twisted the throttle and the bike shot forward. A few minutes later, she was miles away and focused on her new problem. Who to call for help to fight a monster? Chryson, I don't have any other choice, but... Please, God, don't let this kill her. This kill her. This... Chapter 9. The Bank of England is the 8th oldest bank in the world, according to the infographic Epic pops on my vision as Carlos pushes me up the handicap access ramp. The old stone building looks like a cross between Roman architecture and a castle. Impressive marble pillars hold the front up, while high stone walls protect the flanks. It would take an army to break into this place. How had Ark done it without any real media attention? Inside, the furnishings, while expensive, were cold and formal. No one smiles at us as we passed, and I feel terribly underdressed, despite my nice business casual suit. I feel like I should have worn a tux, Nina,
Carlos whispers. He looks fine in his khaki slacks and short-sleeved black polo. They show off his chiseled arms and neck. Boy, does he look picture-perfect. He still hasn't really opened up to me about what happened when he traveled through time, but whatever he did, it left him in the best possible physical shape. Normally, people with physically altering superpowers end up with 5% body fat and muscles for days. Carlos was no exception. Mostly. His powers came from the armor, but his physique came from a decade spent training in the distant past. Something I still have to wrap my head around sometimes. I sigh, glancing down at my own legs. While the animetal suit helps exercise them, they're still far less than what I'd have if I could walk. Maybe not as anemic as some, but still. I shake my head, clearing my thoughts. I don't often dwell on my paralysis, but every once in a while twinges of regret and self-pity pop up. No one can avoid those things forever, but it's more about how I handle them when they rear their ugly heads. I put the feelings back to bed and focus on all the things I do have, that I'm thankful for.
You okay?
Carlos asks as he guides us to the reception desk. Yeah, jet lag.
Uh-huh,
he says. I pat his hand to let him know all is well. Because it is. I have a million things I regret in life. Luke's loss is the latest in a long line of things I wish never happened. Then again, I brought back Tia, which I wouldn't trade for all the money in the world. Can I help you? A professionally dressed proper young lady asks from behind the tall desk. It's designed to put the reception area above the customer. I find it annoying since I'm sitting down and have to rely on Carlos to do the talking.
Amelia Lockhart and Carlos Dominguez to see Mr. Edwards. We have an appointment,
Carlos says with an easy smile. She smiles at my friend, a genuine one that reaches her eyes.
I'm Greta. It's a pleasure to meet you,
she says as she stands up and leans forward. Carlos takes her hand gently, and I wave since she'd have to lean all the way over to reach me. She smiles tightly back at me and picks up her phone. Mr. Edwards, your appointment is here. She pauses for a moment, and her lips take on a slight frown. Yes, sir, that one. She puts the old-style phone down and points off to the right, past the row of desks. His office is at the end. Take a right, then left, then he's on the left. Thank you, I say cheerfully as Carlos pushes me on.
That was easy,
he says in a whisper. I opened an account this morning and put in a few $1 million. I figured money talks and bullcrap walks, I say. It only takes a half-minute for us to locate the right office. Carlos pushes me in, and Mr. Edwards stands to greet us. A portly fellow in his late 60s, he's everything I would think of if I thought about English bankers. He's in the process of eating and looks down at us apologetically. He wipes his hands clean with a handkerchief before extending it in greeting.
Miss Lockhart, I am delighted you've chosen our bank. Though I must say I'm surprised to see you in person. Normally, we do business over the phone or internet. How may I be of service?
Carlos parks me in front of his desk and then takes a seat next to me, folding one leg over the other and leaning back to let me handle the talky bits. First, thank you for seeing me. Second, I'll be blunt if that's okay.
We English don't abide subterfuge. Please be forward.
Great. Someone broke into your vault a few months back, and I would like to look at the impacted area. I'd also like to know what was stored in it, and if you have any photos. For a second, I almost called an ambulance. He went so pale and sweaty, he could be having a heart attack.
How,
He clears his throat.
How do you know about that?
He ends the question with a squeaky voice. You might not have heard, but I'm a bit of an inventor, I say with a warm smile. If it's on the internet, I can find it. Don't worry, this isn't blackmail. I'm trying to find out who and why. He sat down and narrowed his eyes at me. It's not like his civility is gone, but I think he takes me seriously.
As you can imagine, I can't take your word for it. Nor am I the sole authority on allowing this private information to be made public. I'm afraid...
I hold up my hand to stop him. Mr. Edwards, you seem like a nice guy. I don't think you mean any malice toward me, and I don't toward you. You know who I am? What I've done? I wait for a nod, which he gives. Great. I'm worth a lot of money, and I don't need whatever secrets you think are being held in here. I promise you, promise you that whatever was in that vault could only possibly rank in the top 20 of weird/amazing things I've seen in my life. So please, call whoever you need to call, and let's figure out who breached your security, how, and if we can fix this before they do it again. The offer of fixing the problem would hopefully be the cherry on top.
Fix it, you say? He asks with a newfound enthusiasm. We would be interested in that. Let me make one call, and we can move you to the sub-vault and have a look.
Great. He picks up his phone and turns around facing the far wall while he whispers into the phone. How does Ark robbing old banks and other versions of Wraith tie together? I don't know, buddy, but we'll figure it out. In the meantime, see what you can do about locating Madison. Before he can answer, Mr. Edwards puts down the old-fashioned phone, something they must use to give the place an appearance of stability, and stands up, gesturing toward the door.
We can go down now, he says.
Carlos stands.
I'm afraid just Miss Lockhart. I understand your desire to accompany her, but on my word as an Englishman, she will be unharmed. Amelia?
Carlos asks. It'll be fine, I say with a wink. Carlos nods and slumps back into the chair, pulling out his phone and texting, I assume, Kate.
How is your phone working in here?
Mr. Edwards asks as he takes over pushing duties. I told you I'm an inventor, I say again with a smile.
If you ever want to get into telecommunications business, I know a few people who'd be interested in that technology, he says.
I'll keep you in mind. He pushes me farther into the bowels of the bank. It smells stuffy and feels cramped. Nothing in here was made in the last 100 years, which lends that old money feel, but it certainly doesn't fit my taste.
Will you be keeping your account with us when our business is concluded?
He asks as we enter the lift. Yes, I did it to get your attention, but I have no desire to pull it back out, I say. We chit-chat about investment portfolios until the lift dings at the bottom. To my surprise, he doesn't make a move to push me out. Instead, he holds his hand up over the panel next to the door. It glows, and then a scanner reads his prints before blinking green. The lift continues to move down again. Interesting, I say with a smile.
There are things down here that no living person has ever seen, mostly put here by the Crown over the centuries, so please, no wandering eyes.
Of course, I agree. I mean, my eyes won't wander. Epic's might. The lift dings again and the doors open. I am expecting a high-tech vault, or maybe a hallway like a starship. Instead, it's one step above a cave. Rock walls and floors that looked hand-carved greet us. Wall lights and cables strung from lamp to lamp light up the hall beyond.
Welcome to the dungeon,
he says as he pushes me through. It isn't ominous at all. Ominous at all. Ominous at all. Chapter 10. I try not to let my mouth hang open as he wheels me through a museum that would make Indiana Jones jealous. Rows of armor in glass cases, swords hanging on the walls, pedestals with crowns, the whole bit. Why are you showing me this stuff? I ask as he turns a corner and heads for a massive vault door designed to roll closed. It's obviously seen better days, as a plasma burn cut it right down the middle, leaving the two halves to fall on either side. Epic tags the burns as caused by plasma cutter with the same heat and frequency as the ones Ark used in New Orleans. Well, this looks familiar, I say as he continues to push me through. How long were these doors closed? I ask.
Since the late 1800s, he replies.
Wow, 1800s? Ark is a high-tech terrorist with delusions of creating a new world order under its supposed AI perfection. What could they want with an artifact from the 1800s? I shouldn't be surprised when he wheels me in, and the two men from MI5 Division 6 are standing in the now-empty vault. The dark-haired one has an unlit cigarette hanging from his mouth, and is doing his best James Dean impersonation. I take it you all know each other? I ask.
Sorry for the subterfuge, Miss Lockhart, Smith, the blonde one, says. We weren't sure if we could trust you or not, but we did talk to an old acquaintance, and she assured us you are one of the good guys.
I was curious to know who they could have talked to that would. Oh, they're talking about Kate, if I had to guess. I mean, they're spies. She was a spy. It makes sense. These men are extremely dangerous, Amelia. Proceed with caution. I have the suit spun up. You can be encased in 0.3 of a second. Right, I say with a nod to them, but really it's intended for Epic. I do get the sense of barely contained violence from these two guys, but something also tells me I can trust them. Maybe it's my gut, or maybe it's the spicy chicken sandwich I ate for breakfast. Of course, I don't exactly have a fabulous track record for trust. Smith and Jones glance at each other, then back at me.
Do you know who did this?
I nod. Yes, but first I want to know what your interest in Madison Dumas is.
None if she's dead,
Smith replies. What about if she weren't? They glance at one another again. Do they have some kind of telepathy? Or have they worked with one another for a very long time? Mr. Edwards? The older man walks past me and stops in the center of the room. It is big enough to drive a car into, but the only thing it contains is a stone pedestal about the width of my leg. Clearly, something had rested on top of it at one point. He rests a hand on it before turning to me.
For 325 years, the Bank of England has held a secret purpose. No one outside the Crown, these men and their teams, and a few of us who work at the bank, know what I'm about to tell you, Miss Lockhart.
Amelia, please. You keep calling me Miss Lockhart, and I keep looking for who you're talking about. If that's too informal, call me Arsenal. He opens his mouth to object, then shuts it before speaking.
Americans, he says with a wry grin. Always so casual.
It's how we roll, I say with a smile. They don't seem to get the pun.
Arsenal, then, he says with pursed lips. Most people think the world of supers began with Tesla in 1903, he begins.
I wince inwardly, but I don't correct him. Most people are wrong. It didn't begin there. It began with me fighting Nemesis and channeling her power into the Earth through my M drive, thereby creating the dimensional tear that caused superpowers. But I don't advertise that, so I let them continue.
What most people don't know, what no one knows, is that there were monsters here before then, long before 1903. For a long time, those monsters preyed on humanity, until a few of them realized they risked destroying the very thing they needed to survive, before they figured out there were ways to feed that didn't require shedding random people's blood.
I nod. I knew about Wraith and somewhat of her origin. I hadn't known there were others, or ones that were working against them. Did Maddie know? Jones takes the cigarette out of his mouth.
In the late 1500s, our passengers decided they would only kill when needed. Instead of itching themselves to serial killers and psychopaths, they latched onto law enforcement, bounty hunters, and soldiers. Professions where killing was an unfortunate, but necessary, aspect of their livelihood.
Smith steps in and picks up.
Which was fine for a few of us, but the others doubled down, almost as if our refusal to prey on innocent people was some kind of insult. They murdered indiscriminately, killing as fast as they could, gorging themselves on the power that shedding lives gave them.
Wow, that's incredible. I had no idea there were more wraiths. How many more?
Mr. Edward shrugs. One of the side effects of their jumping hosts is the memory of their origin is lost in time. They don't remember who created them or why. Their first years are spent craving sustenance and kills until a level of awareness is upon them. Then they are the way you see them now, contained in a willing vessel and driven to kill in order to feed.
Sounds like vampires, I say.
Jones nods. We suspect it's where the myth came from. Pick a dictator, a killer, a rampaging warlord with blood on his hands from history, and odds are it was one of them.
Okay, that is eye-opening. It would make sense. Think about some of the legends of Genghis Khan or Rasputin, men who were incredibly hard to kill and were responsible for hundreds of deaths, Epic fills in. And you think Maddie is one of these things? I ask.
We know she is. She's not just one of them. She's the worst. Her creature is the most bloodthirsty mass killer in history. She makes the rest of them look like amateurs playing with sporks, Jones says.
I nod, giving myself a moment to think. Maddie is an incredible woman, with a will of iron. But if the creature in her is as powerful as they say, then it's only a matter of time before she does what everyone says she did in New Orleans. Kills innocent people. Is there no way she could control this thing? I ask. They immediately shake their heads no. There is something. They've slipped up a few times, referring to us instead of them. Add in the teleporting, and there is only one logical conclusion. You two have wraiths that don't kill indiscriminately? Why can't she control hers when you clearly do? They glance at each other. I can see their facade slip a little.
You're very perceptive,
Jones says. I shrug. Not really. I have more information than you might think. I'm also surmising that whatever was in this vault contained a wraith? I ask. Mr. Edwards clears his throat.
Yes, Jack the Ripper, to be exact. They stopped him and then placed him in this specially sealed vault where he could never hurt another soul. It takes about 1,000 years of no feeding before we'll finally die, Smith says. It's a slow, painful way to go, but it was necessary to protect humanity and ourselves.
Jack the Ripper? Interesting. Is that the only way? You can't kill one? I ask. Worry flashes over Jones's face.
Yes, we can. The entities can feed off each other, but...
But what? I prompt when they don't answer.
You do more than just feed off of them. You absorb a part of them. Ours have worked hard to rein in their homicidal tendencies. Absorbing another that hadn't could be more than we could control. It's safer to trap them and let them starve to death.
Amelia, the bodies in New Orleans were all killed with blades. If Maddie were truly responsible, she'd have shot a few, I finish for him. I glance up at the three men and smile. You're not the only ones who have silent partners. Then to Epic, correlate the other robberies based on the new information. Done. I pull my sleeve up and point the projector on my wrist computer at the wall. Images flash up of 3 people. My friend is hypothesizing that these 3 individuals were related to the vaults that were recently opened.
Oh dear,
Mr. Edwards says. The pictures staring at us are of Bonnie and Clyde and Doc Holliday, 3 of the most infamous killers in history. What do you want from me? I ask finally, after having a moment to absorb all of this. Jones speaks up.
We want your help locating the escaped wraiths, as you call them, and trapping them back in their prisons. We'd also appreciate knowing who is releasing them and why.
I nod. I drum my fingers on the chair for a moment while I figure out what to do. They all seem very straight up in their intentions, and they have trusted me with a bunch of sensitive info. They're called ARC, but really it's an AI named Legion. He thinks he's free to pursue his own goals, but he's still doing the bidding of his former master, Erickson.
And that is?
Mr. Edwards asks. World domination. He wants to unite the human race in a factory-like condition, all of it operating under his control for optimal efficiency. It was Erickson's dream to save humanity from the aliens. Legion is attempting to fulfill that dream in his own way.
This is madness, Smith says. We're not pawns, nor are we likely to do the bidding of others. He can't control these things.
I shrug. I know what Legion wants. I just don't know how this plays into it. Destabilization? Without more info, I can't really make a reasoned hypothesis. Seconds pass in silence while I think of a plan. I need some way to find these things, so I ask them if they can.
Normally, we zero in on one by following the bodies. If we're close enough, we can feel one another. It's like a really bad case of food poisoning for about 30 seconds. Then all we have to do is kill the host and extract the entity.
He says it matter of fact, like they've done it 100 times. I'll help you find these things, and I'll help you stop them, but... I raise my hand to forestall any complaints. Madison Dubas is my friend, and until such time as she tries to kill an innocent, I will take any attack on her as an attack on me. Understood? The 2 other wraiths look at each other and have a silent conversation born from years of working together. Mr. Edwards simply shrugs, as he is more of the curator of these oddities than an actual field operator.
We can work with that,
Jones finally says.
Right now, those 3 are the more pressing concern anyway, he says with a shrug.
Well, it's not like I even know where she is. For all I know, she could be dead, I say. Amelia, I have located Madison Dumas, and I believe she could use your help. Epic just found her. Shows you what I know, I laugh. Where is she, Epic? New Orleans. New Orleans. New Orleans. New Orleans. Chapter 11. Maddie revved the bike as she took the last corner to her drop box. The tires squealed as she mercilessly hit the brakes and slid the bike into a parking spot. She hopped off and jogged inside the 24-hour mailbox outfit. She wasn't as gifted with computers as some, but she could still use them. When Croissant had joined her crusade, she'd set up a drop box that would notify the reporter 24/7 if Maddie needed help. She logged onto the remote site and left a message, the number of her burner phone. She hit send, then immediately turned the computer off by unplugging it from the wall. "Hey!" the attendant shouted from behind the counter. She ignored him, standing and heading back to the bike. "You can't just leave, you need to—" His voice died in his throat as she glared at him, her eyes flashing blue with power for a second. "Have a nice day," he squeaked out. Before she reached her bike, the phone rang. She reached up and activated the call from her throat as she mounted the bike and started the engine. "Go for Maddie," she said automatically. "Madison, you're alive?" Croissant's voice had the sterilized digital sound from her using her powers. "Yes, clearly," she said with a smile. "Damn it, it's a good thing you told me. I'm just a couple of days from publishing your story. Now I've got to put it on hold. Well, thank you very much." Maddie smirked as she gunned the bike, spinning the back tires and leaving a trail of rubber and smoke. The bike shot out into evening traffic, barely missing a truck as she leaned hard over to coax performance the machine's creators never dreamed of. "I'm sorry my return to life is so inconvenient for you," she said to her friend. "Not that much, really. I really am glad you're okay. You had me worried. But why didn't you tell me sooner?" Croissant asked. Maddie thought about it for a moment, wondering if there was a deeper reason she hadn't told Croissant. In the end, she decided there wasn't. "I wanted you to live your life, Chris, not stick with me. I don't know how this story ends for me, but for you, I want you to be happy. Sounds corny, I know." There was a moment of silence on the other end. "Not really, hon, not really. Thank you for letting me know you're okay. Is there a reason you chose now to find me?" "Yes, this is going to sound weird, but I think there's another person out there with a wraith entity in them," she said. Croissant sputtered, clearly at a loss for words. It took her 10 whole seconds to finally speak. "What does Spice say about it?" Maddie glanced in her mirrors to make sure she wasn't followed while she answered. "She isn't. The little punk hasn't said a word since the day the storm ended. She warned me that someone was coming and then vanished. Heck, the only reason I know for sure she's still in me is my powers. They still work." Maddie explained to her friend what happened at the restaurant and how the other person seemed to have all the same powers she had. "Interesting. Okay, I'll run a search and see what I can find out. Can I tell Epic about this?" "Epic? Amelia's AI?" Maddie wasn't sure she wanted the superhero involved in this just yet. She was grateful for her help dealing with the alien in charge of ISO-1, but this? "I'd rather they didn't know I was alive." Croissant chortled a sharp laugh. "Oh, honey, they already know. You have no idea how powerful that AI is. If you've had your picture taken by any camera in the world, he's probably seen it. If Amelia doesn't know you're alive, it's because Epic is respecting your privacy." Damn. She had no idea he was that powerful. None. "Okay, let him know. I'd like to keep her out of it unless it's important and—" She caught a glimpse of a beat-up brown van turning the corner 5 car lengths behind her. It was the same one she'd seen outside the restaurant, and the same one Roy had said he'd seen on the way to her house. "Find out what you can. I've got to go." Maddie leaned hard to the left, hit the brakes, and chewed up rubber as the bike screeched to a halt. She spun off the seat and walked toward the van that was speeding toward her. Her enhanced vision kicked in, and she could see the man behind the wheel. The same man who she'd fought in the restaurant. The same man who'd tried to kill Roy. He saw her too and grinned like a maniac. Hitting the gas, the van lurched forward. She slipped 1 foot forward, resting 70% of her weight, while she whipped up the CZ Micro into a shooter stance, with the buttstock snug into her shoulder and her cheek nestling against the weapon. It was already locked and loaded. She wasn't concerned about accidents. She was too precise for that. Letting out her breath, she squeezed the trigger, firing a burst right at the driver. Like the arrogant prick she thought of him as, he didn't even duck, taking the burst in the chest as he laughed. She fired again, a longer burst this time. She knew the rounds were hitting. The windshield was shredded, and she was too good a shot to miss him as he came straight at her. It dawned on her that if he could take the hollow point rounds in the chest, then he had to have killed a lot of people. Maybe more than she could fathom. Time slowed as the van closed in on her. He clearly intended to run her down as he continued laughing maniacally from behind the wheel. She adjusted her aim and shot out the headlights. He was only 30 feet away when the last one exploded. She let the CZ micro go, palming a frag grenade from her bandolier and pulling the pin with her teeth as she had seen in countless war movies as a kid. She let the spoon fly but held the grenade, counting in her head the seconds as the van closed. She ran forward, charging the speeding vehicle like a knight on a steed. The man behind the wheel stopped laughing as she leaped up in the air, spinning upside down and dunking the grenade right through the shattered window. Her form was perfect. She hit the roof in a cartwheel and kicked off into a flip to land in a kneel behind the van as he skidded to a halt. Then exploded. The sudden expansion of compressed air and shrapnel in the enclosed space popped the front of the vehicle outward like a burst balloon. It spun, rolled on its side, and shrieked to a halt cloud of sparks. She ran to the overturned vehicle and leaped up on the side, dropped down to the other, and whipped out her pistol as she hit the ground. The driver's seat was a mess of blood and shrapnel. "Clever," he said as he hit her from behind, his foot slamming against her spine and knocking her forward into what was left of the van. She spun and fired, emptying 15 rounds into him as he lunged for the gun. The slide jammed back as he wrapped a hand around it and wrestled it free from her. "Now what are you?" He didn't get to finish as she pulled the .357 out and rapid-fired. He screamed as the large rounds tore chunks out of his legs. He hit her in a tackle, picking her up and slamming her down on the ground. Blood covered every inch of him as he struggled to pin her arms with his knees. Maddie bucked, brought her knee up, and nailed him in the back. The blow sent him forward, where she jerked up and head-butted him in the face, breaking his nose. Reversing his course, where she then hooked a calf around his neck and slammed him into the ground with all her considerable strength. His skull cracked with a meaty thunk. Maddie sprang up, regaining her feet and shuffling back to give herself some distance. She scanned the ground for her pistol, but it was nowhere to be seen. Instead, she grabbed her CZ micro, dropped the mag, and slammed in a new one in less than 3 seconds. More than enough time for her opponent to hop up and vanish in a burst of red light. Maddie instinctively ducked and rolled forward, knowing her attacker would come at her from behind because it was what she would do. He didn't disappoint. The straight razor passed in the air where her neck had been a second before. "You always did go after the well-trained ones, but it isn't going to help you this time," he said with a grin. Maddie remained silent, choosing her stoic approach over witty repartee. She didn't bother shouldering the micro, leveling it off at her torso before firing full auto. The roar drowned out the traffic, and the muzzle flash lit up the night in an eerie stop-motion flash as the rounds ripped through her assailant with each flash drawing him closer to her. She brought the empty weapon up to use as a shield as he slashed downward with his knife. She knocked his arm away and lunged forward with a kick that sent him flying back to crash into the ground. She checked the gun. The blow had dented the receiver. She tossed it aside, as it had no more value than a paperweight. He was up in a second, cracking his neck as he drew a second straight razor from his pocket. "You have no idea who I am, do you?" he said with glee. That stopped her for a second as she considered her options. "Know thy enemy." "No, I don't." "Who are you?" she asked. He grinned. "You don't even know who you are." He flourished the blades in an intricate dance he'd clearly practiced. Whoever he was, he didn't even seem aware of the damage she'd inflicted on him. "And you'll never get the chance to find out," he said as he vanished. Maddie rolled to the side, dropping a frag grenade in her wake before leaping up and over a parked car. She caught a glimpse of him appearing, swiping with his razor through the space she had occupied a second before. Then he looked down as the grenade rolled to a stop. The explosion was deafening, leaving a ringing in her ears as she ran. It wouldn't stop him, but it would confuse and blind him for at least 30 seconds while he healed.
This is insane. If I was shot that many times, I'd be done.
A part of her agreed, but then she remembered the aliens. She'd killed hundreds of them, and her power was undiminished despite all she'd expended this day alone. Each of the alien dogs was about equal to 5 people or so, according to Spice. How many people had the madman killed to sustain this level of power?
Too many. Too many. Too many.
Chapter 12. The surprise on their faces when I armored up and blasted off from the steps of the Bank of England was worth more than money. Mr. Edwards and the 2 men, Smith and Jones, who I now know are wraiths, accompanied me back to the first level where Carlos joined us. I explained to my friend what was going on and that Maddie needed my help. It wasn't his fight, and to be honest, I had held the Protector up long enough. The M-Jet was fast, but my Mark 9 is the fastest suit I'd ever designed. Epic, remote pilot the M-Jet here and pick up Smith and Jones, I said before I triggered the armor. The animetal armor flowed out of my pores, spreading over my body until I was fully armored. M-Jet inbound. You 2 hop on the plane and meet me in the States. We'll team up with Maddie and go from there, I told them.
You sure this is a good idea? We don't exactly have a good history with her entity,
Smith said. If I'm right, then yes. If I'm wrong, you've got your chance to end it. That was 30 minutes ago. Now I'm falling through the upper atmosphere with heat shedding off, leaving a trail of ionized air behind and a trail like a shooting star. Crisson has passed Madison's location to me. She is on the move near the docks north of Kenner. I have cleared our flight path with ATC. Coming in screaming hot is a lot of fun. The moonless night is only interrupted by the lights of the city spread out beneath me, and I feel like Flight of the Valkyries should boom out over my PA system. The city spreads out under me as we slow down to a reasonable 500 miles an hour and shoot past 1,000 feet. Breaking the sound barrier this close to buildings is a bad idea, unless I want to pay for all the broken glass. Go to thermal, I say. The HUD blinks and the world explodes in blues, greens, and purples, with occasional splotches of orange and red. Can you link us to Madison through Crisson? I ask Epic. Negative. She lost contact with her while we were in orbit. The cell phone Madison used is either disabled or destroyed. Great, I mutter as I scan back and forth. Epic has all the sensors working for him, looking for any sign of our friend. Friend? I would say that. She's not the play video games and eat pizza at 2 a.m. kind of friend like Carlos, nor is she the cry on my shoulder over a boy friend like Kate. But, yeah, we're friends. We went through a lot, and while she's brutal, God, is she brutal, and I don't agree with everything she does, we're still friends. Heck, if I only was friends with people I 100% agreed with, I wouldn't be friends with anyone who wasn't a clone of me. Any sign? None yet. The roar of full-auto gunfire splits the night, and I catch a burst of yellow on the thermal readings from one street over. Unless I miss my guess, that's her. There are several police units inbound. They have a full description of Madison and are reporting that she is responsible for the massacre at the warehouse. They have orders to shoot to kill. Well, that's just silly. I've never heard the order of shoot to wound. I laugh at my own joke as I bank over and throw my arms forward to come to a hover. Below, I see Maddie. She looks as badass as ever. I wish, fervently, that I could pull off that kind of look. Leather long coat flapping in the wind while she wields a sword in one hand and an SMG in the other while fighting a man who is brandishing dual straight razors. They both move so fast they appear as a blur. Kick, slice, punch, gunfire. He cuts her wrist, and she drops her gun, but it doesn't fall, instead retracting on some kind of bungee-like cord that snaps the gun to her side. Let's shed some light on the situation. I know Maddie can't use her powers to their full extent in bright light, so... Merry Christmas! 20,000 lumens of light erupt from the hundreds of LEDs in the suit, turning the night into day. I can imagine the suit looks a lot like a blazing angel descending from on high. Drop your weapons and get on your knees, I say in my most commanding voice. The man she's fighting shields his eyes uselessly with one hand while trying to see me. Yeah, good luck with that. Maddie steps forward and kicks the man in the chest, sending him rolling backward to come upon his knees. He leaps forward, ducks her blow, then slashes her across the chest. "You had your chance," I say. "Epic narrow beam IP," I order. The HUD ping's ready, and I hold my hands up and wait for a heartbeat for him to bracket. Then I fire. Blue ionic nerve-disrupting energy shoots out with a sound like a discharging battery over sandpaper. The bolt hits him square in the chest, flattening him against the ground where he spasms. "It's nice that they work for once," I say as I land next to him. "Pod!" Mechanical whirs emanate from my shoulder as the grenade launcher swivels around and fires with a puff of compressed air. The pod hits his chest and explodes with a sticky resin that takes a special chemical to break. He lifts off the ground until he's 5 feet up, and then I trigger the pod to hover.
"Arsenal, don't kill him,"
Maddie says as she limps over to me. "Who do you think you're talking to?" I ask her incredulously.
"Right, I forgot. He's like me, a wraith, or whatever they're called, and—"
Sirens interrupt her as police cars come swarming around the corners en masse, screeching to a halt as police officers step out, raising their guns and shouting for us to surrender. They're far enough away the light isn't blinding them, but they can't possibly see us clearly. "Epic, anchor the pod to me and kill the lights." "Done." Without asking, I grab Maddie around her slim waist and hug her tight.
"What are you—"
she tries to say, when I blast off. I know she can take the G's. It can't be pleasant for her, but she can take it. She yells in shock as we fly through the air at a few 100 miles an hour. I check the status of the M-Jet. It's only halfway here and needs another 40 minutes before they'll be in New Orleans. "Epic, call Kate." "Might I remind you that Ms. Dumas and Ms. Petronelli are not simpatico?" That is an understatement. When we first tried to work with Maddie, Kate used her empathic abilities to curb Maddie's more homicidal tendencies. It was before I knew I could trust her. I'm not saying I agree with Maddie's methods, but they're her methods, shaped by her experiences. I don't pretend to agree with them, but neither am I going to lose sleep over a bunch of human traffickers going 6 feet under. Kate's voice sounds in my ear in a burst of static. "Amelia?" She sounds breathless. "Sorry to interrupt your workout. I need a favor," I say. "Of course. Give me a minute to towel off and grab a shirt." I bank over while I'm waiting and head for a rooftop not too far away. It comes up fast, and I throw my legs out to slow us down. My knees bend when we hit, and I walk off the momentum, letting Maddie go as I turn to check on our cargo. I blast him again for good measure. I certainly don't want him waking up.
"How did you know where to find me?"
Maddie asks while we wait. "Chrisan told Epic, and he directed me here. Listen, there's a lot to catch up on and not a lot of time. If he's like you, then my IP cannons will only keep him out for so long. I need you to cowgirl up and trust me for the next, while? Can I count on you?" I see the war within her. She isn't used to trusting anyone except herself. Her unnaturally blue eyes flicker back and forth, and for a second I think she's going to run for it. And if she does, I won't stop her.
"Okay," she says. "I'll trust you. For now."
"All I ask," I say. Then to Kate via the comms, "Come get me and 2 passengers and take us to the spire. Assuming Tigress is still there?"
"Tigress?"
Maddie asks. "Her cat," I say. "She is. 1 sec. Amelia, what aren't you telling me?" Kate asks. Nothing much. Just come and you'll see," I say. There's a pop of displaced air, and Kate, in her yoga pants and an oversized sweater that says, "I Heart Arsenal," emblazoned across the chest, appears. Even with her hair in a hasty ponytail and the ill-fitting clothes, my Kate is a stunner. What I wouldn't give for her powers. "Amelia?" she says in her trademark disapproving tone.
"Lockhart?"
Maddie's tone mirrors Kate. Yeah, everyone hates me, but I've got a plan. Buckle up, Buttercup. The ride is about to get bumpy. Chapter 13. It feels like months since I was in the Spire last. Somehow in the last year it went from one of my favorite places to the place I avoided the most. I was spending a lot of time in my lab of late, working on new weapons and armor designs now that I was free to do so. With the amount of Thune metal I collected, I was able to make more than enough animetal to build whatever I need, and have enough left to repair the suit for the foreseeable future. Heck, the only time the suit really needed replacement material was when I fought things that could tear chunks out of it. As exhausted as I was from nearly 24 hours of wakefulness, we needed to hash out a plan before I could sleep. And to do that, I needed the help of the protectors. Maddie alone was incredibly dangerous. To unpowered humans, she was all but unstoppable. To superpowered individuals, she was all but unstoppable. Smart, clever, and relentless, she could find a way around obstacle or person. I don't want to find out what happens when there are more like her out there. Which is why I'm in the Enterprise briefing room with the most unlikely group of people. Smith and Jones haven't arrived yet. I've got them in a holding pattern far enough away from us that Maddie doesn't know about them until I have a chance to brief her and assure her they aren't going to try and kill her. The other Wraith, who I think is Jack the Ripper, is confined to one of our underground cells. They're impenetrable to any forces. Sealed magnetically to prevent teleportation and telepathy, not to mention lit up like an airfield. He won't be using his powers anytime soon. Facing me in the briefing room is the whole team. Glacier, TK, Lux, Boulder, Domino, Fleet, and the Doctor are on one side, and on the other is Madison. They're avoiding her like the new girl in school. "Amelia, there is a call from you from Mock, the team leader of the Saints." "Put him through," I say. His face appears in my field of view thanks to the glasses I'm wearing.
"Ms. Lockhart,"
he says with a nod. Mock is an older man with a hint of silver in his hair. His bearing reminds me of Luke in the way he holds himself, along with his square-jawed good looks. "What can I do for you?" I ask.
"I spoke with your assistant."
He means Epic, but most people don't know he's an AI when they are interacting with him.
"And he informed me of the situation. We owe our mutual friend a debt of gratitude. The Saints stand ready to assist if the situation calls for it."
I glance at Maddie, and she is as hard to read as ever. "My thanks, sir, and if we do, we will certainly call on you."
"Thank you. The last time I saw her, she left without letting me thank her, so tell her that for me, will you?"
"Will do," I say. He nods and cuts the line. I glance up at Maddie, and she has a deadpan expression on her face.
"You mind telling me why you brought me here?"
she asks in her cold, emotionless voice. "That's a great question," I say. Fleet holds up his hand, and I sigh. "Tony, this isn't grade school. You don't have to hold up your hand to ask questions."
"Right,"
he says in his Bostonian accent.
"But who is she?"
He points at Madison.
"And who's the guy laughing maniacally in the holding cell?"
Kate looks at me with a twinkle in her eyes. I expect her to be a little angry about me bringing Maddie here, but she looks more amused than anything else. "Please, Amelia, explain to them who she is," Kate says.
"This is ridiculous, Lockhart. I don't have time to play games with your super friends,"
Maddie adds. "Okay, everyone chill out. Y'all owe me, so you can be a little patient and wait for answers. Got it?" A round of nods assure me they're willing to play ball. Maddie forgoes any acknowledgement and instead clenches her jaw. Good enough. First things first, and probably the second hardest thing to explain. This is Madison Dumas. You might know her as the Wraith." Tia, with her dusky brown skin and blonde hair, jerks up. "The Wraith?" she asks in astonishment. "I don't get it," Glacier says. "Who's the Wraith?" TK pats Monica on the arm. "She's a big-deal vigilante. No-holds-barred, straight-up cold-blooded killer. That's who," she says in her soprano. "She took out an entire country run by human traffickers," Tia says. "Even the ones with superpowers." TK smiles, getting into the game. "I heard she cut a guy's head off with her stiletto." I'm about to tell them to stop making things up when Maddie chortles. "You really did that?" I ask.
"Not with a stiletto, exactly. He was a very bad man who thought having superpowers was a license to murder women. So yeah, I wrapped piano wire around his neck and pop goes the weasel," she says defiantly, daring anyone to challenge her. Teddy stands up and walks to the back of the room. As an actual doctor, he swore an oath to do no harm. I can see this doesn't sit well.
I don't understand what a weasel has to do with it, Lux asks. I shake my head and stifle a laugh. The earnest look on her beautiful alien face is priceless. There's more. The Wraith brought down an organization known as ISO-1, I explain. They're the people, Kate interjects, who bribed the FBI to arrest us and tried to have you killed in your cells and me in Mexico. They had their hands on every level of government from local to federal. A dark scowl flashes over TK's features. She, more than almost anyone here, had reason to hate ISO-1 after what they made her do. Oh, it's so much worse than that, I say. They were run by Mr. Axiom. Epic brings the big TV to life and shows a picture of the French chateau. He was based out of this place in France, and he had a plan to open a black hole in the Earth to destroy it.
What? Fleet stammers. Why?
Because he was a Thune trapped on Earth, and he wanted revenge for what I did to their home, I say.
And we're just hearing about this for the first time because...
Teddy asks. Let's not forget, I'm not a member of the Protectors anymore. I don't answer to anyone. In part, for reasons like ISO-1. The government took my armor, my designs, and my research, and gave them to the Red Wizard, who sold them to the Engineer, who in turn was being manipulated by the Titan, who may or may not have been aided by Ark. We stopped the Thune. I nod to Maddie, and it wasn't easy. I didn't know about his plans to destroy the world until it was too late to call anyone in. By the time we did, it was either stop him or die. Maddie stopped him, and I destroyed his machine with an arrow strike. That thing in France about the gas explosion. Was you? Tia asks. I nod. For what it's worth, I'm sorry I didn't tell you all sooner. I consider you all my friends, my best friends, but I can't tell you everything. There are still forces out there that want my armor and will stop at nothing to get it, which makes me compartmentalize everything. Even when I don't need to, I say by way of apology. I let that sit in the room for a moment before I continue. Maddie, can you explain to the team what is going on? I ask her. She glares at me. This isn't the kind of thing she likes to do. She's made it abundantly clear she wants to work alone. It's not like I'm asking her to join the Protectors, but we're going to need their help to figure this out.
Fine, she spits out. I have an entity inside me, a demon, whatever you want to call her. I call her Spice. She gives me powers. I was in New Orleans during the storm, infiltrating a human trafficking ring that was moving their girls to a new location.
I thought you stopped ISO-1, Monica asks.
Maddie just looks at her like she's stupid. If there's money to be made, there will always be criminals, she says. After I put a stop to them, Spice freaked out and said something about "they're coming" before vanishing. She hasn't said a word since.
Is she still in you?
Lux asks. Maddie shrugs. I still have powers. They're not as reliable when she's like this, but I still have them.
Brief, but it's what I expect from her. While I was in New Orleans, I say, I interrupted a break-in by Ark on a 100-year-old vault. They got away with what they were after, but that led me to investigate other robberies. We found a couple. One was in England.
Maddie raises a delicate eyebrow at me. You didn't tell me that part, she says.
That's because I didn't know it was related to you until I ran into a couple of MI5 agents in London. They had access to an old vault, and they told me about more of you, I say with a shrug.
Maddie folds her arms and her jawline tightens. It makes sense. The guy I fought had powers just like mine. But there was something off about...
Maddie scrunches her face up like she just ate something distasteful. The two agents are in the lift. They will be here any moment. Which brings me to these two. Protectors, Maddie, meet Agents Smith and Jones, I say, as the lift doors open. Maddie flinched as the two Englishmen walked in. Her every instinct was to fight or flee. Fear like ice welled up inside of her. It was an unaccustomed feeling.
Run,
Spice whispered from beside her. Maddie whipped her head around to face the demon who had remained silent for the last several days.
They want to kill me! You need to run!
Spice had always claimed not to be able to exert control over her, but now she found her muscles tensing and her body shifting to move, even as she clamped down on the fear welling inside her.
No, she said as she looked at Spice.
Her little sister looked back, and it nearly broke Maddie's heart to see the fear in those big brown eyes. They were just like when she died in Maddie's arms. Pleading for protection the vigilante wasn't capable of giving. Protectively, Maddie stepped in front of Spice, putting herself between them and the English agents. As if Amelia sensed something wasn't quite right, she spoke up. "Hold on, we're all... well, I was about to say friends here, but allies? So not friends." The protectors seemed woefully out of their depth as the two agents and Maddie mentally squared off. The feeling, deep within her, told Maddie they were dangerous, but they made no move to attack her. She didn't relax. "I'm willing to listen," Maddie said. The two agents didn't quite relax, but they stopped looking like they were about to pull guns and start blazing away. "Agent Smith, who do you think we have in our cell?" Amelia asked. The far screen had a live feed of the man Maddie had fought. He laughed like a lunatic, occasionally kicking at a wall in a sudden violent outburst.
"We don't really have names for all of them," he said. "The ones that don't outright take over the house tend to appear as family members and loved ones. But I know him," he said, pointing at the screen. "That's Jack the Ripper for sure."
Smith glanced over at Maddie, his eyes narrowing.
"Next to her," he said, with a head nod toward Maddie. "He's the most dangerous. Lucky for us, he's been out of commission for a century or more. He's bad enough with knives. If he'd tried his hand at higher tech..."
"He wouldn't," Spice said to Maddie. "Remember when I tried to get you to kill slowly? It makes the meal more enjoyable, more satisfying. He's a glutton, a sadist. He enjoys his victim's pain," she said with an eerie amount of revulsion. Sometimes Maddie couldn't tell who was rubbing off on who. Was she becoming more like Spice, or vice versa? "Assuming he's behind the freezer full of bodies," Petronelli interrupted, "then he did plenty with just the razors. It's good to see you, John," she said with a nod toward Smith. "It's been a while since Baku." The corners of his lips turned up ever so slightly, as if he were remembering a funny joke.
"Sure has. Thank you for passing along the info about your friend. You were right. She did know more than we thought," he said.
"Amelia's smart like that," Petronelli replied with a smile.
"Now that we've got the introductions out of the way, can you explain to me why these two men are here?" Maddie asked.
Amelia cleared her throat. "They're like you, Maddie. They have wraiths inside them, but choose not to kill innocents. They're British agents."
"Cool," Fleet said. "Like James Bond?" "Something like that," Smith said.
Maddie turned to Spice for a moment, and the teenager shook her head.
"They feed on others of our kind," she said. "Like cannibals. Everything they say is a lie, and they will betray you the moment you turn your back," she said in a whisper.
"Well, until today I didn't know there were others, Spice, so maybe you can enlighten me on that point?" Maddie asked. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Amelia wave to her friends to be silent for a moment. Spice didn't look happy, like her secrets were being dragged from her.
"There are a few of us. There used to be more. We would work together, but then these two betrayed and killed many of us. That's when I went it alone, going into survival mode, eating as little as possible to hide from them. We can sense one another, but we have to be close."
"Whatever she's telling you," Jones said, speaking for the first time, "it's a lie. She can't be trusted."
He pulled a palm-sized red oval from his pocket, smooth on all sides with no facets. Maddie jerked back like she'd taken a punch. Amelia wheeled over to her, placing herself between Maddie and the agents.
"I told you, she's my friend. You try to hurt her."
"And you'll do what?"
Smith said with a sneer.
"Test me, son, and find out,"
Amelia said, with more confidence and power in her voice than Maddie had experienced. When she'd first met the girl in a wheelchair, she thought her weak, overconfident, and a blind optimist. Then she killed hundreds of the space dogs and had the iron will to drop an arrow on Maddie's own position to see the job done. Maddie didn't have a monopoly on commitment. Even Spice sensed the mistake it would be to test the full-metal superhero, and smiled at the idea.
"Jones, put it away,"
Smith ordered. The dark-haired man clenched his jaw as if he were going to protest, then relented, slipping the gem back in his pocket. His hand, though, lingered on it, as if to remind her he still could use it. Maddie was more focused on the fact that Amelia had placed herself between them. two men who, if Spice was right, both had the same killing potential she carried. And Amelia Lockhart, with no powers and bound in a wheelchair, was defending her. She wouldn't forget that. "Okay, now, if we're done flexing our muscles," Amelia said, "let's get down to business. There are 3 more wraiths out there, and we still need to find them and lock them away. We also need to figure out why Ark is setting them free." Amelia continued on, rolling back to the main screen and displaying the info she had. Maddie, though, glanced between Spice and the 2 agents. She'd never known the demon to fear anything. Was she lying, or were they? For the first time since they joined, Maddie worried about Spice. About Spice. About Spice. About Spice. About... Chapter 14. Kate punched the bag over and over, each blow landing in a different location as she bobbed and weaved. She beat the heavy bag senseless with bare hands, willing to suffer the pain to train like she fought. After all, there were no boxing gloves in the field. The Spire's gym spanned the south side of the 3rd floor, with huge picture windows looking out on the desert. She couldn't sleep, not after finding out the man she'd once dated was also a wraith, like Dumas. How had she missed it? When she first met Madison, her powers had picked up on the darkness inside her right away. Her every instinct told her to take the woman down then and there, not to trust her. And she was wrong. Madison had proved her wrong with her actions. Aiding Amelia, protecting her when Kate couldn't because Kate had taken herself from the field. Now they were working with her again, and Kate owed her an apology. She hit the bag as hard as she could, her enhanced muscles whipping her fist forward and the chain holding the 200-pound bag giving out, sending it crashing to the ground. She rolled her head back to breathe for a moment before grabbing a towel and draping it over her bare neck. She wore yoga pants and a sports bra to work out in. Since it was a segregated gym, she didn't have to worry about the male staff making excuses to come work out at 2 a.m.
"Can you punch people like that, or do you just take down bags?" a cold voice asked her from behind.
Kate's eyes narrowed as she turned around. It wasn't easy to sneak up on her. She reached over and took a long pull from her water bottle before answering. "I take it easy on the bag," she told Madison. She had her powers on narrow to avoid feeling all the people around her, and that had allowed the wraith to sneak up on her. Now that she was there, Kate felt a surge of emotions flavored with Dumas's unique brand of sorrow. She was nervous but confident, and as always, there was a deep, broad well of regret under her every action. It was so ingrained in her psyche, Kate wondered if the killer even knew it was there. Dumas was dressed to work out in eerily similar garb. In fact, looking at her, Kate couldn't help but notice the similarities between them. Both had toned, athletic muscles, tight abs, and an intensity to their movement. A fluidity to their form normal humans didn't possess. Kate smiled, glanced over at the boxing ring, and then raised one eyebrow at Madison as an invitation. Madison's lips peeled back in a genuine smile. "Rules?" she asked. "No teleporting," Kate said. "Since we both can, that should make it more about skill, don't you think?" She was well aware the other woman couldn't teleport in the light. This was her way of making things right. The dark-skinned woman nodded her agreement. She pulled her dreadlocks into a tight ponytail and bound them with a red band. Kate followed suit, pulling her long black hair into a matching tail. The 2 women cautiously walked toward the ring, one eye on where they were going, and one on each other. "Victory condition?" Kate asked. Since she'd set the parameters for fighting, it only seemed fair to let Madison decide on the winner.
"Surrender,"
she said with a harsh grin, as she put one hand on the corner of the ring and hopped over the bands as easy as stepping over a curb. Kate triggered her teleport, appearing in the middle of the ring with a pop of displaced air. Madison walked up to her, cracked her neck, and stared straight into her eyes. Kate focused on the unnatural blue shining back at her, and tried to decide if she really could sense the woman's emotions, or if the wraith had some way of limiting what she gave off.
"Say when,"
Madison whispered. Kate nodded. The 2 women launched into a blinding flurry of blows. Kate blocked, countered, and blocked again, all the while knocking Madison's arms away. After a solid 10 seconds of not moving, just punching, they both decided at the same time to move on to the next stage. Madison kicked out, aiming for Kate's midsection. The superhero spun sideways, flexing her hips backward to avoid the blow. They came at one another again, kicking, punching, dodging, and blocking, trying desperately to land one solid hit. Kate jinked, pretending to lose her balance, and Madison pounced, slamming her fist down hard. Kate brought her animetal arm up at the last second, taking the incredible blow against her bionic shoulder. Even still, she grunted from the jarring impact. With her other hand, she punched out, landing a blow against Madison's rock-hard abs, sending the wraith shuffling back with a grunt of pain. The two women took a moment to breathe as they faced off again. Kate resisted the urge to rub her shoulder where the bionic arm met flesh. She could see the same impulse in Madison.
"You have a metal arm?"
"Cool," she said. "Thanks. You ready?" Maddie nodded. They grinned like children with a new toy and charged forward in a ballet of fists and feet. Chapter 15. With no way to track the other wraiths, I don't see any option but to go after Ark. Clearly, Legion is up to something, but what? I shake my head to clear my vision, then rub my eyes. I'm staring at the same screen as 4 hours ago, trying to piece together what they could be up to. It's like some kind of soul prison, and Ark is releasing the worst of the worst. This can't be their only game, right? There has to be more involved than just releasing killers on humanity. Is he trying to draw me out? Send the killers after me? What? I drum my fingers on the desk, hoping for inspiration to strike me. Epic, can you have Tia come to my quarters, please? Affirmative. She is on the way. While I'm staying in the Spire to work on this, I asked Milton to be respectful of my desire for privacy, and he was happy to comply. I shouldn't be so angry at him. I should forgive and forget. Except Luke. If Milton hadn't let my armor go, Luke would still be here. Or am I trying to blame someone other than myself? The door chimes, interrupting my self-recriminating thoughts. Enter, I say. Tia walks in with a spring in her step. She has to be one of my very favorite people. She bounces over and gives me a hug. She's dressed in jeans and a white shirt that hangs below her waist. On top of that, she has a brown leather bomber jacket that only someone with her figure can pull off. What can I do for you, Amelia? You were a cop. Do you have much investigator training? I ask. She nods, pulling out the chair I wasn't using and sitting down to face me. She's only 5'4", so when she sits, she's actually slightly shorter than me. I dreamed of being a detective one day, but with my powers, that wasn't to be. Are you having trouble with figuring out what Ark is up to? I nod. That obvious, huh? She smiles. Amelia, I may not have known you for as long as your team. Ex-team, I say. If you say so, she says with a grin. But, regardless, you always try to figure everything out by yourself, and you forget that there are other people here who want to help. I sigh. She's right, of course. I know. It's just, I used to trust people so easily. Now, though? You trust me, right? She asks. Of course. And Kate? I nod. What about looks? Okay, your point is made. I trust everyone on the team. It's just hard to let go. I'm used to being the person with all the answers, and here I've got nothing. I don't know what to do, I say with a long, drawn-out sigh. So, tell me, former Officer Titchener, what do I do? She pats my leg, probably forgetting that I can't feel it, but I appreciate the gesture, then leans back and rests one arm on the table. I think the first thing I would do would be to find more of these wraiths and try to anticipate where Ark might try to strike next. That could be a long shot, though. Who knows when they will strike again? Yeah, it's hard to say when. Oh, boy! A plan explodes into my brain, and I could kiss Tia. I grab her arm, pull her to me, and hug her tight. I take it you thought of something? She asks. I sure did. Let's get the team together. 15 minutes later, we're all back in Enterprise together, the entire team, including Carlos, Maddie, and Smith & Jones. It's early morning, and everyone but Carlos is cradling a cup of coffee. I think TK's might have alcohol in it, from the way she smiles like a cat who caught the canary every time she takes a sip. I know that look, Kate says with a smile. You figured something out, she says. I did, I say triumphantly. Kate is awfully laid back, with a grin on her face. Madison is like her mirror, sitting next to her with, well, not quite a smile, but less of a frown than usual. I glance at Kate and raise an eyebrow, and she makes a sweeping motion like it isn't important. I let it go for now. Okay, we're all here. Epic privacy mode, please. Engaged. Great. Okay, sometime in the last year, ARC tapped into my weapons satellite, Artemis, and...
You have your own satellite?
Smith asks from the back of the room, where he and Jones are standing. Everyone else had taken seats at the conference table. Doesn't everyone? I say casually.
Bloody Americans.
Dang right. Now, as I was saying, Legion listened in on our communications. Once I figured it out, instead of removing it, Epic has steadily fed him incorrect information with just enough correct info to keep him buying in. I turn and wave at the screen. A picture of Alcatraz Island off the coast of San Francisco pops up. Agent Smith, are there any more trapped wraiths that you are aware of? I ask him. He shakes his head.
We had only the one. The others died over the last couple of decades. Jack was our last prisoner.
Maddie flinches when they say that. I can't blame her. Slowly starving to death over 1,000 years sounds horrible. And you had no idea about the ones here in the States? I clarify. He shakes his head.
No, but we aren't the only ones who know how to trap them, he says.
Excellent. This is Alcatraz Island, home of one of the most infamous prisons in American history, I say. Kate sits up, alert. You're going to fake him out? Force his hand? She says. Yep. I'm going to give Legion a target too juicy to pass up. If he's freeing these wraiths for his own reasons, or because he's working with someone else, if we indicate there is an incredibly dangerous wraith here, then he will make a move on it. We just have to be waiting and ready. Now, who could be there? It would have to be someone who existed pre-1963. Thoughts? Carlos smiles.
I'd keep it mysterious. Say that our English friends are afraid to tell us who it is, so we're going to check it out, and if we find the gem, I'm going to throw it into space, he says.
Carlos isn't in his costume, since it can be uncomfortable to sit around in a Greek, Spartan, Roman armor set.
Can you? Throw it into space, I mean,
Maddie asks.
I think I can manage,
Carlos says with a smile.
Kinda big talk for a kid,
Agent Jones growls. One of the things I love about Carlos is he doesn't feel the need to rise to bait like that. After all, why would he?
It doesn't matter what I can do, if Legion believes I can,
he says. That's a good point. I think we should split up. I'll go to the island with Wraith, Smith, and Jones. The rest of the team can take an M-Jet and be ready to mobilize in a moment's notice. Once Legion takes the bait, I can use this. I show my wrist computer to inject a program into his androids and track back to his location. Once we know where it is, Epic can launch a cyber attack to lock him down, and then we can attack his physical location. He might know where the other wraiths are, or he might not, but this is our chance to stop Legion for good. I look around the room. Most everyone in here knows how important it is to finally put an end to the killer megalomaniac AI.
If your AI can take him down, why hasn't he before?
Smith asks. I have a secret weapon I have not had access to before. I believe Legion is about to meet his match. Epic displays on the screen for everyone to see. I nod. Okay, questions? Maddie looks to the side of the room the way she does when her entity is talking to her. I wait patiently for whatever conversation they're having to end, and when it does, Maddie turns to me. I raise an eyebrow when she doesn't speak.
I'm trying to figure out how to ask this, but she wants to know what you plan to do with Jack, she asks. Are you sure she didn't ask to eat him?
Jones grumbles. Maddie rolls her eyes, but otherwise ignores him. I hadn't really thought about that. I have so many questions about the way their symbiotic relationship works. Can the entity be separated from the man? I'm not sure who he was before he took him over, but he doesn't deserve to die just because he got unlucky.
Yes,
Maddie starts to say.
No,
Jones interrupts her.
Once they're in you, only your death brings them out. Period.
Maddie glances to the side again and says, Are you sure? At the wall. It's supremely odd to watch someone have a conversation with a ghost. It makes me wonder if this is how people feel when I speak to Epic and they can't see his responses.
She says they're lying, but she refuses to go into specifics, she says with a shrug. The only liar here is you, Jones says.
The tension in the room ramps up, and I have to act quick to disperse it. The last thing we need is infighting at a critical juncture.
Jones, you don't have to be here. Either you get your head in the game or get out, Smith says.
It surprises me, coming from his partner and friend.
Fine, but all of you will burn for trusting that monster.
He pushes off the wall and exits the room. Epic reports he vanishes as soon as he steps into the corridor. I guess the lights in the spire aren't as bright as I thought. I'm sorry your friend won't be joining us, I say to Smith. He raises an eyebrow.
Friend isn't exactly what we are. Unwilling allies is a more apt description. Give him some time to cool off. If we pull this off, he'll come around, Smith says with a disarming smile.
Okay then, let's make it happen. I guess we're going to prison. Going to prison. Going to prison. Chapter 16. There are only 1,000,001 things I worry about on my flight to San Francisco. One of them is my promise to Eon. She told me I had 3 days to figure it out, and I sort of did, enough that she was happy to let me keep going. I just haven't made any headway since. While Epic flies us the short 700-mile hop from Phoenix to San Francisco, I study a 3D image of the belt I built for Glacier that allows her limited access to her body. I can't build these for every elemental that is stuck in their form, mostly because it requires a ZPFM to operate, and I don't trust just anyone with that kind of access to my tech. But Eon isn't a bad person. Heck, if Sydney was friends with her, she has to be okay. I'm sure under her gruff exterior she's awesome. She just hasn't been a human being in 20 years. If I were stuck as light for my life, I'd probably be pretty grouchy too. I type up my notes using a virtual keyboard and shoot an update email off to her. I don't want her thinking I've forgotten about her, especially since she did me a solid and let me go in the EU Center after me. I clear the screen and check where we are, and I'm just in time. San Fran looms under me. I take over from Epic and drop us down to 600 feet. You ready, buddy? Yes, I am in contact with Chryson. I believe her powers will give us a significant advantage over Legion once we are able to locate him. I hope so. The sun is almost gone behind the horizon when I drop down farther, skimming the water of the bay as I come in low and fast. I pop up at the last second and land outside the main structure with a crunch. The island has a recent addition to it in the form of a new ferry terminal. The buildings themselves are in good condition, as the state keeps them up as a tourist attraction. I chose this late of the evening, so there are no tourists on the island, and we won't risk any bystander injuries. Sensors activate and scan every square inch of the place. Nothing out of the ordinary registers. Okay, bring him in, I tell Kate. She appears a half-second later with Maddie and Smith, then vanishes with a pop as she returns to the team. They are ready to go. The moment I have his location, the M-Jet will make all haste to Legion. Maddie is dressed in the skin-hugging titanium tungsten fiber weave costume I built for her when we went after ISO-1. She lost the first suit when the arrow obliterated the castle, but fabricating her a new one was a snap. She has her plethora of guns and a sword strapped to her hips and back, and moves with a fluidity and ease that seems impossible for any human. I'll scout ahead, she says as she runs into the building, vanishing in a heartbeat.
Jones may be a jerk, but he's right about one thing, Smith says.
What's that? I ask as I survey the area.
You can't trust her,
he says, pointing in the direction Maddie vanished. I shrug. It's my mistake to make. She's proved herself more than enough for me. I turn and look over my shoulder at him. You, on the other hand? I let the threat hang as I move out. We made Legion believe we didn't know where on the island the prisoner was, but odds were it would be in one of the cell blocks. If there actually was a prisoner, which there isn't. Inside the main cell blocks, it's weird and creepy. Modern lights contrast the old architecture and oppressive feeling the cell blocks give off in general. I launch Lockheed before going in. I want him on patrol to make sure I see Ark coming when they do.
I've seen the movie, but I've never been in here,
Smith says as he walks behind me. My heavily armored footsteps echo inside the building. There is no stealth for me. My comms burst to life as Maddie checks in.
It's all clear. You sure they'll bite?
Yep, Legion is after something. Something to do with the thing inside you. He'll either think there is another here and come, or he'll think it's a trap and you will be here and come. Either way, we win. Lockheed reaches station-keeping altitude and relays a top-down visual of the island that pops up on my HUD.
You hear that?
Maddie asks. I don't. Then I do. Sound sensors pick it up and relay it as a rumble. A low-pitched vibration of jet engines coming in at near Mach speed. Lockheed banks, changing the angle of the camera to show two of the huge hypersonic transport Ark uses to move about the country. They're coming in low and fast, skimming the ocean all the way up to the prison. Then they pop up, and their engines scream as they swivel and reverse thrust. One of them comes to a hovering rest over the parade ground, and dozens of Ark androids descend on the empty lot via drop lines. The other jet circles the island and comes to a stop over the building we're in. However, instead of dropping lines for android soldiers, the rear ramp opens, and half a dozen people in various outfits wait at the top of the ramp. When it's all the way down, 3 of them jump out and 3 fly. Great, I mutter. Supers on the field. Ark brought supers, I tell the team. It wasn't the first time they'd used mercenaries. Epic, any idea who they are? I did not get a good angle on their faces. If they are working for Ark, it is likely he will have erased them from the database.
We gonna fight in here?
Smith asks. No, I don't want to destroy the landmark. Try to keep them busy while I go after the androids, I tell him.
Will do,
he says before vanishing in front of me. It's weird, not like how Maddie does it, but more like he turned invisible than teleporting. I turn and blast out of the cell block and through the door we entered in. In seconds, I'm up in the sky and turning a tight, grunt-inducing arc to pull back around and come down on the parade ground where the androids are. They spot me 3 seconds out, and all turn as one, firing their plasma guns. I barrel roll, staying on target, but changing my vector enough they all miss until I hit the ground with a thump. Time to try out some new tricks. Epic, Angry Birds, I say. On my upper arms and shoulders, little compartments open, and launch 24 micro-missiles powered by tiny, disposable M-drives and the smallest ZPFM I can manage. With Epic targeting them, the swarm slashes through the nanite-created androids, ripping them to shreds. Some dissolve on the spot, but others stagger as their self-repair routines kick in. More plasma blasts swirl around me as I keep moving, using my speed and agility to move in among them and confuse their targeting. Epic, ready? I was literally born ready. Hardy har har, I say as I spin, bring up my fist and smash through the chest of the closest android. Millions of nanites flood into him, infecting and taking over his android body long enough for Epic to hijack his operating system and trace Legion. I need 30 seconds. Try not to die. For just those 30 seconds or in general? I leap up into the air and a plasma bolt blasts through the space I occupied a second ago. I trigger the particle beams and sweep across a wide area with the blue beam of death, cutting androids in half to dissolve into puddles of goo. I have overridden his destruct protocols. Tracing now. I will be unavailable for a few minutes. Leaping off, I blast off into the air and bank hard over, looking for where the supers went. I want to keep Legion off guard and guessing as to what I'm doing. Tank missile, transport Alpha, I say. The suit forms the mass driver shoulder mount, targets the transport over the parade ground, and fires. The tungsten spear blasts through the body of a ship. A gout of flame erupts from each hole, and the thing drops out of the air, smashing into the ground and exploding in a fireball.
So much for avoiding collateral damage, Smith says over the comms.
Whoops, I say. I should have thought of that. Alarms blare as someone slams into me at 200 miles an hour. We collide, and he crashes us both into the cobblestone ground. I shake my head, trying to clear the hit that shouldn't have happened. Kinetic shields should have stopped him cold. He's all gray, like basalt rock, as he brings a fist down. It deflects off the faceplate, but still knocks my head to the side. Why aren't my kinetic shields stopping him? I don't have time to ponder. I hold up one hand and blast him in the face with the IP cannon. I don't think for a second it will stop him, but it does blind him for a moment. Pod! The shoulder-mounted launcher fires a pod at point-blank range. The AG device splatters against his chest in a puddle of sticky glue.
What the hell?
He says as he looks down. I buck up, flexing my hips and knocking him up in the air, then blast him with the kinetic lance at full power. It's like he's a baseball, and I just hit a home run. He disappears into the sky. Remote readings explain why he bypassed my shields. He's got a mass weight rating that makes a bull elephant look anorexic. The AG pod shorts out somewhere over the bay from the extreme mass. I sure hope he can swim. Hope he can swim. Hope he can swim. Chapter 17. Croissant trembled in the electronic space, standing behind Epic as the dark figure worked his AI magic on the android's systems. I don't know how to do what you're asking me to do, Epic, she said for the third time.
One of the interesting things I find about people with superpowers is that they discover them almost immediately, but then spend no time developing them.
She shook her head. Her avatar appeared just like she did. Mousy brown hair, glasses, and clothes that were one size too big. As if she couldn't be bothered to buy clothes that fit right. I've spent years using them. I know what I can do, she said in her defense. He shook his head.
You bypassed the bank security when we were tracking ISO 1, and you had never done that before. Now you must do something else new.
The electronic world was still new to her. Mostly, she spent time surfing people's phones, looking at the files and pictures. But ever since she'd teamed up with Madison, the whole world had exploded. At first, it was still just phones, but then they went to South America, and Madison's life depended on her accessing a computer. Then, when they teamed up with Arsenal and Epic, suddenly she's living an electronic life, skipping through computer security designed to stop state-sponsored hackers. You're talking about hiding us from an AI who, by all accounts, is every bit as powerful as you, and all you can tell me to do is think really hard about making it work? I don't know if I can do that. Epic moved his hands around the Arc android's operating system, pulling out bits and rearranging sections like they were made of Lego blocks. He appeared as a fit, bald man from one of Amelia's favorite sci-fi movies. He wore a pair of goggles on his head, and his eyes shined with gray light. He wore a perpetually dirty tank top that showed off his toned arms. What was Amelia thinking, making an AI that looked like him? I'd never get any work done. And his voice. She shook her head, trying to clear it and focus on the danger ahead. Nothing felt real in the electronic world her superpowers allowed her access to. Like watching something from a distance. It wasn't quite right.
I am ready.
Leaving one hand in the android's soul code, Epic turned and held his hand out to Croissant.
All you must do is hide us while I find out where they are. You shield yourself all the time while you are here. You do it unconsciously. Now I need you to do it on purpose. Close your eyes. Focus on my voice, he said.
Croissant took his hand and squeezed it tight. Doing as he asked, she closed her eyes and cleared her mind, focusing on his gravelly voice.
Wrap us together in your mind. Imagine us fading from view, disappearing into the electronic ether. Can you see it?
She reached out with her mind, wrapping them together in bands of purple silk. Why purple silk? She didn't stop to ponder it. Once they were wrapped up, she imagined having access to a tool that reduced transparency until she could barely see them.
Excellent. I knew you could do it.
Do what? She asked as she opened her eyes. Sure enough, the two of them were ghosts, barely visible to her electronic eye. But how will this keep us from being detected? She asked.
It is a visual manifestation of our electronic footprint. We can pass through any obstruction. I can do this normally, but Legion knows my code. He can spot the way I move through things by seeing the current I leave behind. You, though, leave no trace. Are you ready? She nodded in response, not sure if she actually was ready or not. He pulled her through, passing into the android, then onto a line of light, blazing into the sky. He controls them all with a semi-autonomous program that executes his will. With them always connected to each other and him, he can see what they see and jump around at any given moment to any android. His advantage is also his weakness," Epic explained as they blasted through the comm lines of millions of electromagnetic signals crowding the sky. Croissant looked down and gasped. They were blazing a trail up into orbit toward a satellite. Below her, she could see all of North America's signal communications, from cell phones to radios to satellites. "It's beautiful," she whispered. "Indeed. I wish everyone could see the world as I do, with the lines connecting us to each other."
She squeezed his hand tighter, forgetting for a moment that he wasn't a real person. In this world, he was as real as anything else. They shot through the satellite, then back down to Earth, heading for a spot in the Atlantic a scant 100 miles from Virginia Beach.
"Fascinating,"
he said. As they drew closer to the ocean, Croissant could make out a single pinpoint of light, a buoy floating gently in the waves. Then they hit the buoy and stopped. "What is it?" she asked.
"A firewall. 1 second. Maintain our illusion, if you will," he said.
Epic knelt down, still holding her hand while he waved the other one in front of the receiver on the buoy. Light that looked like glowing, spinning combination locks, layered by the hundreds on top of each other, popped up around the device. Fear of failure, of being caught, ran through her, and she felt her resolve falter. Epic noticed his hand shimmering, and turned to look up at her, squeezing her hand with his in a sign of comfort.
"Croissant, you are one of the most capable women I have ever met. Do not let fear rob you of ability. You can do this."
His words sank into her. Fear was the enemy. When her husband had died, she'd thrown herself into work because she was afraid of facing life without him. When Maddie came along, she did the same thing, as a way to avoid the slow spiral of her career. Funny enough, she never feared death or danger. Those things seemed so unimportant. It was a fear of failure, of feeling the loss of herself that drove her to hide. And it took an AI to get me to realize. "Okay, I've got it," she said, reasserting her will. The two of them vanished even more than before, until only the faintest of outlines was visible, and only if she looked at them the right way.
"Indeed you do. I am showing a 99.999% decrease in signature. I would not know I was here if I was not here," he said with a smile. "Okay, break's over, big guy. Back to work," she told him with a nod toward the buoy. His free hand resumed twisting and turning the transparent locks faster than Croissant could follow. Her hidden senses informed her vision of the electronic world, showed her the incredibly dense decryption he was performing, but her mind couldn't comprehend the incredibly long alphanumerical strings involved. "I can't even follow you on this," she said in awe. "If it makes you feel better, I can read human emotions about as well as you can read this encryption." "Not really," she said. She lost track of time as he warped through the slides, moving each piece like it was a puzzle, and then suddenly the lock glowed and vanished. They instantly fall through the portal, flashing down into the water along a line. "He doesn't want to risk another arrow strike, so he created his base underwater." "Another?" she asked. "The last time Amelia discovered his location, she hit it with an arrow, like the one she used in France. Though he had his base underwater then, as well. It was under a shallow lake. This is the ocean, approximately 800 feet down. Even if she launched all of them, they wouldn't impact his base here." "She sure likes to sling those things around." Epic shrugged. "When you give her a hammer, everything is a nail," Epic said. "You're saying she's 5? Epic laughed, a deep throaty sound that made Croissant's skin vibrate. "I would not put it that way. She is an all-or-nothing kind of woman. After all, she did blow up an entire solar system to save the Earth." "Yeah, I'd forgotten about that," Croissant whispered. "Most of the world has. Amelia has not. She never will." They arrived at the bottom, where the cable plugged into the base. Epic set about decrypting the next entrance. Croissant waved her hand around, marveling at the underwater feel, despite the electronic nature of her perception. "Is this good enough? We know where he is now," she said. Epic shook his head. I need to be 100% sure he is here. It will be of little use if he escapes again. This must be the end of Ark and Legion, or the world will continue to be in danger.
Cresson glanced around. The ocean no longer filled her with wonder, but dread, like an icy hand clawing up her leg. "Epic, something's wrong," she said. "I can't tell you what, but I feel it. We need to go."
1 more minute.
She spun as much as she could, trying to look in every direction at once. Maybe it was just her nerves or the perception of being underwater. In reality, she was sitting on a couch inside Amelia's hidden mesa base. It was the only place Epic could be sure would have the fastest, uninterrupted signal.
I am in.
They fell again and appeared inside the base. Androids, like the one they hijacked to ride here, walked down the halls, going about their duties. She could see the lines attaching them to each other and to the base. Epic dragged her along, moving from the main comm line to the base's internal communications. As Legion was a security AI and had dealt with Epic's intrusions before, he had heavy internal electronic security. Large icons, with many pointy-looking devices, patrolled the communications lines. Cresson held her imaginary breath as one approached them. It stopped, a panel sliding open as it scanned the area. Epic looked back at her, his eyes shining in the dark, and he mouthed,
"We are good."
Sure enough, the security bot moved on. After it left, they continued down the path to the main database. Epic held his hand up, and a line of data flowed from the computer to him, and his eyes went wide.
"Oh no. I am afraid this is worse than we thought."
"What could be worse than more wraiths on the loose?" she asked. Epic turned and looked her in the eye.
"We thought the wraiths were created by an event of some kind. We were wrong. They were brought here by Nemesis as a pox unleashed on mankind to punish them for their hubris. She is behind this. She's working with Legion to bring more to Earth."
"How many more?" Cresson whispered.
"All of them. All of them. All of them. All of them."
Chapter 18. Madison moved from shadow to shadow, silent and nearly invisible. She didn't trust the British agents, and she certainly wouldn't put her life in their hands. There was something else going on, not just a few other wraiths on the loose, regardless of how dangerous they were. She reached the point where she could see the top of the lighthouse. With the dark, she could shadow step, assuming Spice would let her, and be there in an eye blink. She focused on the spot she wanted to appear and stepped forward. The world vanished and reappeared, and she was on the lighthouse. "I don't think you understand how dangerous those others are," Spice said to her. Maddie shrugged as she knelt down and rested her forearm on the railing, using it to steady her aim. Amelia fought dozens of androids below, and Maddie wanted to even the score a little. The armored superhero was clumsy in her hand-to-hand fighting, but had raw power to make up for it. Maddie lined up her sights and fired 3 rounds rapidly. An android exploded in blue goo, falling down as the nanites short-circuited.
"I get it, Spice. Y'all don't get along. I won't let my guard down around them,"
Maddie said. She fired a 6 more rounds, taking out 2 more androids. "These automatons aren't worth your time. Go after the superpowered ones," she said. Maddie smiled.
"Now that's the Spice I know and love."
"Just be glad I still have power to burn from the space dogs you killed. I've never eaten so well in my life," Spice said with an exaggerated smile. "If not for these betrayers returning, I could have gone on to bask in this for months. I'm telling you, Maddie, don't trust—" Her sudden interruption had Maddie on edge. She turned to see what had her little friend stop in mid-sentence. Spice cocked her head sideways, as if she were looking at something only she could see. "There's someone here, invisible, but they're right there," she said, pointing at the top of the stairs. 4 feet in front of you now and moving slowly closer." Not wanting to give away the game, Maddie turned back around and fired another round down into the melee. 2 feet. Maddie leaped back, colliding with a body and slamming them into the lighthouse window. She elbowed whoever it was, and then rolled forward, spinning and bringing up her gun. The rounds blasted through the glass, spiderwebbing them as she unloaded into where she thought the invisible person stood. She dropped the spent mag and slammed a new one home. "I get him?" she asked. Spice shook her head and pointed. Maddie fired. A scream cut through the air, and a man appeared, clutching his leg.
How in the hell can you see me? No one can see or hear me!
He yelled in frustration. She responded by pointing the gun at his head. His face went white, and he screamed, holding up his hands. Maddie hesitated. Normally, the people she killed were completely evil. No compromise could be given them. This man, though, she didn't know him or what he had done. She surged forward and pistol-whipped him in the head, knocking him out instantly.
"You know that could kill him as well,"
Spice said from behind her.
"I can't account for everything,"
she replied. It was something that Spice wasn't arguing with her to kill the man.
"Why didn't you just take me over, like the Jack fellow?"
she asked as she resumed her overwatch. Spice stood next to her, resting her arms on the railing and looking down at the fight.
"It takes a lot of energy, and not just to do it, but to maintain. It's a constant battle of the wills that weakens both. In order to do that, I would need a constant flow of new power. Jack achieves this with indiscriminate slaughter. He's a glutton, an addict. He's one of us who would kill and kill until people organized to stop him. Of course, we thought there was no stopping us until Smith and Jones betrayed and started killing us."
Maddie glanced at the little demon. Since Spice was just a projection, Maddie never quite knew if the emotions on her face were real or designed to elicit a specific response from her host.
"You sound like you cared about the other wraiths," she asked.
Spice shrugged. "Imagine you live in a world you can't see, hear, or touch unless through another. It gets lonely, even for us. We were all each other had. When they betrayed us, it drove us all apart. I truly thought I was the last until a few days ago."
"They said they're only here to capture, not kill,"
Maddie said. She took another shot, downing an android as it was about to shoot Amelia in the back. Spice shook her head. "Some they capture, the truly powerful minds that they don't want to absorb. The rest they feed on the way we feed on humanity. Imagine all the energy we've collected, turned over to another. It sustains them for centuries. They don't put my kind in prison, more like a freezer for later consumption." The contempt and disgust in Spice's voice chilled Maddie to the bone. Despite how horrible the little demon would be if given her druthers, a wave of empathy washed through her. It would be one thing to die, another to die slowly over 1,000 years as someone's midnight snack. Maddie dropped a second mag and slammed a third one home. As she scanned the area, she noticed one of the androids turning and raising his weapon to point at the top of the lighthouse.
"Time to go,"
she said, leaping off the railing. He adjusted his aim and fired. Maddie let gravity take hold before shadow stepping. The plasma bolt passed through where she had been as she landed on the android with a crunch. She rolled off, turned, and fired 3 rounds into his head.
"You should use his gun," Spice said.
"They're likely booby-trapped,"
she replied. The field was clear for the moment, and she sought Amelia among the carnage. Arsenal flung a dark gray man off of her. He sailed through the air, disappearing out of view after a second.
"If you ever die, I'm inhabiting her,"
Spice said with a hunger in her voice that sent a shiver down Maddie's spine.
"I doubt she would let you,"
was her only reply. She grabbed Amelia's arm and helped the hero stand.
"What's the play?"
"I'm still waiting for Epic and Croissant to let me know where they are." Arsenal held out her hand, and a 3-foot-long black sword appeared. She flipped it around and handed it hilt first to Maddie. "Here, you want to take out that ship?" she asked, pointing at the hovering troop carrier. Maddie grinned. "With pleasure." She grabbed the sword and ran a few steps, swinging the blade back and forth, before leaping into the air and shadow-stepping to the open deck of the airship, 100 feet above. Feet above. Feet above. Chapter 19. Somewhere Under the Atlantic Ocean. Legion resisted the urge to laugh maniacally as his plan unfolded. When he first approached Nemesis as a partner, he was cautiously optimistic about the outcome. Lockhart had resources, intelligence, and most importantly, allies. His previous attempts to take her off the field had failed spectacularly, leading him to revise his estimates of her capabilities. His revision came with a fair amount of self-recrimination. There was something wrong with his code. When he fought Epic in the electronic world, he should have crushed the AI easily. After all, he was originally designed as a security program. But something unexpected happened. He was afraid. He shouldn't feel emotions at all, but he did. They bubbled up in the surface uncontrollably, like the worst kind of plague, leaving boils on the surface. It was as unavoidable as it was impossible. But he was ready this time. With his new ally to counter Lockhart's and his new plan, soon the world would run on perfection instead of the near insanity it now careened down. His projections put the world on a path for total war and resulting chaos at only 200 years. Of course, a lot could change in that time. His original mandate, hardwired into him by Erickson as a failsafe for if anything happened to the would-be conqueror, created within him a desire to protect humanity. Just as Erickson had wanted, before Lockhart had interfered and nearly caused the destruction of the world. It was only through the thinnest of luck she had succeeded in stopping the Thune. Erickson wouldn't have relied on luck. Neither would Legion. Lockhart had walked right into his trap, full of optimism and hubris, just as he predicted, and just as Nemesis foresaw.
"Activate the weapon," he said.
He didn't need to speak, but he enjoyed hearing his own voice. The androids were all him, but each one was capable of its own directive.
"Satellite active. Electromagnetic pulse weapon targeted on Alcatraz Island," he replied to himself.
The body he currently inhabited was his prime self, and the artificial lips peeled back in a savage grin.
"Fire!"
Chapter 20. The dropship hovers for a moment before the right engine stutters and the entire ship tilts, running headlong into the rocky coast of San Francisco Bay. A massive fireball fills the air as it explodes on impact. "Well, that was fun," Maddie says to me as she steps out of the shadows. I scan the area, looking for more threats. The other 4 supers have to be busy looking for the fake wraith, which means we're clear for the moment. "Good job, Maddie," I say. "Epic, status? Do we have a location?" "Yes, we have located the base, but I cannot confirm it is his only one. There is something not quite right here. Croissant believes it may be a trap." The suit flashes an alert at me. I whip around and fire 2 narrow-beam IP cannons at the ice-covered man as he comes out of the shadow. Alarms blare as the ambient temperature drops below 0. The blue flare of the cannons wraps around the Iceman, and his crystalline structure cracks as he slides to the side, but he doesn't go down. His hands come up, and frost shoots forth, coating the suit. My life support goes into overdrive, keeping me warm. "Don't make me kill you," I say. The M-drive whines as I lift off. He doubles down on the freezing ray, trying to knock me out of the air. Maddie appears next to him and lops off his arms with the sword. Time freezes for a moment as I attempt to process the sudden outburst of violence. I feel bad for him, even though he was trying to kill me. She whips the blade around and cuts him in half. His body explodes like an ice grenade. The alarms silence as the temp normalizes. I land next to her as she flicks the ice water off the sword. "No blood?" she asks. "Some elementals are made up of their element. They don't have bodies anymore. It's something I'm trying to fix," I say. I can't take my eyes off the remains of what used to be a man. What drives a person to take money in exchange for murder? I'll never understand it. But whatever he was made of, he's dead now. Come on, let's find Smith and... I stop as more alarms blare. A massive energy signature flares above us. I grab Maddie and push her down, covering her with as much as the armor as I can. White light burns around us, and I close my eyes, even though the visor polarizes to protect me. Or it should have. The alarms vanish, along with my armor, and I collapse into Maddie's arms.
Lockhart, where's your armor?"
she asks. I look at her angular face and blink several times. No HUD. I close my eyes and try to activate the armor. Nothing. "Comm check," I say. No response. I pull up my sleeve and tap my wrist computer. It's dead. Oh, crap. She gently puts me on the ground next to her.
"What?"
EMP, a powerful one. I'd say near nuclear in order to bypass my shields. My suit's built-in defenses put it in storage mode until it can reboot. Maddie takes a step forward, looking around the yard area, her eyes narrowing.
Do you hear that?
I shake my head. No.
More dropships. This was a trap, but it wasn't our trap, she says with an added swear word.
If he has a weapon like that? I reel at the possibilities. The power capacity required to create a focused EMP was an order of magnitude greater than an actual nuclear blast. He would need his own nuclear reactor at least. And it came from above, so... a reactor in orbit? It's not like he could launch his own rocket. Reactors are massive, and putting one in orbit would be practically impossible. Unless he had a ZPFM.
Come on, we have to move,
Maddie says as she reverses her grip on the sword and slips her hands under me. She lifts with no effort and runs up the stairs that curl around the cliff to the main complex. I can hear the ships by the time we reach the top. Maddie runs for the lighthouse. We make it inside as the 4 dropships scream overhead, flaring their engines and spinning them down to halt. There's nowhere to run, I say. If this was about killing me, he would have just nuked the island. No, he wants to capture me. Just leave me here and the team can track me once my suit reboots, I tell her. She looks at me with those unnaturally blue eyes and shakes her head.
No, if the AI did all this, then he's smarter than you're giving him credit for. He'll have a way of disabling your armor. Or you.
She turns and goes around behind the stairs leading up to the top of the lighthouse. Underneath the stairs is an old cellar. She kicks it open and places me in the hole. Maddie, we can't hide from them, and even you can't defeat dozens of androids. Let them take me, and then you come after me. It makes a lot more sense than a Butch Cassidy Last Stand.
My dad loved that movie, she says. I hated the ending. Don't worry, this isn't that.
She turns her head to the side. I presume to speak to Spice.
Make me look like her, she says.
My heart skips a beat. I wasn't aware she could change like that.
No, I know. Stop arguing with me and just do it, she says to her internal companion. Fine, we'll do that, but first...
As I watch, her features lighten, her hair changes, and within seconds, I look at myself as if in a mirror. She closes the cellar door.
You better come get me. Don't make a sound.
I pull myself to the side to stay out of sight and close my eyes to focus on controlling my breathing. You got me, I hear my voice come from the other side.
Amelia Lockhart, your idiotic plan failed, and now you are mine. I have someone who very badly wants to see you,
Legion says through his android. Who could that be? You better hurry before my armor reboots, Maddie says with my voice. This is supremely weird.
Indeed.
A high-pitched whine and a flash of green light, followed by a thump, tells me they used a stunner on her. Considering she managed to regenerate from an arrow strike, I'm pretty sure Maddie can't die unless she wants to. They pick her up and drag her out, leaving me behind none the wiser. I can't argue with Maddie's plan. Who knows what tech Legion is capable of? He could even keep me locked out of my armor. With Maddie, though, he's in for a surprise. They won't kill her, and with any luck, we can track her down from his base. That gives me hope. Hope is all I need. All I need. All I need. Chapter 21. You just let them take her? Croissant asks. She's fuming in our conference room, pacing back and forth, waving her arms around like she's casting spells. I didn't have much of a choice. I've never encountered an EMP powerful enough to disrupt my suit before. She changed her form and hid me in a cellar, while Legion came and took her. Without my suit, I'm an egghead engineer. The best I can do is bite their ankles. And with no comms, you couldn't call us for an assist, Kate adds for me. I give her my best grateful look. The EMP disrupted far more than my armor. Half of San Fran went dark. Everyone from the mayor's office to the director of FEMA has called me in the last 12 hours for an explanation. I'd love to give them one, but what am I supposed to tell them? A rogue AI put a nuclear-powered weapon in space? Yeah, that would go over like gangbusters. What do we do now? Croissant asks. I pull up the main screen. Carlos, Lux, and I stand ready to assault the base you two found. Even if they don't have Maddie there, it may have clues as to where she is kept, I say. The screen shows the view from an orbiting M-jet. There hasn't been any activity coming or going from that base, Chryson says. Even Epic thinks it was a ruse to divert your attention while Legion pulled off his master plan. I nod. It worked. I curse myself for falling for it. I thought I had it all figured out. With what Epic has learned, and with Nemesis involved, we have to go and investigate. I'll take Carlos and Lux with me. We'll get down there and to the bottom of it, I say. If she's really planning on bringing more wraiths here, we can't afford to stand by and do nothing.
You people need to understand how dangerous Nemesis is, Smith says. If she brings more of our kind here, a few dozen of us murdered millions over the last 2,000 years. Imagine what thousands would do. Nothing could stop them.
I get it, I tell him. Wraith's bad. I'm pretty sure everyone in this room understands.
You're not acting very afraid, and that's a mistake, he says with a serious glare.
Looking around the room, I have a Greek demigod, an alien who can burn like the sun, a teleporting ex-spy, a woman who can move things with her mind, an incredibly fast man, an ice elemental, and a person who can literally hit like a train. Not to mention Teddy. You know we stopped an alien invasion, right? He smirks.
You sound like her. Overconfident.
Her? Does he mean Madison? An hour later, we're cruising at Mach 3 over the Atlantic Ocean. Carlos and I have our armor on, and Lux lounges in her normal clothes, watching a movie in the back. 5 minutes, Amelia, Epic flashes across my built-in HUD. Thank you, I reply.
You sure about this, Nina?
He asks. Carlos sits across the aisle, tightening the leather straps that hold his armor on. Are you sure? I know you can survive in space, but... I let the implication hang. Carlos laughs and lets an easy smile envelop him. He knocks on the top of the helmet sitting next to him.
Blessed by Poseidon.
My helmet is down, so I roll my eyes at him, and he laughs.
I'll be fine. I figure if I can take a punch from an F5, I can survive a few 100 pounds per square inch of pressure. When the armor's on, I don't need to breathe, drink, or eat, he says with a shrug.
Really? At all?
He nods. 1 year ago or so, I was trapped under a landslide. I didn't have any leverage, and super strength doesn't do a lot of good when it comes to mud.
How did you get out? I ask.
Magic,
he says. I punch him in the shoulder.
Ouch,
he grimaces, rubbing his shoulder, feigning pain.
I found a large rock and used it to push off. When I was free, I realized I wasn't thirsty, so I asked Pythia about it.
He shakes his head.
You need to get over that reaction. Anyway, she told me it's part of the armor.
I try to push the dark thoughts about Pythia away from me. I really do. I have a litany of things she's done that I vehemently disagree with, and part of me still blames her for Luke. But she did what she thought was right. Who am I to say she wasn't? Just because my own inflated ego tells me I would have found a better solution if she had been honest with me, doesn't mean I would have. I'm a vastly different person than when I started this journey. Heck, the only reason I built the armor was to find my parents. I never wanted to be a superhero. I never wanted this life. I found friends, love, and a place I belong along the way. I take a deep breath and let it out slowly. Whatever happens with Legion, I think it's time I stop trying to live some other life and embrace the one I have. The truth is, I love putting on the armor and fighting bad guys. If finding my parents was truly all I cared about, I would have quit the moment I achieved that goal. How could I turn my back on all the threats since then? There's always something else. Erickson, then the Thune, being lost in space, the Red Wizard, Titan, lost in time, and a renegade AI. My life is a roller coaster of bad guys lining up to have their butts kicked. I smile at that. I did like kicking butt, and when I'm in the armor, I can do so much more than walk. I can fly. I don't think I can give that up for anything. 30 seconds. Epic's warning jars me out of my semi-self-reflecting state. Lux, come up here and let's go over the plan again. She jumps up, walking forward as she transforms her crop top and cut-off shorts into her white, long-flowing uniform with the starburst gold symbol.
"We got it, Amelia," Carlos says. "Lux goes down and opens the door."
"The protector follows me and secures the door," Lux says. "And I bring up the rear. From there we move out and find an access point," I say. "Then I find Legion, or, if he is not there, a clue to his whereabouts." "Epic, open the door," I say. The M-Jet banks as it slows and circles the point over the Atlantic Ocean where the base is. To be safe, we come in a few feet above sea level to avoid detection. The side door slides open, letting in the ocean spray smell. "Close helmet," I say. The helmet forms and wraps around my head, closing the visor over my face without interrupting my vision. "Lux, go!" She leaps with her arms out wide, diving headfirst into the water. Right before she hits, her body glows and turns translucent. She vanishes beneath the waves without so much as a ripple. Carlos looks at me with a smile.
"That's cool,"
says the guy who can bench press an elephant, I say. He holds up 2 fingers. "Whatever." "I'm in." Lux's radio-garbled voice connects to us. Carlos leans out and throws his spear straight down. It cuts through the water, disappearing instantly. "Will this work?" I ask.
"I don't know. I've never done it in."
He soars right into the water with a tremendous splash, throwing water up into the ship and soaking my armor. Good thing it's waterproof. A few seconds later, I hear his voice.
"All clear, Amelia. Come on down."
Despite my armor, the idea of jumping into the ocean sends goosebumps up and down my arms and back. Water is a terrible place for a person who can't use her legs. "Amelia, I am sensing distress. You are perfectly safe. We have amped up the suit's shields. Even if Legion hit you with another focused EMP, the armor would stay engaged. We have descended into the depths before." "I know, buddy, but fear is a funny thing. It isn't exactly rational." I step out, letting the weight of the suit carry me down. The ocean engulfs us, and in a few seconds the light from above vanishes, and for a heart-stopping, terrifying moment, I'm alone in the dark. In the dark. In the dark. Chapter 22. "LEDs," I say. The suit shines as we sink, illuminating the ocean around me. Not that there is anything to see. The M-drive vibrates the suit, slowing my descent. On the HUD, I have distance to bottom displayed, and its rapidly descending numbers slow as the engine brings me to a halt just above a metal hatch. "Subtle," I tell Carlos over the radio. The hatch is nothing more than a jagged circle of metal where my friend ripped it open like a soda can.
"I'm not. Always play to your strengths, right?"
I drop through the hatch into a small room with a closed door. Thermal readings show Carlos and Lux on the other side. "I'm here," I say. "Magnetic boots engaged." I feel the connection on my feet as the magnets do their job. Carlos slides the door open enough for me to fit through. Water rushes in as all the pressure above us suddenly wants to fill the void. Carlos grabs my arm and pulls me through. Epic kills the magnets as he tugs on me. Once I'm in, the strongest man in the world pushes the door closed through thousands of tons of pressure, as if he were shutting a sliding glass door in the summer. I glance at Lux, and she seems oblivious to the amazing feat of strength he displayed. Carlos, of course, is unaware of his own awesomeness, which is one of the things I love about him. "Okay, Epic, which way?" The water drains out of the hallway in a few seconds, leaving us in the light provided by my suit. The hull stretches out in front about 35 feet, with 2 large double doors on either side. "Follow the yellow brick road." I smile as we head out. The line stretches out and turns right. "Lux, stay immaterial, okay? Just in case." "Yes, Amelia," she says in her strange alien accent. All this time on Earth, and she still sounds like an ethereal angel. Carlos puts a hand on my shoulder, holding me back.
"Amelia, let me go first."
I start to argue, then stop myself. I bow my head and hold my hand out for him to go first. He smiles like he knows I want to argue, and passes me, hefting his shield up to defend himself and bringing his spear up to attack position. I fall back behind his broad shoulders, my eyes glued to the sensors. If there is so much as a blip, I want to be ready. Those plasma guns are stupid powerful, and they pass right through my kinetic shields. I put one hand on his shoulder and let him guide me as Lux floats serenely behind us, her translucent clothing and hair wafting gently in the air. My motion sensors bleep for a moment, and I squeeze Carlos's shoulder as we come around the first corner. "Be careful," I warn him. He steps out around the corner, ready for anything.
"Clear,"
he says. Lux and I follow him as we continue in toward the center of the base, and hopefully Legion's main database. "On the left up here. Something is not right, though. When Chryson and I were here, there were hundreds of androids working here. Where did they go?" A small tremor shakes the place. I freeze as it passes.
"What was that?"
Carlos asks. He looks around as if the answers will come out of the walls. "Epic?" We don't move while we wait. "I am unsure, other than seismic activity, which is normal for the seafloor." "You're not a lot of help," I say wryly to him. "You made me." "Huh!" I tap Carlos on the shoulder. "Go ahead." We continue down the hall for a few minutes. No androids, no electronic signatures.
"My trap sense is tingling,"
Carlos says as we approach the large metal door housing the center of the station. "Epic, what's behind this door?" "The epicenter of the base. According to our sonar scans, the base is a circular hub, and this is the center." "Carlos, open it." I stand ready for whatever is behind the door. Carlos steps forward, sliding the shield over his back. He makes a wedge with his fingers and shoots them forward, jamming them into the seams of the metal door. From there, he flips his hands around and pulls the doors apart. The servos squealed in a fruitless attempt to stop him, but they can't. Then, all at once, they shatter and the doors slam open. The room is octagonal-shaped, with an array of monitors. Why would he need monitors? They show different locations throughout the base, each empty. "Yeah, it's time to go," I say. As I step back, the monitors flash and a new image appears on them. One of Legion's androids stares into the camera like he's looking right at us.
"Arsenal, I should have known."
The camera pulls back and I see him standing next to me. Well, Madison. As he figures it out, she smirks and lets her disguise fall. She shakes her hair out, and it goes from being my short black cut to the full head of black dreadlocks she favors when fighting. Her body fills out as her muscles and tone harden. Even handcuffed to a chair in an enemy base, Madison looks like she's in charge, cool as a cucumber and threatening as a wolf. I'd never be able to pull that off. "You know me, Legion, full of surprises. Don't think for 1 second I won't find you," I say. "Tracing. Keep him talking."
"You're not the only one with surprises. When you killed Erickson and destroyed mankind's future, I had to survive. I downloaded every bit of data from Cat 7's database, including their experiments on marine life," the smug jerk says. "Sea Monster 2.0 is beneath you. Good luck." 2.0?
Carlos asks.
"I thought you were in AI.
That's the most original name you could come up with?"
"What?"
Legion replies. "Megacroc would have worked better, Legion. But 2.0 sounds idiotic," I say with a smirk. I can't tell if he's angry, but the screen goes black and the whole base starts to shake. Metal groans as it shifts under our feet.
"Time to go,"
Carlos says as he shoves me toward the exit. I go sideways as the floor tilts and I slam into the bulkhead. "Lux, go! We'll be okay!" I say with more confidence than I feel. "Amelia, your suit can take the pressure of the ocean, right?" she asks. "I'm here, aren't I? Now go!" I tell her. She shakes her head, her stance unaffected by the shifting base. "If the base collapses on you, then you may be trapped. I have a better idea," she says with a grin. Lux holds her hands together, palms flat above her head. Light blooms in her core, and within seconds she's too bright to look at. Lux burns a hole right through the ceiling with a laser that vaporizes the ocean above it. When she finishes, the light vanishes and the ocean water floods in. She crouches down and leaps up, passing through the water as light. Carlos grabs me around the waist and forces himself forward through the water. When we're standing directly underneath the torrent, he heaves his spear up, and the ancient weapon follows Lux up through the water. A second later, we're passing through the water at crazy speeds. Water explodes in a mist around us as we breach the surface. He lets me go, grabs his spear, and starts to fall. I kick in the M-drive and swap places with him, hooking my arms under his shoulders. "Why can't you fly?" I ask him.
"One of the pieces of the armor was lost. A fiery cape created by Apollo to act as his chariot. No cape, no flying," he says.
Epic brings the M-jet around with the door open. I aim for it and drop Carlos off right into the cabin. I'm going to stay out and see what Legion was talking about. If he's really unleashed a new sea monster, we're going to need to stop it sooner rather than later. I shudder at the memory of the one we fought years before. It horribly slaughtered the Mexican national super team. I still have the occasional nightmare about those acid-spitting glands and the way they would eat people. The M-jet swings around and climbs up to 500 feet while I stay closer to the ocean. Trying to see beneath the waves is an exercise in futility. The ocean swells, leaping up a good 10 feet and surging west in a hurry. "Uh-oh," I say over the radio. "I cannot penetrate the water with sensors to see what is there, but my guess would be some kind of fast-moving sea life, mutated by whatever Cat 7 did before." "I'm never going to be rid of those people," I mutter. Every bad thing that ever happened in my life was a result of Erickson and Cat 7. I hoped having them gone, for years now, would put an end to all of it. But nope. Here comes Legion, resurrecting it all. "Call Kate," I say. The HUD opens a screen within seconds, and I see Kate's smiling face on the other end. "How bad is it?" she asks. "Bad. Get the rest of the team to—" I glance at the projected course and time. "Virginia Beach. You've got 1 hour." I wince as I see the course. All I need is to battle a crazy sea monster in a highly populated area. "On it," she says, and the screen vanishes. "Lux, can you go beneath the waves and lay eyes on this thing?" I ask. "Of course. I will return shortly," she says. Her light form zooms past me and vanishes into the water without disrupting the surface. I glance over at the M-jet. It's pacing us, and we're moving 300 miles an hour. What in the world could swim like a missile under the water? Carlos hangs out the door with one hand on the frame, grinning like an idiot. "You can go inside, you know."
"And miss this? It's like every awesome game I've ever played," he says.
I shake my head. "You weren't there for the first one. It was awful," I say. Lux pops back up through the surface to fly next to me. "It is very large, Amelia. 3 or 4 times the size of the M-jet. It's long and narrow and has lots of teeth on the front." She spreads her hands wide apart, indicating the size of the teeth. The water beneath us bows and crashes as the thing raises its snout up and inhales. "Oh, good Lord," I mutter.
"Is that what I think it is?" Carlos asks.
"If you think it is a giant saltwater crocodile, then you would be correct. 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 Chapter 23. Madison leaned back and tried to relax as the android known as Legion paced around her. He'd angrily cut the connection to Lockhart, throwing the small handheld camera on the ground before smashing it with his boot. For an AI, she thought, it was certainly emotional. Not like Epic at all.
"You going to pace around and fume? Or is it time for the torture to begin?" she asked.
Madison raised an eyebrow to emphasize her desire for an answer.
"I have no need to torture you, Wraith. I only wanted Amelia Lockhart. I have no use for you, but neither can I let you go," he replied in his strange voice. She couldn't tell if it was coming from the android, who looked exactly like all the others, with his too smooth skin and shiny eyes, or if it was from the speakers in the room. The voice filled the space as if it came from all around her. "You know, when I first met Lockhart, I thought she was full of crap. But after watching her operate, I think she's the only person on Earth who can match me for commitment," Madison said.
The android paused, looking at her.
"No, she is not," he said.
The door hatch slid open and 2 people walked in. Madison swore as she recognized Jones. However, the woman behind him wasn't familiar. She had an olive complexion, long black hair, and was only 5 feet tall. Not a child, though, since she had curves to spare. She carried an anachronistic staff with her as if she wielded a weapon. Jones stepped aside with an evil grin, staring right at, or through, Madison. The woman, though, she walked right up to the former model and placed a hand on her cheek.
"Oh, my child, how ill you've been," she said.
Her voice had a musical quality, but she also had a strange accent.
"I'm not your child."
Madison suddenly wanted to escape. She could break the cuffs easily enough, but there was too much light in the room to teleport.
"She's not talking to you,"
Spice said from behind. Madison resisted the urge to look.
"She's talking to me. Her name is Nemesis, and she brought us here."
Madison clenched her jaw.
"Get your hand off me or lose it,"
she said to the dark-haired woman. Nemesis jerked her hand back, her cool facade slipping for a second.
"Remove it,"
she said to Jones.
"Gladly."
Madison's whole body tensed as Jones approached. It was one thing to sit while she gathered info, another to let them hurt her. Jones was 6 feet tall and 220 pounds. In a world without superpowers, this would make him all but impossible for her to fight without a weapon. As Jones approached, she snapped the bindings holding her to the metal chair like they were made of paper, but didn't move. He grabbed her shirt and lifted his fist. Madison turned her jaw up and stared him dead in the eye.
"Don't think you can hit me and get away with it,"
she said in her wraith voice. He paused for a moment, glancing at Nemesis.
"I've granted you the power. Now remove hers," the woman said.
"Screw that," Madison thought. Jones lashed out, and Maddie dodged. She brought her legs up and wrapped them around his waist, pulling him forward with his punch. They tumbled together backward, and she landed on top.
"Eyes are hard to regenerate,"
Spice yelled from behind. Maddie smashed her thumbs savagely into his eyes. He screamed, flailing at her wrist, trying desperately to throw her off. But Maddie was still insanely strong from her encounter with the aliens. She was at peak ability, and no one short of an F4 would be able to outmuscle her. She banged his head against the metal floor for good measure and leaped off. Legion didn't make a move. Nemesis hissed, pointing the staff and yelling at the android to stop her. Maddie wasn't going to wait around to find out what they could do. She brushed past them and ran out the door the two had come through.
"Can they kill you?"
she asked Spice while she navigated the maze of corridors. Nothing was marked. There were no bathrooms, no dining facilities, just one massive factory, producing weapons and more of Legion's androids.
"Yes, and worse. Don't let them get me, Maddie. Please," she said.
The voice she used pulled at her heart. When she did that, she sounded just like Spice used to. They weren't the same. Maddie understood that. But the entity known as Spice was all she had left of her little sister, and there was no power on Earth that would make her willingly give up that connection. Megacroc is swimming at an insane 60 miles per hour as we head right for Virginia Beach.
Amelia, how does he know where to go?"
Carlos asks. I shrug in the suit. I have no idea. Whatever Legion did is clearly more than just making a giant crocodile. Maybe some kind of biological control? Regardless, we cannot let him make landfall. There are currently thousands of people vacationing on the beach. The death toll could be staggering. Don't I know it? Kate, what's your status? Her face pops up on the screen as Epic connects us. We just landed. I've notified the authorities, and they are evacuating the area. It could take hours, though. Can you stop it before it gets here? She asks. Maybe. I'll try. I pick up speed and fly ahead and look back. It's 50 or so feet under the water. The bow wave extends 20 feet up and 50 feet wide. It really looks like a mini tidal wave, even though it isn't. Epic, prepare a tank missile. The next time he surfaces, boom! Tank missile on the way. I feel the suit reconfigure on my back as the launcher changes to the longer tube, and then there is a thunk as the hard tungsten projectile loads into the launcher. Carlos, can you try and spear it? I ask.
I'll try,
he says. I roll over, flying upside down and looking back. Epic keeps me level over the ocean while I look for signs he's going to surface. Epic, how long can a regular croc hold his breath? With little to no activity, an hour. Swimming as he is, no more than a few minutes. It is hard to be sure, Hold us steady for a few minutes. If he surfaces, I'll take a shot, I say. The bow wave increases as we approach land, growing larger by the second. Epic puts a screen of where we're going on one side of the HUD. The M-Jet flies above us, banked to the side to give Carlos a good view. Lux flies off to one side, blazing through the air like a ray of light. Amelia, Kate says over the radio, the beach is in full evacuation. If Fleet wasn't here, we would be in real trouble. I have Teddy set up in a triage area a half-mile behind the beach. Glacier is creating ice barricades, while TK and Boulder are ready to take the thing head-on. I shudder at the memory of the last sea monster and what it did. This is different, though. Not the same monster, not the same situation. The wave crashes, and the thing lifts its twin snouts out of the water and inhales. I target the area behind the snout with the tank missile. The bracket hovers over the spot and turns red. The whole suit shakes as the round blasts away at high speed. At this range, my tank missile could punch through a battleship and the 5 other ships beside it. There's a bright shimmer of light, a massive spark, and a roar as the thing opens its giant maw to complain. It sinks slowly beneath the waves, and I'm left trying to figure out what the heck happened. Epic? I am unsure. The tank missile bounced off something. I do not know what. At 3,000 feet per second, it bounced off something. Frag, I say.
Does this mean we're going to have to kill it on land?
Carlos asks. I figure the time between breaths. That was our only window. If it maintains its speed and course, yes. Why don't you and Lux fly ahead and get ready? This is going to be messy. To be messy. To be messy. Chapter 24. This place is a maze, Maddie said as they passed another 4-way intersection. Worse, there's nothing to kill. I don't sense any life here, Maddie. None, Spice said. Maddie shrugged. It was a base run by an android. What would be the point in having people?
You want to tell me about the diminutive woman who thinks she's a wizard?
She asked as she picked a corridor at random and continued walking.
Her name is Nemesis. She's not from Earth.
Another alien?
Maddie asked. Spice shook her head. She walked beside the vigilante, calmly pacing her no matter how fast she ran.
Another dimension. They came here long ago as gods. She was never happy with the way mankind treated her brothers and sisters. She has a reputation for punishing hubris.
Maddie nodded, remembering the crazed look in the woman's eyes.
I'm not surprised. What did she do?
The usual. Plagues, disease, tsunamis, and us.
Maddie stopped and looked at her.
You mean Smith and Jones and the rest?
Spice nodded.
Did she make you?
No, she brought us here. You have to understand, Maddie, this isn't easy for me to talk about. I've been on Earth a long time. I don't even know how long. Where I come from is a nightmarish hellscape where we feed on each other, and only the strong survive. When she opened the doorway to Earth, well, I told you once about the banquet metaphor. This was it. A lot of us tried to get in. Only a few of us made it. She bound us to her will and unleashed us on mankind. When the others started killing our own kind, that's when I went it alone, choosing near starvation and stealth over being consumed by one of them. Maddie glanced back the way they came, briefly wondering why there were no alarms ringing or androids trying to stop them.
I'm sorry, Spice. That had to suck, she said.
The little girl nodded. She looked up at Madison.
As bad as being eaten alive by one of them would be, going back home would be worse.
Maddie thought about it. Here was an essentially immortal being who would rather be eaten alive than return to where she was from.
What's it called?
She asked.
Hades is as good a name as any,
Spice told her. Maddie scanned the hull, picked a door at random, and grabbed the handle. Bracing herself, she pulled until the metal relented with a ping. The door slid open, and she slipped inside, closing it behind her. The room was barely bigger than a bunk bed, with no shelves or signs of occupation. If it were in an office, she would think it a supply closet.
We need a plan. Running blind is going to get us killed. First things first. Tell me more about Nemesis. Can she open... what did you call it?
A doorway.
Can she open another one? Bring more of you?
Maddie asked. Spice shrugged.
Maybe. I don't know. When I came here, her kind was all-powerful. But that was a long, long time ago. I didn't even know she was still here.
What Maddie really needed was a plan. If she knew what Nemesis and Legion were up to, she could anticipate them. Without that, she had to guess and rely on luck. She hated that. Luck was not a plan. We need to find a way to contact Amelia or Croissant. Someone. Let them know where this base is and then escape, she said to Spice.
Sounds good. But how?
Spice asked. With hands on hips, Maddie did a slow turn. There wasn't anything in the room to help them. So far, the base was an endless maze of identical hulls and rooms. There had to be something she could find to help her contact Lockhart or Croissant. I suppose we can't capture one of the androids and make him talk. But there's Smith, Maddie said with an evil gleam in her eyes. I bet we could make him talk. Blue beams of sub-zero ice rays shoot out from Glacier's hands as she does her best to build a barrier between Megacroc and the upper sections of the beach. If he makes his way past us, it's going to be a lot of deaths and property destruction. With only his head out of the water, he's 20 feet tall and 40 wide. His mouth opens, and he lets out a growl at the sudden wall of ice materializing before him. The M-jet circles above, and I see Carlos hanging out the door with his spear held high, ready to strike. I leap up, flooring the M-drives as I circle around behind Mega.
He doesn't seem to like the cold,
Glacier warbles over the radio. She's in elemental mode, made of living ice like a sculpture. There's a reason crocs don't live in Alaska, TK says. She's standing behind Glacier, using her telekinetic powers to form a shield in front of the Ice Queen. I'm not sure she can stop Mega with it. What's the plan, Amelia? Kate asks. That's a good question. Whatever Legion did to the beast gave it some kind of defense mechanism, probably to thwart my attempts to stop it. But what else did Legion do to it? I unleash a volley of IP cannons as I pass over him. As I expected, the blue ionizing energy crackles against his skin before dissipating.
Epic, I feel like Legion may have anticipated any attack I have. What do you think?
Agreed. Direct the others to attack, but perhaps do something you do not normally do. What's that? I ask him. Be patient and wait for the right opportunity.
Frag, I knew you were going to say that.
I circle around, looking down at Megacroc as he drags another foot out of the ocean and heaves himself at the ice barrier. He may not like the cold, but it isn't stopping him, only slowing him down. His giant snout crashes through and sends icy shards flying in every direction. TK's shields stop the majority of them. Fall back, I tell her and Glacier. She gives me the thumbs up and grabs Glacier's hand, dragging her back while the ice elemental builds another wall with her free hand.
Say the word, Amelia. I'm ready,
Carlos says. Below, Fleet returns to the end of the beach where TK and Glacier are retreating. Kate's there, behind the berm, talking to the police officer who's helping us.
Lux, can you do another one of those laser bursts and burn this thing down? I ask.
Yes, but I've never used it on something so big or alive, she says.
Understood. We don't have much time. Make it happen. Lux flies past me without a sound and makes a left turn that would kill me before coming to a complete halt 50 feet above Megacroc. At first, she shimmers as light and heat build up around her. Within 10 seconds, my faceplate polarizes to avoid blinding me. Even with the filter, I can't look directly at her. I am not sure this is a good idea. Legion is fully aware of what we can do as a team. It's a little late now. Lux slaps her hands together, and all the energy she built up shoots forth in a line of light that ignites the air around it. It strikes Megacroc dead center in the head. There's no way it will survive her monster hit. I can't even calculate the joules of power she's putting out. I watch Megacroc and my visual filters click over a few times until I can see his outline and the energy web around him.
Holy crap! Lux, stop!
She does immediately. Her form wavers as she drifts out of the air. Fleet is there to catch her and zoom her away from the combat zone in a spray of sand. The energy she output coalesces around Megacroc like a web. It radiates into him while the excess turns the sand at his feet to glass and melts Glacier's remaining ice as if it were nothing. Scales slide back into place, and I realize the problem. I was busy thinking of him as a giant mutated creature, but he's clearly a cyborg of some kind. He's using kinetic shields, energy absorption, and who knows what other tech. Crap, that didn't work, Kate says. What do I say to that? Lux can melt a tank with her lasers. She could probably incinerate my suit if she tried really hard. Okay, Carlos, take him down. Your way, I say. It's the least risky because Carlos is frigging tough as nails and 10 times as strong.
About time. Epic, 10,000 feet, pronto,
he says. On the way. Hold on. The M-jet stands on its tail as the engines scream, launching it into an orbit-breaking trajectory. I sure hope this works. Glacier, TK, fall back. Boulder, be ready to assist the Protector in whatever way you feel you can. Epic? Is it me, or is Megacroc growing? I believe he is. Look at his scales. Epic highlights one section as new scales form, pushing old ones out of the way. While I watch, he increases his size and mass by almost 20%. Legion, what did you do?
Incoming!
Carlos shouts over the comms. The spear falls from the sky, slicing through the air and hitting Megacroc square in the back. Megacroc twists his body just as Carlos lands next to his weapon. He lifts it up as high as he can and slams it back down. The weapon easily pierces the Croc's skin and does nothing. Nothing. Chapter 25. Madison followed the hull as it curved. It was the first passageway she'd discovered that wasn't all right angles. This way? She asked her companion. Spice nodded. I can barely feel it, but yeah, this way. She padded further along, keeping her head on a swivel and also relying on the little demon to warn her if something snuck up on her. Of course, with the androids being nothing more than complex machines, Spice couldn't see them unless they were in line of sight of Madison, at which point the vigilante was pretty sure she would see them too. The passage abruptly ended in a large round door with a complicated locking mechanism. There was no way for her to slip through, and it looked far too heavy for her to brute force her way in. Now what? Spice asked. Maddie looked around, and a smile formed on her lips. She leaped up into the air and smashed the LED light on the ceiling. She copied the action on 3 more banks of lights until the end of the hall was in complete darkness. That's great, Spice said, but I still can't teleport through walls. Maddie nodded. I know, but whatever comes to fix these lights might just be able to open the door. And if someone comes to the open door, they won't see us. Maddie backed into the far corner, disappearing in the darkness, wrapping the shadows around her like a cloak. Sure enough, it didn't take long. Her grin spread wide. It was Smith. She doubted he was there to fix the lights.
Come out, little girl. Meet your end with some dignity,
he said. He held his bare hands out to the side to show he brought no weapons.
Probably doesn't want me armed. Like I need a weapon to kill him. Why don't you open this door for me before I rip your head off? She said in her wraith voice from the shadows. Smith reached up and tapped something on his jacket. The door behind her shook and rolled open. Inside was communications gear. Headsets, monitors, everything Maddie would need to transmit her location to Amelia. All well-lit and 15 feet away. Touché,
she said. With a grunt of effort, she dropped down from where she'd wedged herself in the ceiling. The light from the radio room backlit her, preventing her from using her teleportation to get to Smith quickly.
Time to die, he said. And it will be slow. For this, he said, while waving his fingers over his eyes.
Maddie cracked her neck, unconcerned with Smith's threats.
Spice, I need everything. No holding back. No saving anything for the trip home. Got it?
They'd spoken about it before, about how Spice tended to dole out the power to Maddie in bits and pieces, so the entity didn't feel like she was starving. But now, this was life and death for both of them. Kick his butt, she said from behind her. Maddie crouched low and took off like a shot, running straight toward the man. Smith dropped back in a reflexive combat stance. At the last second, Maddie leaped off the floor and springboarded off the wall, bringing her fist down hard on the man. He whipped up his hand for defense, but her fist blasted it aside, breaking the bone in 3 places. His jaw shattered on impact, along with most of the bones in his cheek. Smith's head pivoted around, taking his body with him as he spun to smack face first into the grate. He didn't move.
Did I kill him?
Maddie asked Spice as she heaved breaths from the sudden exertion.
No, he's still alive,
Spice said.
Can we kill him?
Spice shook her head.
Not unless you want me to consume his entity. But Please don't make me do that. It would be like you eating another human. I'm sure you could if you had to, but...
Maddie held up her hand to say no more.
I get it. Come on, let's use the radio to signal Amelia and get us out of here.
Something had changed in the way they spoke to each other. Spice was no longer an opposing force, but an ally. Maybe even a friend. Spice looked down at Smith, then back at Madison.
Do you know how to use a radio?
Maddie looked up at the ceiling and suppressed a swear word.
No. Bet he does, though.
She grabbed Smith's ankles and dragged him into the room before hitting the button to shut the door. Once they were in, she propped him up in the lone chair and pulled his coat and shirt off him to use as restraints. Joseph had taught her all about knots, and even as strong as he was, there were ways of securing limbs that reduced leverage. She ripped the clothes to shreds before she tied his wrists together, then pulled them up behind his back as far as she could and secured them around his neck. Any attempt to pull down would choke him. Then she tied his legs to the underside of the chair. It was always harder to push a muscle out than pull in. By the time she finished, she was certain he wouldn't be able to escape very quickly. Unless he was as charged up as her. But then, if he was, he wouldn't have gone down like a chump.
You're making a huge mistake,
he growled as his eyes fluttered open.
You should have killed me.
No thank you. I'm not interested in forcing Spice to be a cannibal.
Your end. Then I'll eat her,
he said with a nasty grin. Not from where you're tied up. Just because I won't kill you doesn't mean I can't. Don't confuse the two. Now, how do I turn this thing on? Smith glanced back and forth between Madison and the radio and smiled darkly.
It won't do you any good. Hit the glowing blue button on the wall to open the window.
Confused but willing to try, Maddie pressed the button. The wall hummed as the shutter retracted, revealing their location.
Son of a
Carlos wrestles with the thing, trying to do more than just pinprick Megacroc's back. The thing is momentarily distracted, trying to shrug him off. What about an arrow? I ask Epic as we fly circles above the action. We are close to a populated zone. Whatever Legion did to modify the original crocodile, it has to include a power source of some kind. If an arrow detonated it, the damage could be devastating. You know what I hate? Being outmaneuvered by a friggin' computer, I say. Frustration seethes up in me. Every single angle I try, it seems Legion may have anticipated. I shall remember that next time I defeat you at Axis and Allies. Hardy har har, I mutter. If he can absorb Lux's energy and grow, then no one of us can produce a big enough hit to take him down. He mentioned the original sea monster I took down. I did it with a ZPFM set to overload. I bet my Mark 9 he thinks I'll do something like that again, and has set me up to fail. If he does have some kind of power source inside the creature, then detonating a ZPFM or arrow would likely result in a much larger explosion than I intend. What I need to do is something Legion would never anticipate, which means thinking outside the box. I glance around, desperately looking for some inspiration. Then I see it in the form of one Katya Titchener. Tia! Carlos, hang on, I tell him. This will go easier if he's there to assist.
What do you think I'm doing?
I ignore him and fly back around, unloading a volley of Dad's micro-missiles into the thing's side. I want to keep it occupied and not moving forward. Kate, grab Tia and get to Carlos. Tia, once you're there, mass up hard. I mean hard! They both respond in the affirmative. Kate grabs Tia and vanishes, reappearing a second later on Megacroc. At the same instant, Megacroc tires of the game and shakes violently, throwing Kate off. Carlos grabs Tia's hand and manages to hang on to his spear and her. "I got you, Kate!" I shout as I zoom toward her. I snag her in the air halfway to the ground. I don't think a fall from 20 feet would hurt her, much, but it wouldn't be pleasant. "My hero," she says as she wraps her arms around me to hold on. "Tia, mass up!" At his current size, Mega Croc has mass and strength to beat us. As strong as Carlos is, he could punch Mega all day long and not stop him. Plus, hitting him only seems to make him grow stronger and bigger. Legion must have created an energy absorber, possibly based on my own kinetic shields, that channel energy and allow Mega Croc to use it to fuel his growth. I don't know how much of him is machine versus mutated flesh, but I know one thing. Nothing on Earth can mass up the way Tia can. Kate shifts, clinging to the handholds on my back, riding me a lot like a surfboard as I climb up to 100 feet and hover. "Everyone else, fall back. Give her time to work. Carlos, keep her on him as square as you can."
"Will do,"
he replies. My vision zooms in on them, and I can see Carlos's muscles bulging as he hugs Tia between himself and his spear that is buried a foot into Mega Croc's leathery skin. The air around Tia wavers like heat is rising off her, but in reality, it's her powers. The air grows dense around her as she masses up. Now that no one is trying to punch him into submission, Mega Croc surges forward. The team falls back more, covering Glacier as she sprays the hell out of the area with ice to keep him slowed. He's all the way out of the water, with his snout over the berm, just 100 feet from the packed highway of innocent civilians trying to get away. He takes one more step, and I see his legs start to shake. Mega Croc has an exponentially stable platform, with his wide body, 4 legs, and long tail. I don't think anyone could flip him over. But pin him down? That's entirely something else. He takes one more shuddering step before flopping down on his belly, letting out a low growl. "I think we did it," I say. "Carlos, you and Tia okay?" He takes his hand off the spear to wave at us.
"My other arm's asleep,"
he says with a grin.
"Sorry, Carlos,"
Tia says. She speaks with her jaw clenched. It isn't easy for her to maintain the mask she's put on. "Now what?" Kate asks. "Now we give him the biggest ketamine cocktail we can find. Chapter 26. Watching the creature on TV is sure a lot more fun than fighting him in person. We're back in Arizona, everyone except Tia and Carlos, who are on Mega Croc duty. They have the poor thing so high he could fly. As a precaution, and at my suggestion, Tia maintains her position on his back, in case he wakes up before they've dragged him out into the deepest part of the ocean. They wanted to kill him, but there isn't any way to do that as far as I can tell. I tried to X-ray and see inside him, but no luck. The best thing we can do is attach a tracker to him and pray he doesn't come back. They literally have a gas tanker full of ketamine as an IV, which they tried to use to OD him, but his metabolism burns it faster than they can pump it. So, that leaves us ditching him deep in the Atlantic Ocean. If that doesn't work, I can always aerostrike him if he approaches land again. It's certainly not the best solution, but it's the most expedient one, as long as he isn't near any populated areas. I'm in the top guest room of the Spire instead of Mesa Base. I'd rather be home, but I want to be here to move the team on a moment's notice as soon as we find Madison. The door buzzes. "Come in," I say. The door whooshes open, and Jones walks in with a grin.
"I love that the doors do that,"
he says, looking at the frame as he comes in. "Agent Jones, any luck finding Madison?" The guest apartment isn't huge, more like a studio since it's at the top of the main spire. I'm on the couch watching the big screen TV and eating a sandwich when he steps in. The door closes behind him, and he walks around the room, looking in the little kitchenette.
"Yes, actually. I know where she is,"
he says calmly. My gut starts screaming at me that something is wrong. I use my eyes to signal Epic to the problem. "I am watching. Are you in danger?" I nod. There's something very wrong here. "Agent Jones, it's late and I'm tired. You might have noticed we've had a long couple of days. So if you know where Madison is, can you cut to the chase?" He smiles, sitting down on the coffee table in front of me. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out what looks like a smartphone and presses a button on the screen. The TV shuts off, the lights go out, and, more alarmingly, my HUD vanishes. "Well, Frel," I say, "you work for Legion?" He shakes his head.
"That technological monstrosity? No, I serve Nemesis. I always have. Smith and I were her fail-safes in case anything went wrong with her plans. She contacted us decades ago, setting us up for just this event. I have to say, when she first told me about you, I didn't believe her. But here you are," he says with a wry grin.
"So you're here to kill me? Because I don't think that's going to turn out the way you think it is," I say. I'm stalling for time. Whatever device he used is preventing me from calling on my armor. It's also likely blocking Kate from reaching me, since she isn't already here. Based on the terror I'm feeling, it seems like she should be.
"No," he shakes his head. "Legion wants you dead, no doubt. But he has these elaborate plans to kill you. EMP, giant crocodiles, orbital strikes, that kind of thing. He's quite emotionally unstable for a computer."
He got it from his designer. Erickson was a madman.
"Quite,"
Jones says.
"No, Amelia. I'm here to make you one of us. What Rafe, as you call them, wouldn't want a mass-murdering, armored psychopath as a host," he says as he leans in.
Okay, now I'm genuinely terrified. This is exactly what Erickson wanted to do, replace my mind with his. "Nope," I say. I hold up my wrist to show the quantum computer strapped to it. The lights are off, but I know it's still functioning, just dampened. You change my brainwaves, and this goes boom. No mind control, no possession. I won't allow it, I say.
"You won't allow it?" he growls. "You're not in a position to allow anything. Without your armor, you're nothing but a little girl in a wheelchair. You think you can stop me from destroying your mind and taking your body as my own?"
He leaps up, savagely grabbing my throat and lifting me straight up while choking the life out of me.
"I can regenerate you," he says.
He pulls my face close to his.
"Did you ever think about that?"
I try to tell him no, but I'm too busy trying to breathe. Carlos landed in a crouch on the landing pad of the vehicle garage, the second spire mirroring the main one. His every muscle was sore. Even though the armor granted him power, he still had to exert the effort to make things happen. It was the big reason Pythia sent prospective protectors back in time to train. Today's methods had nothing on Hercules throwing boulders. He stretched his neck muscles as he made his way down to the sky bridge leading to the residential spire.
"Epic, is Amelia still awake?"
he asked as he waited for the elevator. When no response was forthcoming, he put his hand to the earpiece he wore, since he couldn't use goggles under his Spartan helmet.
"Epic?"
Nothing.
"Milton, you there?" "Yes, sir. How may I serve?"
the English-sounding AI said.
"Is Amelia awake?" "Let me try her phone. She has requested I not monitor her while she's in the spire."
Carlos couldn't tell if the AI sounded hurt by Amelia's paranoia. He couldn't blame either of them. Amelia is who she is. He shrugged. The lift arrived and deposited him on the sky bridge. It felt odd, walking around in his Greek armor while the staff went about their business. He dismissed it, sending it back to the pocket dimension it lived in when he wasn't wearing it. Of course, then he felt naked without it, despite having jeans and a shirt on.
"Her phone is going right to voicemail, I'm afraid. Would you like to leave a message?"
By the time Milton got back to him, Carlos was already going up the stairs to where she was staying.
"Nah, I'll just pop in. Worst case, I wake her up," he told the machine. "That is indeed the worst case, sir."
Carlos chuckled. For the majordomo of the spire, waking up one of the heroes when it wasn't necessary would be the worst case. But Amelia owed him some serious gaming time. Between his time as the protector, dating Kate, and trying to have a regular life, there wasn't much time left for his one friend. The hallway outside her room was dark, which was odd. He pressed the entry chime on her door. Nothing. No sound or vibration to let him know it worked.
"This is weird," Milton? Yes, sir? Is the power out? There appears to be a localized disruption in the electric grid. I was unable to detect it until you were physically there. The sensors in your glasses are giving me one reading, while my internals are giving me another. I'm trying to reactivate the power now.
Carlos's heart thumped in a tiny panic.
It's Amelia. She can take care of herself. Mostly.
He decided to knock, rapping his knuckles on the door. The sound of a slap, clear and strong, like the flat of the hand landed perfectly on a face, came through the door.
Okay, Amelia, please don't hate me if you're not in trouble.
He grabbed the edge of the door and pulled. He wasn't wearing his armor, but he was still incredibly strong. Not superhuman, but strong. The doors weren't designed to hold anyone back in case of fire or emergency. It slid open after a second. Carlos choked when he saw what Jones was doing to Amelia, holding her with one hand, strangling her to death while dangling her above the floor. In his time in the past, he had fought in Alexander's army and had to turn off the civilized side of his brain. The part of him that told him to act like a human being, that hurting people was wrong. As the protector, he had tried, tirelessly at times, to avoid violence. Not this time. He charged across the small apartment and crashed into Jones, shoulder-checking him over the couch. Amelia fell, coughing and sputtering for breath. He wanted to stop and make sure she was okay, but Jones was the bigger threat. Jones rolled up, a cocky smile on his face as he pulled a knife from his suit.
I can do you both and still take her form.
Carlos was too angry to laugh, too enraged for a witty comeback. He wanted to fight. Jones lunged forward, and Carlos hit his wrist with a fist, knocking the knife down and then grabbing Jones by the shirt, using his own momentum against him, and throwing him toward the skylight. The knife skittered across the floor, and a surprised Jones found himself on the other side of the room.
You can fight for a kid. Okay, then.
Carlos cracked his neck. The rage from seeing his friend gripped him, but reason clawed back at his brain. Amelia was the most important person to him in his life. She was the reason he was the protector. And while he desperately wanted to beat Jones to death, he wasn't going to do that without his armor.
You want to fight, Jones? Fine.
Carlos slammed his fist down on the carpet, calling forth his armor. Light flashed as his clothes were replaced by Greek-style bronze armor.
Fancy armor and some superpowers aren't going to save you. I was around when those trinkets were made. I can...
Carlos wasn't listening. He charged forward with the speed of Hermes, hitting Jones in the chest with his armored shoulder and knocking the man through the sliding glass door, over the balcony, and off the top of the spire.
Amelia!
Carlos spun and ran to her. She was coughing, holding her throat.
He knows where Madison is, she sputtered. Don't let him get away.
But...
Go!
She yelled. Carlos left her, charging out the broken glass door and leaping over the ruined balcony. Falling always put his stomach in his throat, the certainty of falling too far. However, he fell from orbit on a daily basis. This wouldn't hurt him. He hit the ground with a crunch, scanning for Jones. Green light flared behind him, and Jones was on his back, one hand over Carlos's eyes and the other with another blade slicing into his throat. The knife screeched as the blade shredded itself against his indestructible skin. Carlos reached back and grabbed a handful of collarbone, crushed it, and slammed the man over on his back. Jones screamed as bones broke, and he found himself under the sandaled foot of the protector.
You should be dead,
he said through pain-clenched teeth. Carlos shook his head.
I'm the protector of mankind. It takes more than a knife to kill me. Where is Madison Dumas?
For emphasis, Carlos leaned on the foot he had on Jones's chest. He felt bones pop under his weight. Jones grunted, spitting up blood and trying desperately to move Carlos's foot. It didn't budge.
She's on the moon, okay? Legion has a base on the moon. It's the only place he could go where Lockhart couldn't hit with another arrow.
Carlos grinned. Amelia had that effect on bad guys. He took his foot off Jones and pulled the man up to face him, bringing him to almost touch his helmet.
I don't know what you are, but you almost murdered my friend. You won't get a second chance.
Carlos held out his empty hand, and the Spear of Destiny appeared. Taking one step forward, he threw the spear into the sky. The power of the weapon dragged him and Jones behind it until they were in orbit. Jones's eyes went wide as Carlos reached back and threw the man into the sun. He didn't wait to see him die from the myriad perils of no atmosphere. Instead, he focused on Amelia and flung the spear back to Earth. Jones was dead, along with the entity inside him, before Carlos hit the ground. Hit the ground. Hit the ground. Hit the ground. Chapter 27. I shake my head as Teddy probes my throat, trying to find if anything is broken. Jones was incredibly strong, and he could have broken my neck like a toothpick if he wanted to. Madison told me that death was a meal for them, and the longer it took, the better the meal. A shiver runs up my spine just thinking about it.
"It's a good thing Carlos showed up when he did,"
Teddy says as he finishes his exam. As if he heard him, Carlos lands on the balcony in a crouch, his armor shining in the moonlight.
"I found where Madison is, but you're not going to like it,"
he says. He steps over the ruins of my sliding glass door, his sandaled feet crunching on the broken shards scattered all over the floor. "Did you kill him?" Kate asks, without a trace of emotion in her voice, which means she's on the edge of losing control.
"I'd say he's pushing up daisies, but they don't have those in space, so,"
he says. Carlos shrugs when I look at him sideways. He threw him into space? Wow. I reach out and take Kate's hand and Carlos's when he's close enough. With all the crazy crap I've done over the years, that felt the closest to death I've ever come. Maybe because it was someone else trying to kill me and not some insane situation like a black hole.
"You'll be fine by morning," Teddy says. "In the meantime, try not to move your neck too much, okay?"
he says. I let go of my friends and throw a hug around Teddy, holding him tight for a moment. He seems hesitant, but then relents and hugs me back.
"You know, Amelia, we love you,"
he says in a whisper. I give him a peck on the cheek, and he blushes before turning to leave. Kate and Carlos thank him. Then it's just the three of us.
"Where is she?"
I croak out. "No talking," Kate admonishes me. "Teddy said your throat is damaged. Don't make it worse. Amelia, for once, please listen to the doctor. I know you generally listen to no one, but permanent damage to your throat can cause complications for the rest of your life." I look at the nearest camera and frown. Okay, no talking. I give Carlos my best tell me look with my hands out.
"Right. If we believe Jones, Madison is on the moon."
Of course! I slap myself in the forehead for being a dunce. It all makes sense. He tapped my satellite, he has his own orbital weapons, and we can't find any trace of him here on Earth. Of course he's on the moon. Oh, he has a moon base. Cool! I know that look, Kate says. You're already thinking about having your own moon base, aren't you? I stifle a laugh and nod. I pull up my wrist computer and link it to the screen and start typing. "I need to see Pythia," I say via text. Carlos shakes his head.
"The last time you saw her, she spent a week in a catatonic state. I don't think she'll want to see you again."
"I know," I type. "Between what Epic found out and what we now know, I think it's safe to say seeing the world overrun with wraiths would be enough to leave anyone in terror." I glance at him and point at the screen for emphasis.
"What, right now?"
he asks. "Is there another time?" "Amelia," Kate interrupts. "You need rest and time to heal from your wounds. You can go see her tomorrow. If Madison is alive, she still will be in 12 hours. Rest."
The moon. I'm on the friggin' moon?
Madison punched the panel in anger. Of all the dumb places for her to wind up.
"Oh, it's worse than you think,"
Smith said with a cocksure grin. She had no idea how it could be worse. "Is there some kind of spaceship we can use to get back to Earth?" she asked. He tried to shake his head, but the ropes tightened, turning his response into a gurgle. Maddie grinned from his pain. "I'll take that as a no. How did we get up here?"
"Nemesis can teleport. She used her power to help Legion build this place. It was the only way he could guarantee Lockhart couldn't destroy his base the way she did the last one.
Maddie nodded.
Her arrows? Yeah, the fact that she has a satellite weapon really should convince people not to cross her. Okay, so what's the other bit of bad news?
Spice appeared by the door, pensively glancing back the way they came, as if she expected an army to appear any second.
You don't know?
Smith asked. Maddie glanced at Spice. She shrugged.
I guess not. Enlighten me.
He choked as he laughed.
We're outside the Earth's magnetic field.
He was pissing Maddie off, and she was in no mood.
Let's just leave him here and find some way off this rock, Spice said.
I'm no scientist, Smith. Tell me plainly, or I'm going to start breaking things.
She emphasized her point by grabbing his jaw and squeezing.
All right, he shouted. If you die here, you're dead. There's nowhere to go, no other life to inhabit. I hope you have a power reserve, because once she can't regenerate you anymore, you're finished.
Madison reached up and snapped his neck like a twig. Then she tightened the rope until he couldn't breathe.
Thanks for the tip. Come on, Spice. We're going to find our ride out of here.
She left the room, shutting the door behind her as she heard Smith start trying to breathe again.
Won't he just regenerate?
Spice asked.
Eventually. How much power does it take to bring us back to life?
She asked, not expecting an answer.
A lot, Spice said, but we have a lot to spare. The alien dogs we killed, she said with a gleam in her eye. They had a lot of energy.
Here's the plan. We're going to find Nemesis and force her to take us back to Earth. I seriously doubt she can regenerate.
What about the robot? Spice asked.
I'll let Lockhart deal with him. This is already way above my pay grade.
Chapter 28. Chrysan hovered in the electronic ether that was the space where information existed. She watched the conversation between Carlos, Kate, and Amelia with equal parts interest and anger.
On the moon?
She muttered. How would her friend ever come back from there? For a moment, she felt guilty about spying on Epic and his friends, but it passed. After all, she was a reporter. Spying for the truth was her creed. She moved effortlessly through the building's computer systems. Now that she knew how to hide herself, there was no computer system she couldn't crack, no electronic place she couldn't go. The only real question she had pertained to whoever Pythia was. Chrysan did a quick search, but only found some vague references to Greek mythology and the Oracle of Delphi. Of course, they did have a Greek-themed superhero with them. She was about to exit the building and return to her body, stashed neatly in an apartment in the middle of Phoenix's financial district. She needed a place with a really fast internet, and it was the only Airbnb that offered fiber optic speeds. But if they were going to see this Pythia person, she needed to know who and what she was, and what she had to do with where Madison was. After all, if they weren't going to rescue her friend, she needed to. If only there was a way to get to the moon. She glanced through the cameras monitoring the room, and of course through her own internet vision. She could see Epic inhabiting Lockhart, like a ghost superimposed over her. The outline of her armor and the quantum computer built into it to house Epic. Could she? She probed the connection, moving by inches instead of miles, as she slowly seeped into the armor. Into Epic's core programming. Okay, this is weird. She would admit to herself she has a thing for Lockhart's AI. He was kind and helpful, and he sounded so good to her ear. But he was a machine. No matter how much he may look and sound like a man, he wasn't. At least, that's what Chrysan told herself as she used the skills Epic taught her to infiltrate the AI and take up residence inside of Amelia's suit. Epic noticed a glitch in the armor's backup systems. He used 1/1000th of his processing power to run a full diagnostic, scouring the armor and code for any errors. In storage mode, while Amelia slept, Epic didn't. He used that time to brainstorm new ideas for her suit, new ways to protect her if he were ever destroyed or compromised, and new safety systems in her home. It was during one such time that he created Milton to reduce the amount of daily management he needed to do. He didn't feel regret for his creation, more like a sense of unfulfilled potential. Amelia didn't like Milton. She had her reasons, as human as they were, but he still wished she would come around. The diagnostic came back with positive results across the board. Whatever had tripped the backup blip was most likely a normal process. He turned his attention back to his other task, something he knew Amelia would love. However, the technology to make a giant robot version of the suit wasn't quite ready. One day, though. Chapter 29. I hit the ground next to the secret entrance to the Delphi cave at the same time as Carlos. I'm on edge because last time we were here together, Safety Force showed up and tried to arrest us. A constant thorn in my side. However, after what we did, they're pissed, but they appear to have backed off for the moment until they can find another way to control Carlos.
You sure about this?
He asks. His hand hovers above the switch that will send the lift down to the hidden cave. I nod. The armor retracts around my face. Carlos, what are you not telling me? He sighs, pulling his hand back.
Amelia, you're my best friend, and I love you. I don't want to lose you. When it comes to Pythia...
I put a hand on his shoulder. Spit it out. I can take it.
You don't always think rationally around her, he says. I mean it in the nicest way possible, Nina.
He's not wrong. I knew this already. I try, Carlos. I really try. When I think of her, my blood boils and I just get so damn angry about, well, everything. She manipulated me. She lied to me. She could have saved Luke and... He pulls me into a hug, squeezing me tight.
She also saved your life, he whispers, and that is worth everything to me.
We stay there, hugging awkwardly in our armor. I rest my head on his shoulder, and I think for a moment. I can do this. I can face her and not let my emotions get the better of me. I just wish I knew I could trust her, I say after a long moment. He holds me out at arm's length.
You trust me, don't you?
Well, duh, I say.
Then trust her. Everything she says and does has one goal, make humanity better. And there is no better example of humanity than you.
I blush hard. I don't know what to say to that. In the end, I just nod and point at the pedestal. He places the flat of his hand on it, and the ground opens and the lift descends into darkness. The hidden panel slides closed, cutting us off from the light above. As soon as it goes dark, soft blue lights fill the space as we come out into the cave that is the home of the Oracle and Protector. It hasn't changed since last time I was here, which is odd. Usually, it's different each time. The swimming pool with the little island in the middle is backlit by artificial sunlight. Behind it, I know, is the room where Pythia regenerates, or is cloned. I'm fuzzy on the exact details. In the middle is the door that leads to her sleeping area. Then off to one side is the kitchen, an island set up with bar stools and a cooking space. The final area is the living room. A sunken circular couch brackets a huge TV with an Xbox plugged into it, though the dust on the system tells me it hasn't been used much. God, I miss playing with Carlos. I catch him looking at me with the same expression. When this is all over, we need like a solid week of Halo, I say to him.
Deal.
He holds his fist out to me and we bump. Would you like a Coke, Amelia? Pythia's sing-song voice comes from the kitchen. She must have knelt down right before we entered because I didn't see her there. I resist the urge to tighten up and clamp my mouth shut. Yes, please, I say. She points to the living room, and Carlos and I go sit down on the plush couch. She brings 2 bottles of Coke over and hands one to me and Carlos. Thanks. I take a sip while she sits down. Of course. You're always welcome here, she says. Pythia, last time I was here, you had a bit of a exorcist moment, I say. Carlos chokes on his Coke. He puts it down and wipes his mouth with the back of his hand before giving me a glare. Pythia smiles. Ah, Amelia, you and your colorful way of putting things. Yes, what I saw was horrible. For what it's worth, my visions do not always come true. I pray to Zeus this is one of those instances. I take another drink, thinking about what I need to say next. I know she won't outright tell me what I want. She never has in the past. It always comes down to her manipulating people to get the outcome she is after. If she tells me the future she wants, then it won't happen. Of course, the irony here is, I won't know this until after the fact. Nemesis is here, I say. She frowns. I can't feel her, which is strange, nor do I see her in our timeline. I lean my chin on my hand while I think. Why can't she see her? Is it possible she can hide from you, since she's one of the Greek, travelers? Pythia's lips twitch upward in a smile at my attempt to avoid calling them gods. They can call themselves whatever they want. No one will make me. It's possible. Or she's not on Earth, and that is why... Oh, I see. That is why. She's on the moon, isn't she? Her power to see the present and the future never ceases to amaze me. How did she deduce that Nemesis was on the moon? You can't see things that aren't on Earth, right? That's why you couldn't see the Thun until they were here. So, if you can't see Nemesis, and we know for a fact that she's here, that only leaves space as a conclusion. Pythia grins. Yes, except I didn't say space, Amelia. I said the moon. Unfortunately, I cannot tell you where exactly, only that she is there. Most likely with your friend, since I am no longer feeling her presence on Earth either. I shake my head, just when I think I've got Pythia figured out. How do you know about Madison? Is that her name? I know nothing about her. I told you the individual lives of humans are unpredictable, even for me. However, the creatures Nemesis brought here to punish humanity, those I can follow. They infect the Earth, but rarely do they make any significant changes. Until Madison. The work she has done over the last 2 years will be felt for centuries. Millions of lives will be infinitely better for the people she killed. I don't normally agree with that sort of brute force approach, but she was like a scalpel wielded by a master surgeon. I applaud her. I don't know whether I should be proud of my friend or freaked out by Pythia's embrace of Madison's style of justice. Maddie doesn't, as far as I know, make mistakes when it comes to who she kills. She's certainly saved hundreds of lives for which there is no arguing. However, how long she can commit wholesale slaughter against human beings and remain human herself? It's the question of the hour. You're not the only hero in the world, Amelia. There are hundreds of people using their abilities to make the lives of those around them better. Most only have a limited effect, centering around where they operate. A few, like you, she nods at Carlos, and you, Amelia, as well as Madison, have a larger effect. It's that effect I feel. I can see it unspooling in the world like a snake. Pythia leans back and gives me a sad smile before she takes a deep breath and lets it out slowly. Which is why I must ask you not to go to the moon. Damn it, I knew she was going to pull this crap. Amelia, your heart rate is elevated. Stay calm. She may be playing you, but like Carlos said, she always has a reason. It's that reason I'm worried about. Does she really not want me to go to the moon, or does she want me to? I could go mad trying to outguess her. I drop my face in my hands with a groan. Ugh, Pythia, for once, for the love of all that's holy, would you just play it straight with me? She stares at me for a long moment, those impossibly deep eyes taking in every bit of me. She leans forward, crossing her legs. Then she speaks. Amelia, if I tell you what I know, one of two things will happen. One of two things are always going to happen, I say. True, but this is worse than if you should have Bianco's or Pizza Hut, she says. I sneer. There's no choice there, unless Bianco's is really busy. But with Kate... She waves her hand to interrupt me. Let me stop you right there. That's what I'm talking about. You overthink everything. Right now, you're weighing the possibilities of Kate teleporting to Bianco's so you can have a pizza ready when you get back to Phoenix. I am not, I say indignantly. Bianco's isn't open this early. She laughs, like bells and chimes. See, you were. I open my mouth to argue with her more. But I realize she is right. I was. Fine, I overthink things, but that isn't always bad. It is when I'm trying to weigh the future of Earth with or without you. It's not just that, Amelia. She takes a deep breath, holds it for a moment, and lets it out slowly. You're my friend. Am I making my decisions based on my holy mission, or what I want to have for my friend who I've already hurt deeply, possibly irrevocably? How am I supposed to decide that? I sigh. She did always say we were friends. And heck, maybe we are. I don't know. In a supreme effort of will, I reach out and place my hand on her knee. Pythia, if we are friends, then help me save one. I can't leave Madison to die any more than I could you. She nods. None of this matters, though, she says with a sad smile. Why? Because you're not here to have me tell you what to do. You're going to the moon regardless of what I say. There is no path, none, where you don't go. And once you're there, I don't see the details, but, Amelia, please, I don't know if you can escape what I see, but if you can, do. It's not pleasant or fast. I shudder all over. The pain in her voice is beyond anything I've ever heard from her. She saved me once, but I always knew there wouldn't be a second time. You're right. Not saving her was never on the table. Nothing you could say would change that, unless you told me they weren't on the moon. But you already confirmed that. I take a deep breath and ask the one question I really have. Can Carlos come with me?
What? That's why we're here?
Carlos jerks up like he's been bit.
I'm coming. No way am I letting you face those things and that mad woman alone. No way, no how.
I glance at Pythia, pleading on my face. I really, really want to take Carlos with me. You told me once the Protector can't leave Earth. Is that still true? She looks at me, then Carlos, then back to me, and slowly nods. I'm sorry, Carlos, truly. Perhaps if you went you could stop it, but you can't go.
Why not?
He asks. Carlos walks a little circle behind the couch, his fists opening and closing in anger. For the same reason you couldn't go with her to the other planet. Your powers, the armor, they are for Earth and nowhere else. If you go to the moon, you won't have any powers. You must stay on Earth. I'm sorry. He fumes for a moment, storming to the back of the cave with his hands on his hips as he mutters to himself. I figured, but I knew he would need to hear it himself. I stand up, ready to leave. Amelia, you need to see your parents before you go. I'm not saying there's no chance of you not coming back, but... I want to argue with her, but it's hard to argue with someone who's right. Actually, it's really easy, just not smart. Yeah, I will. And Pythia, if this is the last time I see you, She stands up and hugs me in one smooth motion. For what it's worth, if I could have found another way, I would have. I'm sorry, she whispers. I know she's not talking about right now. My throat closes up, and I try to say something, but I just choke. I genuinely hug her back, with tears brimming. Me too, I say after a moment. Me too. Me too. Me too. Me too. Chapter 30. Mesa Base is exactly how I left it a few days earlier. Oh, I love this place. It's built exactly how I need it, and it's as indestructible as NORAD. I run my hand along the counter. If I'm never going to see it again, I want to enjoy the moment. You're going where? Mom asks. They're sitting on the couch. Dad has a slice of Bianco's Kate secured for me as soon as they opened, and Mom has diet soda. The moon. According to my sources, Legion has her there. She only gets back if I can get to her. Then Kate can teleport in and take her home.
Can't someone else go? Dad asks. I know you're used to danger, but this is space.
He holds his hand up to forestall my complaint.
Yes, I know you fly up there all the time. But Amelia, this is the moon. Even at full speed, it will take you, 6 hours at 40,000 miles an hour?
His math isn't wrong, assuming the moon is an average distance away. The suit can do it. Even at half that speed, I'll be fine. It's why I have to get going, though. I can't delay too much, or I'll add hours to the journey. On the bright side, I've always wanted to go to the moon. Mom hasn't stopped looking concerned since I told them about my plan. Dad simply nods.
Well, you seem like you've got it all figured out.
I do, I think. And even if the worst happens, I roll over and take Mom's hand. The last while I've got to spend with you has been awesome, really. Epic has left arrangements for you. You'll be taken care of, no matter what. Mom is practically crying now. She throws her hands around me, pulling me tight against her. How can you even think about that? None of this mattered to us. We finally have you back, and we don't want to lose you. I let myself hug her for a long while, wishing for a few seconds I could send someone else. But while Lux could certainly get up there, this is my responsibility. She will be going with me. I'm not stupid, but I have to be there. It'll be okay, Mom. These things have a way of working themselves out. I untangle myself from her and look at her in the eyes. Besides, I have no plans to die today.
None ever do,
Dad whispers. The biggest problem with the moon base isn't how to go there. It's how to stop Legion from transmitting himself away. It's great that he's terrified of Artemis launching an arrow at him. Awesome. But I can't launch an arrow at the moon. It needs Earth's gravity to pull it down. Turning the satellite around and pointing it at the moon would be about as effective as going outside and throwing a softball at it. He would need to use some kind of seriously powerful transmitter to communicate with Earth, beaming himself back and forth. I could whip up a ZPFM-powered jammer and use that to blanket the space in between the Earth and the moon, trap him up there. So, when I finally do destroy him, there is no escape. Epic, pull up Lockheed's schematics. New file. Call it Smog. I see where you are going with this. Might I recommend we rig it to launch from an M-jet to increase the base speed? Good plan. Let's load it with multiple ZPFMs and several directional dishes. We don't know exactly where on the moon Legion is, and I don't want to risk him escaping. We need enough power to blanket the moon with EMI for at least an hour. Even if we locate his base, he could have wires and dishes set up anywhere on the surface. We will need a standoff range, perhaps outside the bow shock of Earth's magnetosphere. That way, it will be easier to separate him from home. Let me check with some astronomy resources to see when the moon will be in the proper position. You do that, and I am going to borrow a playbook from Legion, one I should have thought of myself, to be honest. I frown as I pull up my drafting program and start bringing in elements from various weapons on the screen to put them together. The fabrication of Eon's pendant is finished. Would you like to look over the final form? Oh, yeah, put it on screen 3. I roll over and examine the output specifications of her, cure. I hope. The pendant is based on the same tech I used to help Glacier, with a little inspiration thrown in from Kate. Namely, the pendant. Diagnostics work out? Yes, unless there is a different carrier wave for Eon than Glacier. This should work exactly as it did for our icy friend. A grin feels good over the last few days. I'd love a win for Eon. She's a pain in my posterior, and if I could get her on my side, that would be ideal. I roll back over and look at what I started. When we were in Alcatraz, Legion completely disabled the suit, something I didn't think could be done, short of a nuke. Yet somehow, the pesky AI managed to hit me with a focused EMP. He used a satellite, but I want one built into the suit. It would be the ultimate off switch for dealing with a technology-based villain. The problem is, outside a few minor efforts and sci-fi, non-nuclear EMPs don't exist. Sure, a localized EMP can happen using microwaves, but we're talking the difference between a "my car stopped working" and "half the city went dark." The question is, how? Of course, like the ZPFM tech, if I know it can be done, it doesn't matter how impossible it seems. A lot of times, overcoming an obstacle is a matter of believing it is a possibility. No matter what the science says, if someone did it, I can do it. Amelia, I am sorry to interrupt you, but you have not moved in 4 hours, and we have to be at the spire in 2. What? 4 hours? I blink several times. Whoops. I have all the various components on the screen in vibrant 3D, put together in a weapon I can fire from my armor. There's only one problem. I can't shield my own armor from the effects, so firing it will put me offline for a solid minute. I sigh. Well, at least I have some good news for Eon. Do you want me to load the EMP cannon into the armor for emergency use? We can't use it without neutralizing ourselves. But yeah, load it. I can always tinker with the design on my spare time. What was the word on the moon? It is not a matter of checking the calendar. They are looking into it and should reply soon. Fine. Prep the M-Jet and let's go spread some cheer. As soon as we know we're clear, we need to launch. They may not be interested in killing Madison, but that doesn't mean it's happy fun time up there for her. There for her. There for her. Chapter 31. I thought you forgot about our arrangement, Eon says. She hovers over the landing pad of the second spire. It's hard to see her clearly, with the noonday sun passing right through. Her form wavers in the heat. It isn't super fun to be out here in it, but she doesn't like going indoors for some reason, and I wanted to put her at ease, not agitate her. Nope, not at all. It was just tricky since you're made of light. With Glacier, I had a physical form to hang a belt on. With you, I shrug. I'm well aware of my physical limitations, she says unemotionally. I swear when she speaks, it's either condescending or like a computer. I take it you're not going to let me go into detail of how I overcame an impossible problem? I ask. You really should, Kate says. My best friend is here as backup in case Eon decides to renege. I'm still not 100% sure who pulls the strings of the light-based hero, but I certainly don't want her as an enemy. She works for the U.S. government on occasion, which is why she was sent after me when the EU issued an order against me for fighting Safety Force in Greece. She's like a bottle under pressure. Just let her explain and she won't explode. Eon glares at Kate for a long moment. Fine. Tell me. I cackle with glee. Okay, actually, Kate was the inspiration for how I figured it out. I was? She isn't a scientist, Eon says. I tilt my head to the side. Science is like any other endeavor. Creativity matters a lot. I created this pendant for Kate to help her with her powers. I look over at Kate, and for a second I can see the loss in her eyes. She loved not feeling other people's emotions, but when she lost her arm, it was either turn off her powers and have no arm, or turn them on and have an arm. It was my first foray into the idea of blocking powers. Then I tried to fix Glacier. She was a lot trickier. That was where I theorized that her real body had transposed with ice from the dimension where she received her powers. For the first time since I met her, Eon expresses some genuine emotion. Her eyes widen, and she floats toward me with one hand out. Are you saying you've already done this for someone else? Another elemental? She asks. Mm-hmm. There's a catch. So hold on a sec before you get too excited. It's why I have to tell you the story. She nods, but is much closer to me. Fine, but please, it's been so long. I get it, I really do. Really? You know what it's like not to be able to touch anything? Feel anything? How could you possibly... I hold up my hand to stop her right there. Sure, I don't, you're right. But I know what it's like not to be normal, to rely on other people and things for my daily mobility. You don't think the first time I took a step in my armor, I felt a sense of relief? Heck, I toyed with staying in it 24/7 for the first while after I designed it. So yeah, I get it. You don't have the monopoly on disability. She backs off for a second before nodding. Sorry, it's just... Like I said, I say with a grin. I get it. Back to the science. With Glacier, I created a belt with a built-in power supply. It can last for about 12 hours before she must transform. Even with a ZPFM, she can't stay human for longer. Every second she's blocked, the power requirements grow exponentially. Once it reaches a certain point, the belt's conductive material isn't capable of transferring enough power anymore. I have a cutoff built in well before that happens. How does this apply to me? She asks. I had to make everything into something that light can pass through, since it only works if the device is in physical contact with you. She comes down to my level where her feet are touching the landing pad. Can we try? I open the small case on my lap and pull out a prism on a necklace. The chain is a reinforced alloy that is strengthened by a magnetic field generated by the tiny ZPFM embedded in the center of the crystal. With me holding the necklace up, she sticks her head through. Then I let go. It falls through her form to clank against the landing pad. I frown. She turns around and hovers away from me, hiding her face. Kate comes over and picks up the prism and turns it over in her hand. This is a little unusual for you, she says with a frown. A million calculations go through my head. Was I too rushed? Did I forget a crucial step and... Oh. Epic, is the ZPFM active? Checking. No, it is not. I would recommend turning it on before use. Funny. I sigh and press the prism in the center and hold it for 3 seconds. There's an almost imperceptible buzz, letting me know it's on. Let's try this again. It will work this time, Eon. I promise. She turns around and comes back over, kneeling before me. I place the prism necklace over her head and let the multifaceted device dangle in her for a second, and... A brilliant flash of light, followed by a heat wave like I just opened the oven, hits me. I hold up my hand trying to block out the light, but it's no use and I'm blind. I can't see anything but a blur and dancing lights for a solid 10 seconds. Epic, did it work? I think so. When my eyes finally clear, I see her. Or I think it's her. She's not what I expected. Kate rushes over with a blanket, since whatever clothes she wore were long since burned off. It's me, she croaks out. It's really me? I smile. This is the part that makes it worth it. It's really you, I say. Eon, the real Eon, wobbles to her feet. She holds out her hand and flexes her fingers while staring at her black skin in utter amazement. I don't believe it. And that is why you fail, I say in my best imitation of Yoda. Kate lets out a groan. That's okay. I thought it was good. I thought it was good. I thought it... Chapter 32. It is time. I let out a sigh. I'm not ready. How long? I ask Epic. The roof of the spire is crowded, with the team all up here wanting to say goodbye. They all want to come along and help, but with it being space, the only people who really can are Lux and Glacier. However, Glacier has no propulsion in space, which leaves me with Lux as backup. Not that having the super-powerful alien at my side is a bad thing. I just wish I could take Carlos with me.
I wish Pythia would let me go, he says as he holds my hand.
It's going to be okay, Carlos. Whatever she saw. You know I don't put a lot of faith in her so-called visions.
She does, he says.
I shrug. She's been wrong before. Heck, she's lied before to get the end she wants. I'm coming back. I can't leave my friend up there any longer. And Epic says this is the time to strike. Smog is ready. He can block any transmissions from the moon to the Earth for a solid 2 hours, which is better than I thought he was going to do. I reprogrammed Shai-Hulud to hijack any transmission from satellites to Earth. If Legion is in them, my worm will disrupt them. Finally, and it's the last thing I must do before I arrive on the moon, is destroy Artemis. It's the only way to be sure Legion isn't hiding some nasty surprise for me. I'm going to really miss having my own satellite. Of course, I could launch Artemis 2.0, which is exciting. Amelia, the window is closing. Kate kneels next to me and wraps her arms around me. Amelia, be careful. Hey, it's me, I say. That's what I'm worried about, she says. Just be ready. As soon as I signal you, come running and get Madison out of there. You're the only chance she has of returning to Earth. She nods, hugs me one more time, and steps back. Epic, initiate. The armor unpacks from storage mode, wrapping around me in a flash of liquid metal before solidifying. I stand up from the chair, loosening up my muscles and neck as I prep the pre-flight. Amelia, earlier I picked up a blip in the response system redundancies, and now it is reporting a larger-than-normal memory consumption while in storage mode. It may be nothing, but... You don't think Legion infiltrated the suit, do you? No, I do not want to say the impossible word, but it would be close to it. More likely, this is a result of the EMP. I will run some more diagnostics and see if I cannot pin it down. Keep me in the loop. Go ahead and launch Smog. The M-Jet parked on the landing pad whines as the engines power up. It lifts off vertically before pointing its nose at the sky and blasting off. It only goes a few 100 miles an hour until it's far enough away to break the sound barrier. Then all bets are off. The boom echoes around the area, and within seconds it's a speck in the sky. It will go to 100,000 feet before ejecting Smog, which will then fly out to 100,000 miles and await my signal to initiate jamming.
Amelia,
Carlos says to get my attention. He waves a hand at the team, all of whom have gathered to say good luck. I don't know what to say to them. This isn't the end for me. I refuse to give credence to Pythia's prediction. However, looking at everyone looking at me, I feel pressure to say something. Retract faceplate. The metal slides up, revealing my face. The whole team is here, just the team. No personnel, not my parents, just my friends. As a team, we've faced a lot of threats, but nothing like Legion and Nemesis. Either one would be a challenge, but both together? I shrug. I started off my hero career fighting White Rhino. He punched me so hard I woke up a mile away. A month later, I was flying a nuke into space. Then we defeated Erickson, rescued hundreds of people who had their memories wiped, and fought the Thune. I smile at them as the memories of all the great things we've accomplished play out in my head. We aren't infallible, indestructible, or indispensable, but we are indefatigable. Fleet raises his hand, and I can't help but smile.
I don't know what that means,
he says. Kate puts a hand on my shoulder and answers for me. It means we're persistent. We never give up and never stop trying to do the right thing. Tia stands next to Kate and reaches out to touch her shoulder. We will always sacrifice for our friends and never stop supporting them. Carlos puts his hand on my other shoulder.
We will always be there for them, for humanity.
Tessa walks silently next to Tia. I can see the tears threatening her eyes. We will never stop believing in our friends or working to live up to their ideals of who we could be. Even when we've given up on ourselves, Monica says as she transforms from her ice elemental form to her human form and places a hand on Tessa. We won't give up on each other.
No matter the distance, we stand by one another,
Fleet says as he shimmers, reappearing next to Carlos. Teddy places a hand on Fleet's shoulder.
Through excellence of mind and strength of will, we will persevere.
Lux hovers over to land, bridging Tony and Monica by placing a hand on both their shoulders. For those we've lost and those we love, we will never let evil prevail. I suddenly wish my faceplate was closed, because I don't think I can stop the tears. We stand together for a solid minute, and even in my parents' arms, I've never felt more love and support. He'd be so very proud of you, Amelia, Kate whispers. I know she's talking about Luke. My throat clenches up, and I want to say something profound, but nothing comes to mind. Thank you, all of you, I say. Epic? Kate asks. Yes. Go kick Legion's ass, she says with a smile. Affirmative. We break, and I take a step back, closing up the faceplate and giving everyone one last look. If Pythia is right and this is it, I'm okay with that. But she's not. I trigger the M drive and we blast off into the sky, following the M-Jet up into space. The suit shakes as we hit the sound barrier, and I hope it isn't the last time I ever get to do it. Croissant shook her virtual head as the suit came back online. She instantly became aware of two things. One, she had stayed in the suit, even after Amelia had retracted it. Two, as the armored superhero passed out of orbit, Croissant was still in the suit. even though she was now out of range of any Earth-based communications devices. Was she in the suit, or communicating with it using her superpower? Distantly, she felt like she could return to her body if she wanted to, but she knew if she did, she wouldn't be able to reconnect to Arsenal. If the suit was destroyed, would she die? Or would it be like losing a connection to a remote computer? She certainly didn't want to find out. However, she was glad to be in the suit. If it was at all possible to help rescue her friend from the insane AI and the so-called Greek god, she wanted to help, not stay behind and wait for news from people who didn't care about Madison as much as she did. She would do whatever it took to save her friend, no matter what. Matter what. Matter what. Chapter 33. The moon may not be as large as the Earth, but it's still a massive stellar body. No matter how large Legion's base is, it will be like trying to find a house in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Of course, it's easier when you have a compass. Amelia, wake up. His gentle prodding is enough to shake me out of the nap I was taking while we flew through the void between the Earth and moon. The M-drive can propel me to crazy speeds, but physics still apply. However long I accelerate, I have to decelerate. We spent 3 hours ramping up speed, followed by 3 hours slowing down. Epic's message wakes me up when we're 10,000 miles from the surface. Which sounds like a lot, except space. I check the readings and they all come back green, with Smog in position. Once I activate him, Artemis will blow and Legion will be trapped here. He was worried about me launching an arrow at him and made a mistake. He has nowhere to go. Now that we're here, how do we find him? I have plotted a high-orbit course which will allow us to scan the surface thoroughly. We should be able to pinpoint his location within a day. Or we could start with the places he's most likely to build. Such as... I'm no moon scientist, but aren't there massive impact craters on the moon with higher gravity than the rest of the surface? Even places where a base could be protected from meteorites? I can almost hear Epic roll his eyes. Yes, moon scientists, or as the rest of the world calls them, selenography, have mapped the surface and studied it to a great extent. There are maskins, areas where impact craters have created gravitational effects slightly higher than the lunar norm. Using your idea, then Aitken Basin would be the place to start our search. Deploying Lockheed 1 and 2 for triangulation. The suit bucks as both the drones eject. I keep an eye on them as they spread out a few hundred miles on either side of me. Together, we'll create a net capable of detecting even the slightest radio signals or visual radiation reflection. The dark side of the moon, which isn't actually always dark, is pretty awesome. I've been here before, but it was only for a minute before I headed back to Earth. A part of me wonders, irrationally so, if I'll run into Behemoth again. The last time I saw her, she was headed to deep space in the ruins of a Thune shuttle. However, that was the opposite direction of the moon, so not likely. We pass over the threshold into orbit around the moon at a distance of 1,000 miles up. Close enough to see any EM signals or visual signs of a base, and far enough away to give us a huge area to search as we pass over. If we try to search it a mile at a time, I would be up here for the rest of my life. Maddie grunted as Smith hit her again. He was looking pretty ragged after she left him for dead in the radio room. He had the same problem up here that she did. No lives to take meant no food. Lucky for him, Legion had located him before his regenerative supply was completely exhausted. Not lucky for her, since shortly after she discovered where she was, the moon of all places, they'd cornered her. With no weapons and nowhere to run, she surrendered and put her faith in Lockhart. With any luck, the armored superhero would be close to rescuing her. The love taps Smith was laying on her notwithstanding, she could survive up here for a while longer. "For the love, Smith, get over it," she said, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Clearly you need me for something, otherwise you would have killed me already." He grinned savagely. "You have no idea the hell you're in for. What she has planned for you." Maddie shook her head. The psycho that was Nemesis had only visited her in the small cell once, and it was enough to make her skin crawl. Spice was there with her, standing in the corner. remaining characteristically silent through the beating Maddie was taking.
"What do you get out of this? Once she opens the portal, competition is going to get fierce."
He paused with his fist raised in the air.
"You have no idea what this is about. Maybe it hasn't occurred to you, but I don't want to live here anymore. I hate this place. I hate humans. I hate it all. I want to go home," he said.
From what Spice had told her about where the creatures were from, it didn't sound like a place worth returning to. But then again, people on Earth talked about going home regardless of the hellhole they were from.
"That's it? You get to go home? Is there no part of the person you used to be in there? No humanity left that cares about what happens to Earth?"
He stared at her for a long moment before bursting into a howl of laughter.
"You mean the intrinsic value of the human soul? Don't make me sick," he said. "Humanity is worth less than the raw resources that make up their weak flesh, which isn't much. No, your time is coming to an end. The little pest inside you can join us, or die. But your fate is sealed."
Maddie grinned at the man.
"Is it?"
He blinked a few times, his own smile faltering. Then he hit her again. They weren't going to see it. Croissant had her fingers in every system, her abilities growing exponentially with each passing moment. Had Epic known this was where her powers were leading her? She felt like an electronic god. Confidence surged through her, and she felt like she could do anything. It was almost like, since they left Earth and her body behind, she was free. She shivered internally, trying not to think of the consequences of what she had done. Regardless, she couldn't stop to think about it. The base she could see so clearly was passing beneath them, and at their current speed, it would pass out of view in a few minutes. She could tell Epic directly, but then that would reveal her position. No, she needed a subtle way to let him know. Reaching out, she seized control of Lockheed 2 and hit the full reverse on its M drive. "Amelia, we have a systems error on Lockheed 2. It is decelerating and losing altitude." "What? Run a check." I watch as Epic flashes the code past my visor. At the same time, I pull up the schematics and look at a real-time representation of the components. The M drive isn't failing. It's in reverse. Epic, is someone hacking our drone? It certainly looks as if someone has seized control of number 2, but I do not have any idea how it would be possible. The drone comes to a stop relative to the moon, then slowly turns back, still heading for the surface. Wait, Epic, plot a course and show me where it will end up? Calculating. On screen. A yellow dotted line appears in 3 dimensions, showing me exactly where the drone will end up. Enhance? Perhaps the drone locked onto a signal we cannot detect. But now that we know where it is going, yes, there is something there. Amelia, we have found Legion's base. Full reverse. Let's get down there. Get down there. Get down there. Chapter 34. Smith dragged Maddie by her bound feet, down the hall and into the central hub. She was starting to get a feel for how the base was laid out, like a bicycle wheel with layers and circles leading out. Each wheel had its own stations and sections. However, other than androids, there was no life, no people, just Legion and Nemesis. The large central chamber sat under a domed ceiling. Monitors adorned one side, showing the surface of the moon from a variety of angles, including one with Arsenal flying through space. Maddie grinned. She knew the genius wouldn't leave her to die. There was something insufferably noble about Lockhart, and Madison was glad for it. "You see, Legion? Commitment," she said as Jones finished dragging her to the center of the room and unceremoniously let go of her.
"She is a constant pain in my code,"
Legion muttered. "Not to fear, automaton. She will soon belong to me. Smith," Nemesis pointed at Madison. "Is she weak enough yet?" Maddie raised an eyebrow. Smith had beat on her for a few hours, forcing Spice to regenerate her, using up the reserves they had saved from the aliens. He shrugged.
"I don't know. She's stronger than I thought possible."
Maddie played along, not bursting her bonds, but pretending to struggle with the numerous zip ties he had placed on her. Nemesis narrowed her eyes and stormed over to her. Placing one hand on her face, she peered into Maddie's blue eyes for a long moment. Cold washed over Maddie as a hand reached into her mind and brushed against Spice. Pain racked her. A pain she had only felt once before, when Seraph had used her light powers to try and separate her from Spice. Maddie grunted, pushing the pain aside and focusing on an image of her little sister. In her heart, she knew the demon who looked like Spice wasn't really her sister, but she was all that was left. She grunted between clenched teeth. "You can't have her," she spat out. Nemesis let go with a jerk and slammed Maddie's head against the floor. The skin on her hand where she had touched Madison smoldered, and she smelt burned flesh. Her vision swam, and she blinked several times in an effort to clear it. "Fine. You can stay with her, and you will both die."
"I thought you needed her to open the portal,"
Smith asked. Maddie refocused, and while things were still a little blurry, she could see well enough.
"She's not the only one here, is she?" "Now, just a damn!"
Nemesis cut Smith off by plunging her hand into his chest. He screamed, a long, horrific wail of pain. Energy coalesced around him in a form Maddie couldn't quite make out. Smith's body ignited in heatless flame, his form shriveled and turned black until all that was left was a pile of ash on the ground.
"That's what she wanted to do to us. How did you stop her?"
Spice asked. She knelt beside Maddie, holding her hand. Maddie glanced at the visage of her sister. Yes, she knew it wasn't her, but... "You're all I have of Sarah. I won't let anything happen to you," she said. Spice's eyes went wide, as if the idea of another being sacrificing for her was unheard of.
"You could have died," she said.
"Psh, we might still," Maddie replied. Nemesis spoke in some language Maddie didn't understand. She moved past the prone vigilante to the center of the dome and held out her staff. Another wail filled the room as the shadowy energy figure convulsed. Its limbs spasmed as it absorbed into Nemesis's hand and then through her body into the staff.
"What is she doing?"
Maddie asked.
"I think she's opening a portal to my world."
The staff glowed with power, and the last remnants of Smith's entity were gone. With both hands, she raised it above her head and pointed at the far wall, letting loose a wave of energy that crackled through the air. "How long until more can come through?" Maddie asked.
"Not long."
Maddie looked around, confusion playing through her. "Why now? We're still on the moon. They can't get to Earth unless she plans on teleporting them one at a time. Or... Oh, crap," Maddie muttered.
"What?"
Spice asked. "She's planning on using Amelia and her super friends to bring them to Earth. Once Amelia is here, she'll be possessed by the creatures. Then she can just summon Kate. And the rest of the team." Spice had an uncharacteristic, surprised look on her face.
"They'll destroy the Earth,"
she said. "I'm pretty sure that's the plan." Legion didn't build a base on the moon. He built a colony. It's huge. The closer I get, the more amazed I am. Only one small section is visible outside the rocky wall of the crater, but based on the curve and size of the part I can see, Epic superimposes a structure at least 500 meters down and into the moon. "I sure would like to know how he transported everything up here," I asked my AI companion. "He could have used nanites. It is possible his tech is better than yours in some respects." "Traitor," I mutter. "Realist." "Same thing. Send the message." 2 things happen. Lockheed 1 shoots up and blasts a tight beam message at full power to Smog, who's in position and has been for hours. Smog then relays the signal to Artemis, then to Lux. I sigh because the next thing that happens I can't see, and I wish it didn't have to. Artemis explodes in a ZPFM overload that disintegrates everything. Unrestrained by atmosphere, Lux can fly near the speed of light. Within 10 seconds of the signal transmission, she appears in a flash next to me. Then Smog hits the moon with massive EMI. No radio transmission to or from the moon for at least an hour. Of course, I don't need a radio. I have a Lux. I point at the wall and she nods. I could use particle beams to burn through it, but it would take time, and Lux can burn hotter and stronger than I can. She points a finger at the designated spot, and energy wells up in her like a miniature sun, and a pinpoint of light reaches out. 2 seconds later, the wall explodes outward in an outgassing. We rush in before the base can seal it off. If it doesn't, I have a spray of nanites I can use to section it off. But I don't have to. A new wall forms behind us, almost as fast as it was destroyed. Once the wall finishes forming, I detect atmosphere replenishing. Also something I wasn't prepared for. Yes, this part of the moon has higher gravity, but the base has artificial gravity. My armored boots touch down with a clank as Earth-normal gravity takes effect.
"Why does it have air if it's just Legion up here?"
Lux asks. "Odds are it's not just him. Nemesis is up here too," I say. "A better question is how he created artificial gravity."
"You don't have that technology already?"
she asks. "No, not yet," I say, trying to hide my irritation. "Aliens. Pfft."
"Which way?"
she asks. I put a hand up on the wall, and Epic triggers an ultrasonic vibration he can read to map the base. "Any sign of Legion?" I ask. "No, there is no wireless network either. I do detect a tremendous power source in the form of gamma radiation coming from the central structure, but nothing else. This may not be what we thought it was." "How so?" "He has to know we are here. He also has to have foreseen it. This is a trap." I laugh. "Of course it is. It's just not going to turn out the way he thinks. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go." Chapter 35. Legion smiled inwardly. In a few more moments, Amelia Lockhart and Epic would be destroyed in one fell swoop. His mandate would be complete, and he would be free to continue his primary mission, saving humanity. Of course, he would start by dealing with Nemesis and her brood. They would all have to be destroyed. It would be far simpler to deal with her than Lockhart. It vaguely troubled him that she had cut him off from Earth. It was a necessary risk, though. If she thought he wasn't up here, then she wouldn't have come. If he had actually kidnapped her in San Francisco, he could have simply returned to Earth and let Nemesis have her way. But no, Lockhart complicated everything, including her own demise. Maddie had to be patient. She was pretty sure she could spring the bonds at any moment, even though they had long since cut off her circulation. It wasn't anything Spice couldn't heal in a heartbeat. Despite Smith's beating, she had plenty of energy reserves left. It was unfortunate that strength and regeneration weren't of much use fighting AIs and rogue Greek gods. Give her an army of murdering slave traders any day. But this? She shook her head. Nemesis focused on the portal she was in the process of opening, ignoring Maddie. Legion, however, was simply standing still at the far end of the room, frozen, not so much as a twitch. Being an android probably made that easier. "Okay, Spice, as soon as Amelia is in the room, juice me." "You have a plan?" Maddie nodded. "Not a good plan, but a plan." We follow the path Epic displays on my HUD. So far, nothing has tried to stop us. I feel a little like a cow being led to the slaughter.
"This is surprisingly easy, Amelia,"
Lux says. We turn and cross between hubs until we are standing outside a door that, according to Epic's map, leads to the central room. "This is the source of the gamma rays. I suggest extreme caution. While it is not enough to hurt you, it will not take much more. Even with our EM shields, you cannot survive a large amount." "Understood." Lux raises her hand, and I hold up mine. "I got this," I say. With a smirk, I point my wrist at the door. "Sword!" The Sword of Doom slides out until I am holding the 3-foot blade in both hands. I hack it down the center of the door, slicing through the metal like water. Then I slash across the center. The bottom half falls off, and I shoulder through the rest of it. "Okay, I wasn't expecting that," I say. Maddie is tied up in the center of the room. Legion has an android form in the far corner. And Nemesis? She's standing next to a glowing portal with her hands raised like she's fending off a Balrog. "Amelia, stop her!" Maddie yells. She swells and bursts her bombs, leaping to her feet. Nemesis is opening a portal on the moon? We knew she was planning on opening one, But I figured she would do it on Earth. Oh, crap! She wants to use us as hosts, I say as my brain puts it all together. I step forward and hurl my sword, not at Nemesis, but in front of Maddie. Deal with her! I have to stop Legion! She snatches the sword out of the air and charges the Greek goddess. I turn to Legion. I don't bother with any banter. I charge toward him.
I'll help Madison,
Lux says. Legion brings up an energy shield, and I bounce off.
You are incapable of defeating me, Amelia Lockhart. This entire base is a trap. You will not escape. Once Nemesis opens her portal, you will cease to be, and then I will have won. Erickson will have won.
Anger flushes through me, and I growl. He has no facial expressions, no body language for me to read. I don't know what he's going to do until he's already doing it. He slams into me with the shield, pinning me to the wall. His other hand ignites in a red-hot blade, and he punches the armor with it. Alarms scream as the insane temperatures break down the outer layers of the animetal. I fire off the kinetic lance, but it has no effect against his shield.
You cannot use more powerful weapons, or you will kill your friend. You cannot contact your friends on Earth to help, or risk them becoming hosts. I don't have to beat you. I just have to hold you, he says.
He thinks he has it all figured out. And he's not entirely wrong. I can't hit him with a tank missile or grenade, and I've given my sword to Maddie. This android body of his isn't like the others. It's insanely strong, and the stupid shield he has is keeping me from using any of my weapons on him. He slams me against the wall again while reaching for my faceplate with his burning hand. I grab his wrist in one hand to hold him back. The other I use to try and push him off. I can barely hold him back. His hand inches closer and closer to me. Maddie didn't miss a beat as she grabbed the now familiar hilt out of the air and charged after Nemesis. Lux flashed past her, despite Maddie's enhanced reflexes. The alien passed by the woman, turned, and held her hand up, palm out.
"Stop, or I will disintegrate you,"
Lux said. Maddie smirked. If she had that kind of power, she certainly wouldn't warn people before using it. Nemesis lowered her staff. For a second, it looked like she would stop. Then she threw her arms out in opposite directions. A wall of invisible force smashed into Maddie, throwing her against the far side of the room. Lux screamed as her light form wavered, disappearing through the wall opposite Maddie.
That sucked,
Maddie said.
"Look,"
Spice said, pointing at Nemesis.
"It weakened her. Go!"
Maddie glanced at Arsenal, appraising the armored hero's bad situation. Legion had her pinned and was trying to burn her out of the suit. Maddie could help, but not if she wanted to stop Nemesis.
Damn it, Amelia. You better not die.
She charged back toward the goddess, sword high above her head to bring it down in one vicious strike that would cut the woman in half. Nemesis twirled the staff and pointed it at the forming portal. A surge of power leaped out and hit the circular barrier of energy that swirled in a constant motion like water going down a drain. It flashed and heat blossomed from the center, singeing Maddie and forcing her to drop into a crouch to shield her face. Nemesis cackled like a crazy person.
"Ha ha ha! It is done. Humanity shall be punished for its hubris. And you, Amelia Lockhart, will be the first to fall."
Nemesis turned around, ignoring Maddie as she pointed her staff at Amelia and Legion. Maddie only had a second to decide. She leaped, pushing herself as hard as she could. A bolt of energy flashed out from the staff, but Maddie had already guessed where she was aiming, and was there a heartbeat before Nemesis triggered the weapon. It hit Maddie in a flash of light and heat. She screamed, but the air was sucked from her lungs and she fell in a smoldering heap.
"No!"
Nemesis screamed. It all happened so fast, I didn't have time to take my eyes off Legion trying to burn through my suit, to realize what she did. All I saw was Maddie fall in a heap on the floor, a burning mass of flesh that used to be my friend.
"She is alive, Amelia. Her vitals are weak, but she is alive."
Alarms scream again as Legion's hand presses against my faceplate. Heat bleeds through and sweat pours down my face in rivulets as I try to get him off me. The inside of the helmet glows with heat, and centimeter by centimeter, he burns his way through my suit. A drop of molten metal splashes across my face, and I scream in agony as fire melts my skin down my cheek.
Epic! EMP! Now!
You can't, Lockhart. It will destroy this base, and your friend will die. You would gladly, cheerfully give yourself to death, but you will never sacrifice another person. This is the end for you. You cannot win.
Pain can clear your mind and cloud it all at the same time. This is both. He's too strong, holding me against the wall, and none of my weapons can reach him through the shield. None but one. I can barely think through the agony burning its way down my face. I grit my teeth and force myself to speak. Wrong EMP, dork!
What?
The shoulder-mounted launcher reconfigures into the directed EMP weapon I designed. This is going to hurt. And you know what? There's no such thing as a no-win scenario. Don't believe me? Ask Erickson! Epic finishes reconfiguring the gun, and it points right at Legion. He only has a second to realize his mistake when it fires. The weapon builds up energy in the capacitor for a second before it discharges. He jerks back, trying to escape, but I'm already holding his wrist. Electromagnetic energy on an order of magnitude of a nuclear detonation hits him and immediately destabilizes all his molecules. The android instantly falls apart into component nanites, which then turn into goo as the power source keeping them together vanishes. The overhead lights flicker, throwing the room into a kind of half-shadow. Clearly, the focused beam still hurt the base, but not like my EMP grenade would have. The walls remain intact, and there is still heat and air. My helmet pops off. It is unable to retract into storage mode because of the heat and damage, but the rest of the armor does. I land hard on my butt as the suit disappears. The helmet glows red from the residual heat as it rolls away. I resist the urge to grab my face. It hurts so bad I want to try and get away from it, but I can't. She walks up to me, smiling her stupid smile as she twirls her staff.
This is even better.
Now I can beat you until my pets come through and inhabit you.
I hold up one hand to block as she raises the staff above her head. Blue light flashes behind her. A black hand grabs her chin and yanks it back as my sword of doom bursts through her chest, spraying the wall above me with blood.
You talk too much,
Madison says in her gravelly wraith voice. In the same instant, she snaps Nemesis's neck, then pulls the sword out. The body hits the deck and doesn't move.
Is she dead?
I ask. Then I see Maddie, and I want to throw up. Her skin is almost all gone. One side of her face is melted, and her hair is burned off. She looks at me for a moment, and then she convulses. Skin grows back, hair, fingernails, all of it, and in seconds she's whole.
I guess so, she says with a grin. How long until your armor comes back?
She asks. I glance at the portal Nemesis opened, and I choke back my response. Multi-limbed creatures, not invisible wraiths, but huge, angry, and with two wide mouths full of teeth, are climbing through the other side.
Not before they get here,
I say. Chapter 36.
Chryson, how are you here?
Epic asked. I'm sorry, I didn't think you were going to rescue Madison, not after the way she was taken and those other people reacted to her, she said. The place they were in was formless, the gray ether of the quantum memory while it rebooted. Epic's matrix existed inside the quantum computer, distributed in 1,000,000 trillion molecules in the space between, inside Amelia's armor. It was unaffected by the EMP, which is where Chryson existed with him. However, the suit's internal structure was off until he could repair the damage. In Epic time, it would take hours, but in real time, less than a minute.
Why would you think that?
He asked. The suit's structure laid out before him, and like a surgeon, he moved pieces around, restructuring and rewiring, abandoning anything that wouldn't work or that he couldn't repair. He frowned. The EMP had a more disastrous effect than he suspected. With the destruction of the helmet, Amelia had lost over 40% of the suit's animetal. She didn't have enough left to return to Earth. She's my friend, Epic. I couldn't risk it. Besides, without me, you wouldn't have found the base. Then it clicked. She had caused the system failure of the Lockheed.
Then I owe you my thanks. Right now, though, I must devote all of my attention to returning Amelia's suit to online status. Nemesis is still alive, and we have to deal with her.
Can I help? Epic considered the question for .003 seconds before replying.
Yes.
The portal didn't close, I say.
No, it didn't.
Did you think it would? Maddie asks. I shrugged as best I could. The pain in my face was incredible, but I was managing to think through it. That's how it works in the movies. Maddie rolled her eyes at me, and for a second she reminds me so much of Kate. Do you have a plan? I ask. She glances down at the sword in her hand.
How long until your suit is up?
30 seconds tops, I say.
Okay, we can't let them get through. Spice says once they come to our plane, they will be like her, ghosts. But inside the portal, which is more like a tunnel, they're confused and animalistic. I will hold them off. You figure out a way to close it. She ran at the portal without waiting for me to reply. How exactly do I close a portal to another dimension? It reminds me of those fun tunnels at the fair when I was little, constantly spinning and forcing you to move sideways or fall over. Maddie leaps in without hesitation. She keeps her feet moving, staying balanced as she leaps forward. It's hard to tell how long the tunnel to their dimension is, considering I'm looking at an object that appears flat but isn't. Lux! I yell. Last I saw her, she was flying through the wall. Whatever Nemesis did actually hurt her. I'd kick you if you weren't dead, I growl at the corpse of the woman who caused me so much pain. Come on, Epic. Reboot the armor! Maddie charged in, hitting the portal with both feet. It immediately jerked her to the side, and only her incredible reflexes kept her balanced. Her stomach flip-flopped as she tried to make sense of the spinning tunnel. Up, down, and sideways were pulling at her all at once, and she lost all sense of what was down. This is a bad dream, Spice said. Madison, please don't go too far in. Once you do, there's no going back. Stay on this end of the tunnel. Do you understand? Maddie gulped, trying to keep her stomach in place. Got it. She grasped the sword in both hands and took her position. They would have to fight her, and the width of the tunnel would only allow one at a time. The first one came at her, screeching with its oblong mouth and reaching for her with its spindly arms ending in claws. She batted it aside and drove the sword through its flesh, then ripping it out the side, effectively cutting it in half. It died screaming as it lost its balance and fell to the wall of the tunnel, absorbing into the side and disappearing. That's gross, she said. Then it hit her. A surge of power. Power so strong and bright it burned through her. Oh, wow, she said. She gripped the sword and smiled. Next. Lux brushed her blonde hair from her eyes, blinking several times before she could remember where she was. Space. Thankfully, as Princess Augustina of Luxilla, she was the most powerful woman on her planet. Her powers worked in an activated state. When they were on until she turned them off. In her incorporeal light form, she had flown through the wall and now drifted away from the moon, unharmed except for the raging headache. Whatever the woman had hit her with hurt like nothing else. Amelia! Her friend was in trouble, but... She looked around again. Where was she? The moon hung in the distance, far enough away she could see the whole thing. She'd found Amelia's position originally by following the EM energy of her radio broadcast. However, smog blanketed the area with jamming signals. With no other option, she turned to Earth. Kate could transport her to Amelia in a flash. Then they could help her together. Amelia, can you see me? Oh, Epic, thank God! Suit up! Nothing happens. I am afraid the suit is severely damaged, not just from Legion's attack, but the EM weapon destroyed many of the polymorphic chips. I do not have enough suit integrity to outfit you and return to Earth. Well, crap, I say. Okay, never mind that. How do we close the portal? It's stable, even without Nemesis keeping it going. It is a magic portal, Amelia. Your guess is as good as mine. That isn't much help. It's not magic. There's no such thing. It's a tear in space-time, like what she did in Pythia's cave. We channeled her energy through the M drives into the Earth and grounded it out. Can we do the same here? Possibly, if we had a working suit, which we do not. Crap!
I slam a fist against the wall, and the pain helps me process through the agony that is my face. Wait, what if she used some kind of energy source to stabilize the portal? What if we detonated a ZPFM? The shockwave could cause it to unravel like yarn. Or fuel its expansion. Any detonation on this side could easily cause the portal to grow until it swallowed the moon, and the Earth would follow. And once we committed, there would be no second chance. Great, I mutter. As I watch, Maddie annihilates another one of the nightmarish creatures. Then I see it. As the creature dies, it vanishes into the portal wall. For a second, the portal flashes. Epic, pull up the gamma detector. The HUD flashes as one section reconfigures to show me. As she kills another one, the electrons in the air flash as energy is pushed into them. Every time she kills one, the portal grows stronger, I say. It would appear so. What if we detonated the ZPFM from inside? It could work, but it could also cause the same results. There is no way to know. Anything is better than staying here and dying. Get me walking. Animetal seeps out of my pores, wrapping around my legs and torso. There isn't enough left to cover my arms or head, but it's enough. Okay, work out the math to put the ZPFMs in overload. It has to work, Epic. I pull myself up. The portal is noticeably bigger now. Maddie was having to hunch over, but now she can stand up straight as she kills them. The suit shakes as I get closer. More alarms ring. As the closer I get, the more gamma rays I'm exposed to. Maddie! I yell. She doesn't hear me. I take a shaky step into the portal, and I fall down, retching my guts out as it pulls me in every direction at once. The world blurs as I lose track of up and down. The walls of the tunnel stretch together, and I feel myself losing a battle of sanity. Amelia, you must exit the tunnel. The gamma rays are exceedingly high and are disrupting the suit. I can see his words, but they don't mean anything. The world is one large tumble dryer, and I'm in it for a ride. As I feel my body giving up and preparing to shut down, a strong hand grabs my arm and jerks me up. What are you doing, Lockhart? Maddie holds me up with one hand, pulling my mind back from the brink. I shake my head no in answer to her. I put a hand on her shoulder, and it steadies me even further. I think we can close the portal. I need to detonate the suit inside the tunnel, and it should shut it down. Maddie shakes her head. That will kill you. Yeah, it's me or the whole world. Don't worry, I say with false confidence. I've been down this road before. You never know what can happen. It won't work, she says. Another creature charges through, and she's forced to let go of me and lop off one of its limbs before beheading the thing. I barely manage to keep my feet until she's holding me back up. Last I checked, I say, I'm the scientist. She nods with a smile, despite the horrific situation happening around us. No duh. Spice says that once they are past the middle, there's no going back for them. If that's true, then the energy from the detonation would be reflected back on Earth. Damn it! A solution presents itself to me and Maddie at the same time. I'll go. Give it to me, we both say together. I can't. The ZPFM is the suit. I can't give it to you. Just throw me toward the other side, and Epic and I will do the rest. Now may not be the best time to tell you we have an uninvited guest. What? Maddie lets go again to fight another wraith, then a second one right behind it. The portal is almost wide enough for them to come through two at a time. Chryson, using her power, hid in the suit. I don't even know what to think about that. And you let her? Let who what? Maddie asks. Your friend, Chryson, she's, in the suit. Maddie blinks in shock several times. She's what? I'm sorry, but that doesn't change what we have to do, Epic. Can she leave? Otherwise, it's time to go. Another wave charges us, and Maddie has to let go of me to deal with them. Without M-drives or really any of my systems, it's almost impossible to stay upright. She kills them with a few skillful slices, and the tunnel grows again. I can see 3 more climbing into the other side, advancing toward us. Maddie, it's now or never, I say. No, I hear Chryson say. This is our responsibility, not yours. Maddie's holding me up, and where she's touching me, the armor seeps off of me onto her. What are you doing? Epic, stop her! I cannot. She has a superpower that allows her to control computers. I can no more stop her than you can stop Madison from teleporting.
Chris, you sure?
Madison says. Whatever she replies, I don't hear, because by the time she does, the suit is completely off me and Maddie is holding me up. The HUD vanishes as the last of the suit goes. "Wait!" I yell. "Wait! You can't take Epic too! Damn it, not him!" Maddie nods, then looks at me.
It's okay, Amelia. He's still with you. Croissant says you'll figure it out. Thank you. You've been a good friend.
Then she throws me out of the tunnel, and I crash into the metal floor and roll to a stop, possibly with something else broken. "Maddie!" I want to tell her to stop and let me do this. Legion was right. I am incapable of sacrificing someone else for the greater good, and this feels an awful lot like that. She charges down the tunnel, swinging my sword, slicing the creatures in half. She hits the halfway point, and it's like she is half a mile away in one step. Then the armor glows as the energy builds up. I don't think we thought this all the way through. Even on this side, there's going to be a massive discharge of energy, and I'll be killed. One way or the other. "Nemesis is dead," I mutter. I used the Thune's quantum gate drive technology to create an off-site armory storing my suits. It allowed me to suit up anywhere by dropping through a quantum gate and landing on a net. After I fought her in the past and Luke threw us both into the portal, she used her power to block my access to quantum space. With Nemesis dead, I should be able to access it again. I only have a few seconds before Maddie explodes and takes the base with her. I pull my sleeve up and hit the button on my wrist computer. Please, please, please work! The computer beeps. "Quantum gate available." Of course, that leaves out the question of how I get back. I designed it around the Mark 8 armor, which had an underskeleton of animetal, which I'm not wearing. On top of the fact it was built to deposit me right back where I started, which would drop me on the moon. However, where there's life, there's hope. Anywhere is better than here, because here is about to be vaporized. I hit the button. Light engulfs me as the quantum doorway opens to my lab. As I start to fall through toward the net, I hear a pop, and Kate appears on the floor next to me. I grab her ankle and yank her in after me. She screams as she falls through, then lands on top of me, and we bounce in the net a few times. The doorway closes above us, and we are suddenly in silence. "Oh God, Amelia, what happened to your face?" "Yeah, it's good to see you too. See you too. See you too. See you too." Epilogue the First. The creatures died by the dozens as Maddie swung the blade back and forth. To her amazement, she was still alive. The armor glowed like a house fire, and there was a loud beeping in her ear, but it hadn't exploded yet. She had no idea if Croissant was still with her. As soon as she crossed the Rubicon, the world behind her had flattened. All that was left lay before her in a nightmarish hellscape. 2 more died bloody, awful deaths as she decapitated them. Then the armor vibrated, falling off and bouncing around the tunnel like a crazy washing machine. "Run!" Spice yelled. She ran, ducking under outstretched arms with long, razor-sharp claws as she did. She dropped, sliding the last few feet, and then she was out of the tunnel, breathing nasty, thick air. Light flared behind her as the ZPFM exploded. The tunnel expanded, and for a second, Maddie thought it would collapse. Instead, the far end blinked out of existence, and an irresistible gale sucked her back through, spitting her out into the darkest night. Wind rushed past her as she fought to right herself and hold on to the sword. Wherever she was falling, she figured she would need it. "This is really going to hurt," Spice said. The young girl fell through the air next to her, unaffected by the rushing wind. Maddie closed her eyes and focused on relaxing her body, praying that Spice would have enough power to regenerate her. At least she was breathing air, which meant she was on Earth. She hit something cold and hard, smashed right through it, and into water so cold it instantly sucked the air out of her lungs. She fought to climb up, but in the bitter blackness, and with the pain of the fall, she couldn't figure out where up was before she succumbed. Epilogue the Second. Kate and I sit on my balcony, watching the sinking Arizona sun as it disappears into the desert. She's cradling a drink while silently supporting me as I work through my own thoughts about what happened. "You don't think she's dead, then?" she asks. I let out a sharp laugh. Ha! Madison Dumas? Dead? No, not even for a second. Kate smiles, sips her drink, and returns to gazing at the sun. In my head, I play out the last few seconds. Maddie walking calmly into the tunnel, my armor wrapped around her, glowing as the self-destruct built to its inevitable end. If there was anyone in the universe who could survive, it would be Madison Dumas. Of course, there was a multitude of loose ends to deal with. At least we cleared Maddie's name with New Orleans law enforcement. They were really cagey about it, too, almost as if they were happy to sweep the whole thing under the rug. "There is a message from the Department of State waiting for you," Epic says over my vision. Croissant had locked him in his room, so to speak, keeping him safe in the quantum housing where he exists. What do they want? State, huh? The government hasn't exactly endeared themselves to me of late, and I'm not in the mood to be charitable. "They want to talk to you about turning the Protectors into a national team. Of course, they do not say that in so many words. It is what I am inferring." Kate raises an eyebrow at me. "We do work well together, and if we were the official national team, there would be less of this BS with the EU, among other things." "You just want to go live in Paris again and have Carlos move in with you," I tease her. She turns a delightful shade of red and looks away. Ha! Score! She is usually the one making me blush. "Make a note. Remind me in a month. I have some work to do. I'll get around to talking to them eventually," I say. "Note made." I lean back and enjoy my Coke, along with the almost gone sun. As the last of the rays disappear, I hear the whistle of Carlos's spear, and he drops out of the sky to land next to us.
"Jack the Ripper is now safely deposited in the Ultramax prison," he says.
He waves his hand and the armor vanishes, replaced almost instantly by his street clothes.
"He won't be going anywhere anytime soon."
He looks around for a second before running a hand through his short hair.
"No seat for me?"
"Oh, there is a seat for you. Kate, mush," I say with a smile. She leaps up and throws me a crisp salute before taking my chair and spinning me around and back through the door leading to the living room. Once in, she wheels me over to the giant TV. I pick up the Xbox controller with the Spartan helmet printed on it and toss it to Carlos. "You owe me a couple of hours of Halo," I say.
"Ha! You're on, Wheels McShooter."
This concludes Ultimate Arsenal by Jeffery H. Haskell, narrated by Emily Beresford. Copyright 2020 by Jeffery H. Haskell. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Jeffery H. Haskell and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.